We are going to have
all stars, heavy hitters.
All stars, yes.
Okay.
I didn't realize that last lap, not this past lap, but like lap 12 was the Montez lap. That feels so long ago.
Miles
feels
away.
Like years ago.
Miles away.
But quarter mile at a time. Sometimes when I don't really want to do a thing, like I love doing the show, but I hate finding new guests because it's just like I want to find new guests and whatever, and like they're going to be good and they're going to, make new friends, but it's like it's tough. And so I'm like, I got to start booking the next lap. I'm like, oh no, like I got to find people. And then I kicked the can so far down the road that I got a drunken DM saying, hey, we want to do the show. And I'm like, what episode? And he said yes. So with us all lap long, which is so exciting, all stars, show saying heavy hitters, all stars, past guests of the show, you know them, you love them, back to talk about the state of cinema and the Fast and the Furious all lap long. We have Walt, Hickey, and Kim Bhasin. Welcome back, gentlemen.
What is up?
Hello.
I am
This is
so
so
stoked. I am very,
exciting.
very... You don't know how excited this made me hearing this news.
We are so back. We are so back.
Super psyched. Let's do this thing.
Oh,
So please tell us, because we don't know the backstory, tell us and the listeners, how did we
what?
get here?
Yeah, how are we here?
I mean, it's a really incredible question. I think it all goes back to like maybe 10 years ago in a bar near Business Insider where I catch the eye of this guy, Kim Bhasin, and we just, we become friends.
Vibing.
And then years later, become interested in a particular franchise.
Okay.
And then we become friends. And then after a certain point, we've done the show a couple times. And, just like we kind of started, we were in a bar in Midtown Manhattan, and we were talking about fun things. We were talking about movies. We were talking about the Fast and the Furious. And we were like, well, we know some guys who talk about the Fast and the Furious a lot.
All the time.
And I think that we were like 10 minutes into a conversation about the state of film and the state of Fast and Furious and why they are perfect reflections of one another.
Okay.
And then listen, my fingers just started typing. I don't even remember exactly what they said, but they were just like, we got a pitch for you. Hear me out. And the rest is audio history. Or
I believe you said something like, we should do the Fast and Furious podcast, and that was kind of it. And then now we're here. Look at that.
Out of body experience brought you to us. The Lord took your fingers and sent them in a message to Joey. I love it.
I don't even think that's what happened. I think the Lord touched his mighty clutch and then removed the safety and then tapped the button that is NOS upon my very body.
Beautiful.
And injected my body with just
the energy drink or the car enhancement serum.
The car enhancement, boys.
Okay.
Or the energy drink. I can do both. And I think the spirit just moved me, and spoke through my thumbs.
Perfect.
Now, when you say the Lord, we are talking about Vin Diesel.
Yes,
right?
yeah. Yes,
Obviously.
Only whatever God Vin Diesel tells us that we should follow.
So I think, and it sounds crazy. I don't think it's actually crazy though. I was trying to explain this to a friend yesterday who doesn't really care about these movies, and I think other than when Paul Walker died while making Fury 7, I don't think there's been as many question marks about what the future of this holds than there are right now, which feels weird because there should only theoretically be one more movie. But it's now we might have 4 more movies? The Interquel, there's Fast 10 Part 2, there's this new mystery movie being penned, that might be the Letty Led movie, that might be a separate movie, there might be, possibly a Hobbs and Shaw movie that's not Hobbs, the Interquel, there also might be a reboot. Like, there's so much. When we were like a year ago, we're like, we got one more movie after this, right? It's Fast 10 and then Fast 10 Part 2 and that's it. And then maybe a reboot, who knows? And now there might be like, it's insane.
And there also might be no movies at all.
There also might be no movies at all.
There might be no movies at all. Maybe like Vin Diesel just goes and makes his Hannibal thing. Like anything is genuinely possible. And while it's never been more terrifying, I've also never felt more alive.
That's true.
But this is also like it's the third time basically where anything has been possible, right? So if you go back to after the third one,
Yes.
and what could the fourth one have looked like? It could have looked like absolutely anything.
Anything at all.
And then after Paul's death, like what was going to happen after that? And now we have the third inflection point of the Furious, and like which way is it going to go?
Is there, because I mean, so Walt, you were on to talk about Fast Five with us, the original episode. Kim, what movie did you talk about with? Because I mean, in the first episode, we kind of talked about all of them, but what movie were you on? Do you remember which one you talked about us in depth with?
Oh no, absolutely not. I have no idea. We were talking about.
Oh, you did Fate of the Furious.
Fate of the Furious. Oh yeah. That's because I had done that Stats of the Furious story. Right. That calculated every single stat of the Furious.
One of us has done an in-depth statistical analysis of Fast and the Furious, and it's not me.
That's
and that
insane.
I think is one of the best, most important parts of this. Like
insane.
Well, because I was explaining, because Joe and I hung out over the weekend. I was explaining to my girlfriend we're so excited. She's like, "What? Like why?" And I'm like, "Well, because like." All the reasons. We're like, how did we meet Walt? And I'm like, I don't think it was for Fast and Furious. I'm like, what was it for? We looked back, and you wrote the 5 types of Nicolas Cage movies. Yeah. And then on that episode, we talked about 211, which is still the worst Nicolas Cage movie that's ever come out.
Not a good
dog shit, garbage.
Terrible. Very bad.
And this is coming from someone who like loves almost everything he's ever made. This is atrocious. I'm like, we also have a Fast and Furious. Like, okay, let's do that. And then it kind of went from there. But like in my brain, it's like you were Fast Five, but no, before that it was Cage. And so it is wild that one of you did a deep dive into this franchise, and it wasn't the stats man. It was Kim.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, that was a whole lot of fun. It's Bloomberg News. We do tons of data viz stats kind of stuff.
I like how highbrow we're getting, Joey.
Me.
Look at the oh man. Mm-hmm. I just want to say we have to class this up this lap a little bit.
It's like the easiest ask ever. It's like you spent dozens or not, if not hundreds of hours watching these movies for one piece of journalism, one piece of content, if
these
you will.
Films, put a little bit in this lab. We're going to put a little bit of respect on it. These aren't mere movies. These are films. And you don't just go to watch the movies and have them on in the background. We're going to go to the cinema. We're going to put on our tie and tails. And we're going to watch a motion picture.
We're going to get dolled up.
Those motion pictures are going to be about cars that are fast and men that are furious that come together in a beautiful combination 10 different times and maybe up to 14.
And when you do a data visualization project on those movies, you then spend many, many hours watching them frame by absolute frame. We were calculating bicep time, exposed male bicep time. It frame by frame, and it's so subjective because what constitutes a fully exposed male bicep? I don't
know.
Yeah, it was a lot of debating back and forth. Maybe that took even more time than the frame by frame.
I mean, we just spent an entire 9 months actually agreeing on what is a vehicle, and we still don't know.
That was really good. That was such a very silly thing that you guys did.
We did have a chart about hanging off of a vehicle, so I got to pull up the exact methodology we used for that chart.
Is a ladder a vehicle?
That was ours today. Well,
this is gonna be an episode that comes out in a couple of weeks. But is a ladder a vehicle? Because it helps you get from point A to point
mode of
B.
conveyance.
Yeah, your definition is what we've been using kind of as the baseline. It's a method of conveyance. It gets you from a place to a place. Is a ladder a vehicle?
Like a bridge a vehicle then?
Like Diogenes holding up a ladder and being like, "Behold a car."
I don't know.
Oh no!
Look, we started the lap thinking we understood what a vehicle was. We finished the lap after talking about this.
Much less
episodes
of what a vehicle
no idea.
is. Yes,
zero idea what it is.
Yep.
Is there anything in particular? And I don't want to shoot too many bullets here. I want to save all the good conversations for the episodes themselves. But is there anything in particular you are most excited about, or interested in, or looking forward to sort of learning or relearning or processing in any movie in particular, or across this journey over the next several months?
I got one. All right. So the ninth film featured a scene in which they go into space.
Yes.
On a car. And I felt like that was something that everyone thought we were leading up to in the movies prior to that. Like they gotta do something crazier. They gotta do the next crazy thing. They jumped a car from one building to another building to another building. Now they gotta do space. And finally they did it. They went to space. And I think after that, we all just took a second and was like, okay, well, they went to space. What could possibly be next? And then in this last movie, there was not anything particularly more. Aliens didn't show up and start shooting people.
You're right.
That did not happen. They didn't go all the way to the moon. That did not happen yet either. So there was this obvious like ramp up over movie after movie after movie of what's the biggest like set piece stunt that we could do, and now they're not gonna. It looks like they're not gonna do that anymore. So you have to make things compelling in some other kind of way.
I think so the first time that I think we chatted, because I had written a story about Vin Diesel for 538, and like my thesis for Vin Diesel is that I think that he's such an interesting auteur. And I don't use that word derisively because I think that he is kind of the auteur of this franchise.
Yes.
I think that he is such an interesting auteur because the two franchises that he has, genuine hands on the wheel for. This is it's not a pun. I'm sorry for doing that.
It's definitely a pun.
Apologize. It is. But it wasn't on purpose, and so I feel bad after I say it. Oh, I'm in Queens right now, and so you can actually hear some sound effects in the background. Oh yeah. But no. So I think that the thing that's interesting about the Riddick movies and the thing that's interesting about the movies in the Fast and Furious franchise is that I think that Vin Diesel is a Gygaxian in a Campbellian world, by which I mean every other action franchise is doing the hero's journey of Joseph Campbell, whereas Vin Diesel did not grow up loving that stuff as much as he loved Dungeons and Dragons. And in Dungeons and Dragons, you start small and then gradually get big, and enemies become friends, and friends become enemies, and friends become lovers, and then they get brainwashed and all that kind of stuff. That's all of these franchises that he does, and I think that is just such a remarkable style of filmmaking that I would like to just kind of just rewatch it and try to understand what these individual characters are kind of building towards and from.
Interesting,
right? Like,
yeah.
At what point does one like flip from rogue to artificer, as it were? Like, it's just kind of watching his vision as an auteur of how these characters grow and change. I think is going to be the most exciting part of this watch for me.
He's not telling a single or a series of stories. He's telling one very long story over the course of 25 years. Also, like, he's creating art in the style that Netflix does, where it's like, don't tell a 10-hour movie. He's like, no, we're going to tell a 10-hour movie. It's going to take 25 years to tell.
He's not creating art in the way that anybody does, except like Brennan Lee Mulligan or like actual play podcast. Like, I just think that like it's a somewhat emerging storytelling format of the 21st century that I think is partially due to some new mediums that have emerged, like podcasts and things like that, but also like the serialized storytelling thing that takes the DNA of, say, wrestling or soap operas and then melds it into like filmmaking and that kind of thing. I think it's been one of the most pervasive and unique things about our era. That I think that this franchise is just distilled,
I love it.
I absolutely love it. I can't wait. I'm gonna learn so much this lab.
I think we're all gonna learn so much.
You're making me want to talk about the Chronicles of Riddick because come on.
We can bring them in. We can cut them in. There's no rules. There's no rules here.
Just incredible storytelling there. Oh, the third one of those movies, by the way, follows no rules. It's a full hour-long training montage into before anything happens.
Sometimes in the middle of a lap, you got to take a pit stop. And if we need to do a little Riddick pit stop, then I'm down for a little Riddick pit stop. I don't have to tell you.
I always need a Riddick pit stop.
Look, we got nothing but time because literally the next movie's not going to come out for another 14 months maybe. So we got nothing but time.
14 months is optimistic.
Next, I'm targeting next Memorial Day is my guess for the next.
They haven't even done anything yet,
I know,
dude.
man. I know.
Okay.
We'll see.
Okay.
But yeah, if you guys want to cut in some D&D, if you guys want to cut in some Riddick, if you want to cut in some whatever.
Multifacial.
I would love to talk about multifacial. I think it's one of the most interesting shorts I've ever seen.
We're going to do all of it.
It's good.
Do all of it.
Whatever you guys want to do, we're here for. We are so thrilled that you guys want to join us and talk about these movies with us.
And thank you for having us. This was an insane text message and a presumptuous text message to send to someone. And I was so happy when you guys were down because it was like, this is going to be a really, really fun couple months.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's going to be great. Anything last to say before we stop this and then come back in a couple of weeks to talk about the first movie proper?
No, I mean, hey, thanks for having us, and again, thanks for all the folks listening. This is going to be a fun one. Me and Kim love these movies, and we love this podcast.
We are so excited. Understand that we have the full enthusiasm is coming to bear for both of
Love
us.
it.
Beautiful.
Very, very cool.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, guys.
Thank you as always, brothers.
Hello and welcome to Too Fast, Too Forever. There's all kinds of family. We chose this one. This is episode 343, The Fast and the Furious, Lap 14. I'm Joey Lewandowski.
I'm Joe too, and this episode is brought to you by the People's Temple of the Disciples of Christ, originally known as the People's Temple Full Gospel Church, which was an American new religious organization that's affiliated with the Christian church. Shout out to the People's Temple of the Disciples of Christ.
Well, shout out to that People's Church and welcome to Too Fast, Too Forever. I don't know the type of sponsors you've reached out to for this lap. I guess I'm going to uncover the theme as we go along. I did not expect to be sponsored by a church, but here we are.
It might be a lot of churches, just as a hint.
Okay. Good to know.
You didn't figure it out?
With us.
Okay.
Well, no. I mean, look.
Check out their new church in Guyana.
Okay. With us tonight, all lap long, every core Fast and Furious movie, we have with us Walt, Hickey, and Kim Bhasin. Hello, gentlemen.
What is up?
Oh, hey.
How's it going?
Welcome.
Welcome. You are here. Are you regretting this at all yet?
Absolutely not. Not at all.
Not yet.
Not yet.
No,
For an hour,
we did a good
45
one so
minutes.
far. Yeah.
Yeah.
Joe and I were talking today, and we're like, we don't know at all, like, the angle with which you want to analyze these movies. Like, we're just, we're here for the ride. I mean, this is our show, but you guys are the guests, so we have a conversation starter because this lap is our 80s cult movies lap. Like, it is a theme that has been sponsored by some of our patrons, and so we're, for better or worse, analyzing these movies through as though they were 80s movies, kind of, but really, we can talk about whatever, so before we get into the conversation starter, remind our listeners, how many times have you seen this first movie before, or including, this time that you watch it for this?
I think I'm going to go somewhere around 220.
Yeah, that's a good number. That's
Okay.
a solid number.
Mm-hmm.
Might be more. I think it's around. I hope it's only 20.
Are you counting all the times that it's on like USA that you put it on halfway through, or not counting those?
No. I am counting the times where like I'm doing work and I need to put something.
Oh, those count.
Okay,
Yeah, those count.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, like, if you come in like halfway, 3/4 of the way through, that's not a full.
No. It's got to be a whole.
So then in the hundreds, I'm assuming at that point.
In the hundreds, absolutely, dozens, hundreds, thousands, and any one of those will work.
I think
And
that
Walt?
I have seen this movie maybe 4 times. It is the one that I've seen the less.
Ooh,
Like,
Really?
I think that I watched it. I saw it once, and then I think I watched it for work, and I watched it today, and I'm assuming maybe just sometime in between. It is by far my least watched of these films.
interesting.
I love the sentence, I watched it for work. Like, I know you did, and I know that, like, that's why you're here, but, like,
Yeah.
I watched it for work.
Because imaginarily, we are doing the same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, listen, according to the IRS, that's absolutely what we're doing.
Mm-hmm. Now, this is interesting. I was looking back at the rankings. At the end of this lap, I want to get both of your updated rankings. We have Kim's. I don't have Walt. Walt, you might not have given us rankings when you were. I don't know if
We gonna
I
save
don't
it
have
till the
any
end,
written down,
please?
so don't tell us.
I'm
but,
going to save it to the end. I'm going to.
yeah, but
Perfect.
You will not know.
But-
I have a ranking so far in my heart because I've seen one film, and you can rank one film one way. So I'm not gonna divulge it, but like no, I will tell you at the end of this how I rank these things, because gosh, this movie feels like a time machine took me to a
Yes,
completely
it
different
does.
era
Absolutely.
in cinema.
Kim had this at number 1, so that's just off the bat. Like, this was
Loved.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're probably still there.
This is the best movie in the Fast and Furious franchise.
Calm down.
Okay.
It's rankings based on what you want, Walt. Like, you could be ranked by the ones you like the most. We don't necessarily go best.
Sure.
I think, okay, so I think, you saying this is a time capsule. So Joe and I had this conversation starter question, like, what's the most 80s thing in this movie? Because we had a couple patrons sponsored laps. So in between each of these, we're watching a different 80s cult movie that they picked. Our other patrons are doing 80s cult movies that we're watching on the Patreon. And so we're just
Spoilies
like,
after this. Next time, we're still going to ask you.
Yeah. So
this
that's going to be our
question.
conversation starter just to kick things off. And so we're, all these movies came out obviously in the 2000s, but I realized in watching this movie, you say it's a time capsule, so much of this movie feels like it could only happen in 2001. Some of it is like kind of 80s, some of it's kind of like 60s, and I'm like, I don't know what the answer to our own question is, what's the most 80s thing, but like, for better or worse, and both maybe, this is truly, as we talked about before, a time capsule. Like, this is like 2001 distilled into 107 minutes.
Yeah. When I wanted to thank your Patreon subscribers for coming up with this theme, because I like, as I was engaging with the film, I was like, oh, I should keep an eye out in case anything from the 1980s happens. And then I meet some people who are the most 1980s people that I've ever met in my entire life. And I'm so thrilled that you did this. Are we beginning now? Should I engage?
Yeah, please.
Yes, please. What's your most 80s thing that you saw in this movie?
These fucking cops.
Oh, I knew you were going to say
These cops are the most 80s cops. Cops don't look like that anymore. Cops don't talk like that anymore. These cops are salty FBI guys who are like hanging out in a house in LA and
smoking, drinking iced cappuccinos,
punching each other, and they're cool with it.
The gigantic iced decaf cappuccinos.
None of them are Latino. Like, this is the most 80s possible cop that you could ask for. Like, it is without question. Like, they have mustaches. They have mustaches that basically they saw a movie that had Burt Reynolds in it, and they went to their barber and they were like, make this happen to my face the best that you can. Tom Selleck, make it so, number one. And like that's just what these cops are. These cops are from a different era. They were encased in ice throughout the entire 90s. They don't know who OJ is besides a really good running back for Buffalo. They have no idea. These cops are precious, and they're endangered species because within a few years, these cops won't exist anymore. They'll just be chiseled guys who have a lot of leather on them and work for 3-letter agencies that don't actually have enforcement powers. But these cops, they are FBI, LAPD. They're just salt of the earth, working class guys. They bring a lunch pail to work. God damn it! These cops, 1980s, amazing.
Great answer. Excellent answer.
Kim, did you have something that popped out at you as the most 80s thing about this movie?
Oh yeah. So I think we mentally see the underglow of those cars and we think like Need for Speed, like Underground and stuff like that, like the street racing thing. And of course it is from street racing, but that's an 80s neon, the vibrant neon glow that just permeated everything between the year 1980 and 1989 was that's where it's from. And I looked it up. That undercarriage neon glow was patented in 1987.
Hell yeah.
Oh, so it's definitive. Kim, I love that you said that because I Googled the time period of so many things in this to make sure my 80s lined up correctly. So thank you. I'm glad you were doing the research as well, because I was.
Because I also Googled when was the floppy disk invented, because the compact computer with the floppy disk.
Yeah.
1962. It does feel very 80s, but my pick, I think, is kind of sort of piggybacking off Walt's. I think it's so funny in this movie how there's a scene where Brian just really wants a cigarette, and they're like, give him a cigarette. They're like, don't give him a cigarette. And like, there's not really a point to it, but like, I feel like talking about cigarettes and wanting a cigarette and like smoking a cigarette in a movie in a public space or whatever feels to me very 80s. Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Joe, do you have something? I know you took a lot of notes on 80s things.
I took a lot of notes on 80s things, but I think my winner for the most 80s thing in this movie is Vince's mesh shirt.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's like so stereotypically 80s. I think that has to be my winner for this movie, this episode. Although I'm going to speed run through my list.
Okay.
The silver Airstream camper that the Torettos have, very 80s.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. Mm-hmm. That eagle-eyed. Amazing. Go on.
All of Toretto's Market and Cafe is 80s. Like the signage, the counter that sits in the middle of the restaurant, the toaster that Mia has, all 80s. And then the last thing is metal toggle switches that Brian uses in the car. When was the last time you saw a metal toggle switch?
Yeah.
Looks so satisfying.
They do.
They're so great. Bring them back. I agree.
I think something about this movie, and I don't know if this is where we're going to actually start the conversation at earnest. I want to hear what you guys have to think about this, because we're maybe looking at the entire franchise through like the what's going on for the future thing. But I feel like what makes this movie sort of special is that like it has personality. Like we love the newer ones, but the newer ones feel, for better or worse, like we're doing the Marvel thing. We're building a universe and we're whatever. Yep. And this is just like, we're just having like dirty, sweaty dudes and like one girl like race. And like, we're just, they have quirks and like, that's what's going, and it feels different. And it feels, a lot of movies have done this kind of thing, but it feels, especially within the franchise, so special and so unique. And I feel like a lot of that is just like, we don't have a huge budget. Like there's just stuff that we have around in warehouses from the 80s and 90s where it's going to use this, and it feels true to the characters. And man, it
definitely feels lived in. And like, it's also got like, as like when you design an aircraft over the course of the evolution process, you shave parts off, you realize, we don't need this. This is getting in the way. This is slowing us down. And I like this movie because it's like full of that. It's got a lot like, he's got a nerdy friend who's kind of Weasley. He's got a friend who never again appears in the franchise. And like, he's got like, there's just elements going on that are, like, yeah, cool, street gang. We'll never see them again. Like, it's just like a lot of elements that you can see. They threw a lot of stuff at the wall to make this movie, and then they really just started picking and choosing some stuff. Yeah. And I think that it's just, it's incredible for that, because it's just like, yeah, like you have a bunch of like Matrix ass like friends, and like some of these dudes don't make it past movie one, and like I think that is it reminds you that every Dungeons and Dragons adventure starts in a small tavern.
It was very much a Matrix ass soundtrack too, by the way, over and over and over again.
Unrecognizable if the Matrix didn't exist. This film, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's also one of the only. There's two movies in the whole franchise that it can exist in a absolute vacuum. It's this and the third one. And yes, Dom shows up at the very end, but like he doesn't have to. That movie could have existed in a vacuum. This one as the kickoff could have been like, you could have ended it with that scene, and then we're done. Turns out we didn't, and we went on for another 20 years, but here we are.
I want to frame this entire lap, Joe, in a way that I hope that you don't absolutely hate. But we just finished a lap that took the longest time. It took 259 days between the first episode and the last episode of the last lap. That is our longest lap.
Insane.
This one is close, but it's not as long unless we have some bonus episodes in there or whatever. But this one, starting in February and ending in mid-October, the first time we see Brian O'Connor is outside Dodger Stadium. Baby, pitchers and catchers are reporting this. This is covering the entire baseball season. We are here from spring training to the postseason. This is this lap.
That's beautiful. I didn't make that connection, but thank you. That's I always tell Joey, if you try hard enough and believe in yourself, it's always baseball season.
And this one it's truly baseball season.
It really is. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, because they just started like spring training games, right? Like I saw. Yeah, okay, perfect.
Pitchers and catchers down there, getting loose, getting warm, getting ready.
Perfect.
Some of the best players still not signed. Scott Boras still holding up, but Yeah. What did you guys love about this? Is there things, I'm sure there's things you notice you never saw before, especially Walt only having seen this 4 times, but things that jump out to you the most right now, knowing that you're going to watch all the movies again over the next several months. What's your big takeaway from this first movie, other than, stripping things away like you just said? Like, what's your big, that's something, that's the way that we're starting this?
I don't think I ever there's so many one-liners in this movie and in every one of these movies that I had forgotten that Dominic Toretto's first line was, "What'd you put in that sandwich?"
Hey, what an introduction to a character, right?
You really get to know who he is, right?
The thing that I thought that was so interesting about it is when the podcast that became Blank Check first looked at the prequels of Star Wars, it looked at them as if like, okay, let's just pretend that these films existed and the original Star Wars never happened. What's going on in them? And if you were to watch The Phantom Menace, you'd be like, this Jar Jar guy seems like he's going to be a big deal. He's in a lot of screen time. He's very consequential. That is how I feel about, I don't know, Jesse. Because if you think about like Jesse's role in the heist, Jesse, for listeners who might not recognize Jesse, that's the fucking point. Jesse basically appears one more time, if I recall correctly, in Fast 5, at which point he is killed. But
Vince, you talk about Vince. Yeah.
Okay, I apologize. I got the wrong guy.
It's okay. Yeah,
that's why we're here.
That's what I'm talking about. So Vince is a far more critical character in this than I think I would have appreciated having seen most of the rest of the franchise at some point. Like, I thought that, cool, that when they do these heists, they shoot a gun with a grappling hook into a windshield, rip the windshield out, shoot a gun into the passenger seat, and then the coolest guy on the team launches himself into the thing, dispatches the driver, and then hijacks the heist. Now, this being a movie, I assumed that the cool guy was going to be played by Vincent Robinette Diesel, that he was the one who was launching himself into the cab of a car, and instead, no, it's just his random friend. It's his friend Vince, who is then shot several times and is the crux of the moment that Brian reveals that he is a cop. And
there's a moment in this movie where, like, at the end when, he's trying to jack that truck, they start shooting a shotgun at him, and he takes his helmet off, and it feels like this is a hero moment. Like, there's no reason to take the helmet off. It's just like, I'm showing the audience my face.
Yeah.
It's like, why are you doing this? That feels wildly unsafe for multiple reasons. The guy's shooting bullets at you and you're hanging off the truck. Keep your helmet on. But that feels like, no, this is Matt Scholes' time to shine. He is going to be the guy who people remember from this movie. It's like, no, not really.
I'm the breakout star. I'm the guy who jumps in the car. I'm the guy who gets the job done. Never fucking see it again.
And we've said this a bunch before, Walt, and I don't know if you know it or not, but in the like deleted scenes, Vince has like a very serious backstory. Like, he's very grumpy because his mom is dying in the hospital. Mm-hmm. And that's why he like comes late to the barbecue and things like that. Like they're like, "How's your mom?" And he's like, "Oh, she's dying. Like, she's dying, dude." And
Vin is literally just like, "Hey, why don't you bring her a plate? We've been thinking about her."
Oh,
like they shot that scene. You can watch that scene.
That's his childhood friend, right? I'm sure in an earlier version of this movie, a much more critical character.
Yeah, it definitely like there were moments where you're just like,
so you're right. Yeah, he is like a big it feels like he should be a big part, and like there apparently was.
He's also the one who like realizes Brian's a cop, right? Like he's
right. He's right the whole time.
Yeah. I think that in Earth 2, where like, a butterfly flapped its wings, Kennedy avoided being shot, whatever, Vince is the guy in the Fast and the Furious franchise. It's a Vince-based franchise. And like there's a spin-off world in which case this happened, because it just felt like he was set up so much and then genuinely I never have seen him ever again.
He comes back.
I know he comes back, but like
just briefly.
Yeah, but it's like very like, my childhood friend died and now I have to avenge him and blah 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 blah. It's that was just a peculiar part of it. I feel like we're far enough in. Can we talk about Race Wars, please?
Please.
The name of it?
No, just the concept of race wars. Like the fact that the highlight of this film is an event called, as I understand it, was it considered to be the title for the film at one point? I think that,
and also they've never left it. It still exists as Race Wars in later films. And a chance that they have to change it, they go back to Race Wars much later and still call it Race Wars.
They could have left it in the first movie with Vince and never addressed it again. But instead,
yes, they should have. That's what we think.
They also retrofit that in a way that like. Later, when Dom is explaining to Letty in a later movie, like, we invented this. Like, here it doesn't feel like they invented anything. They're just, like, sort of the stars of the show because, like, people love Dom. But, like, it doesn't feel like they run the show to the point where, like, Johnny Tran feels comfortable enough, like, rightly wronged. He is right to be upset, but, like, comes at Dom supposedly on his own turf. Like, Race Wars has a complicated history that, like, we wonder if in later movies, like, just Hector is running. Like, Hector's talking in this movie about, like, making to the Naira circuit, which I don't know if that ever happened. Who knows? But, like, he feels like he's got a whole character arc, but now he just seems like he maybe is just Dom's lieutenant in charge of Race Wars. I don't know. Maybe.
Kind of a good gig.
Holds Toretto back, too. Like, just the dirty grunts who are there. Instead of, if it's his thing, might as well let him do what he wants.
I would love somebody to have on their LinkedIn profile, lieutenant in charge of Race Wars. That's an important job.
That would go over really well.
It would go over great.
Is that a full-time job or is that a part-time job?
Listen, it's actually a contract-based position, but
like the year,
I don't know what to tell you. Listen, dude, we're trying to improve it. It's just funding, but it's just such an like I'm glad that you brought up Johnny, because I think that Johnny really, like, I think he was consistently and reliably in the right over the course of this film. Is that a common conception, or am I wrong there?
I don't think he does anything wrong in the movie, right?
Like a low-time gangster, kind of, but like it's not. Yeah,
but so is our family.
It's like, we've agreed you're not supposed to be in my hood, so I blow up your car.
And there's actually, I mean, like is Vito Corleone a good man? No, but do you understand why within the world he's respected and is obliging basically the culture that he's within? Absolutely. I think the same is the case for Johnny.
And Johnny's like, someone snitched on me, and I think it was you, and it was Toretto's group.
Nailed it. It won. You got it, and like, yeah, in his home where his family lives. A very nice house.
And his dad slapped him. It's crazy.
His dad slapped him. It's nuts.
It also, speaking of, like narking on him, I never narked on nobody. Like, it feels weird to me that Brian, like, I know that he's trapped, right? Like, he moans like a cop, whatever. Like, when he's caught sneaking around that garage, he thinks the way into Dom's heart is to rat on Hector.
Right.
Like, it feels like there should be a code of honor or ethics among these criminals. And it's just like, even though Hector's not like in the family, Hector's still kind of sort of a friend, right? Like he's in the scene.
Yeah.
And to be like, hey, Dom, I'm trying to appeal to you. I'm trying to help you out here because that guy's doing bad stuff. It's like, that feels like doesn't have the honor among thieves that I would imagine. Or like, I can see Brian doing that, but I can't see Dom like
accepting it,
embracing that.
Right.
But keep your mouth shut. Mind your own fucking business. I know this is a movie, and I know it's kind of a cheesy movie, but like Brian stumbles in to Hector's garage to spy on them and just happens to find 3 Honda Civics. Well, he knew because he was ordering the parts. And then he like goes to Johnny Tran's garage and happens to find a stack of DVD players. Like, it looks like it's one of these guys for sure.
Although, why does Johnny Tran have all those DVD players?
We never know.
Legally, he just has a bunch of them that he's like reselling, I guess.
I like to imagine that he was actually like, although he's mad at Dom for sleeping with his sister and he blows up his car and doesn't want him on his turf, that he's actually somehow part of this distribution of the stolen DVD players. Like, those were actually the stolen DVD players, because the scene is small, that he, like, Dom sells a bunch of them to someone or wholesales the whole truck, and then Johnny Tran winds up with some of them because it's one of his racing buddies, and then that's just how it happens. So he was on the right path, just not at the right person.
Something about how his hands aren't totally clean here, regardless of what particular conspiracy that they're investigating is.
Yeah, I also think that like the heist element is like in a different movie, it's a little bit more like forward of like, oh, they're going to do a couple heists over the course of it. Whereas in this one, remind me, but I believe that there's only like 2 on-screen heists, the first scene and then the one in which things go down, right?
100%, yep.
Those are good-looking scenes. I thought that they did a real like I just pulled up like who the second unit director was, and just genuinely journeyman career, has done a ton of stuff all over the place. Did a bunch of stuff in Phase 2 of Marvel, like the Captain America: The Winter Soldier, which I thought had great stunts. Iron Man 2, and a couple of Mel Gibson flicks. We don't need to get into that, but either way, like he won an award for it among the stunt crowd, and I just thought like.
For this movie, for Fast and Furious 1?
There's the Taurus Awards is a stunt performance awards that has been given out since like 2000, and like this movie won for a ton of it: best driving, best vehicle work, best stuntman, best like stunt coordinator, that kind of stuff. And I was just very taken aback because part of it is just like, one reason I think this movie feels like it's from a completely different era is that this clearly was like stunts, like the people were doing stuff. I think a lot of movies, including the Fast and Furious lately, can have that kind of flubbery thing where things feel very weightless, where things feel very like the stunts are very, the animation's good, but I mean there's just a kinetic element to it that doesn't exist. I think even like when Paul Walker hits the NOS when he's doing that first race with Vin Diesel, and the bottom, like I think it rattles basically the bolts out of his car and this passenger seat floor drops through. That's a cool looking and like you can't like CGI that in the year of our Lord 2001. And so like I thought that it was very kinetic and felt very physical in a way that the movies kind of decrease over time.
So here's a question based on that. I think we'll sort of check back in throughout the lap. We know all logically, we've talked about this a lot, that as movies go on, as the franchise continues, as things get bigger, you have to go bigger and bolder and more expensive and crazier and whatever. Do you miss this small stakes stuff in later movies, or do you prefer going to space, like Kim mentioned on the intro episode? Like, do you like, I mean, could we return to these like rumors that
because that's the rumors,
they might do a smaller movie? Like, could they come back to this?
Yeah, but
or do you think that like
movie doesn't have to feel small? So like the most kinetic movie of all time is probably Mad Max Fury Road. Mm-hmm. And the stakes are not that big. Like, yeah, they save a whole town and everything. Mm-hmm. But, we're not saving the world from nuclear war or something. So,
right.
So like, yeah, I mean, but that felt so visceral and violent and fast, right? It did actually feel that the movie just kept going, punched you in the face over and over and over and over again.
And like, they obviously had a lot of computer generation imagery. They had a lot of touch-ups. They had a lot of things like that. I'm not one of those types who like categorically doesn't like CGI. I think that's naive in our day and age to suggest that even standard stunts could be accomplished with the verisimilitude that they are without some degree of computer enhancement, post work, things like that. And anybody, like, whenever a director tries to like say like, oh, this is all real, none of it's computer, that they're always full of shit. Like consistently. And I don't like that because I think it removes credit from people who work very hard on a thing. But like, I do think that there is something to this movie that like feels like, even just like it's just a race along a road, felt so much more intense than even just like, I'm reminded of Fast X where they're going through Rome, right? And like part of that is that sequence I don't think is their best. I thought it was kind of interesting that it came out the same year as a Mission Impossible movie that basically did the same chase, which was nuts to me. But like,
and did it better
because it felt like these guys were getting hurt, they were getting hit, they were in an insufficient car. Mm-hmm. And that was what I think made it fun. And so I think that like, I haven't seen these guys on their back feet in a few flicks. And I think that this movie is good because it genuinely shows low status people trying to like rise in the world, which I think is a far more compelling story sometimes than a man who's contractually incapable of losing a fight.
We've actually been watching in between the Icons on Earth thing. So as you're bringing up like how much you enjoy the special effects in this film and how real they feel, and you mentioned that they won a bunch of awards for it. In that they talk about like all of the innovations they had making this movie. Yeah, just like it was like the first time they attached like the car to a truck that they could drive in the first one. So like that, like, yeah, like all they actually made like substantial engineering innovations, which I'm assuming is why they won all the awards and why it feels like so gritty to you, or like just like this natural, realistic feel. So yeah, I think that you're 100% right. I agree with it too, because like it does feel very, very tangible in a lot of places.
Just crashing a real car. Yeah, feels super tangible.
Yeah,
exactly.
When the NOS explodes, that is a cool explosion because, like, I think that nowadays, not to be like nowadays, back in my, but like I think like now, if a car explodes in a movie, you have the fireball. They hit the goes up, all that kind of stuff. Whereas in this one, it was like basically a 3-stage explosion where the first one is like a fire starts, and the next one is the gas goes, and then they're still running. You're like, well, what are they running from? And then the NOS goes, and like it's just like it has like I think a little bit more attention to detail maybe, or just like a little bit more like thought put into some of the stunt stuff rather than just the standard like cool guy walk away from explosion stuff.
Right. Like what are you laughing at? Oh yeah, the nuclear submarine missile will obviously track back that way.
Absolutely.
Well, you know what? I don't want to get too I don't know if depressing is the right word here, but like, OpenAI just announced Sora, right? You can do this text to video crazy stuff. And like, I wonder if, in the way that they build these large language models, like they're building it based on like everything that's already been generated. Like, I wonder if you tell Sora to like, give me a video of a car exploding. Like, it's not going to do like this cool Nas blue flame explosion from this movie. It's going to be like every CGI manufacturer, because there's so many more of those. And so like, we're just going to have this like perpetual ad nauseum repetition, unless you're trying to intentionally go back to this, which I don't know.
Have you ever gone to like one of the stunt shows at a theme park, like a Universal or something?
Yeah.
And like basically they just like, yeah, we just pop the, like you put a certain amount of gas out, you flare it, and then it goes up, and that's just, like that is a standard effect. And like and it's important to have standard effects like that because you can't make a movie if every single effect is unpredictable, right? And so the default is always going to be, oh, we'll just do the standard flare and things like that. And any improvisation on that compounds the difficulty and the risk that they need to weigh. It was just cool seeing this movie like that. I think is where they put a little bit of the money, where like some of the effects and some of the stunts were specific effects that they designed to make this movie look different than every other car movie that had happened before. And I just dug that. I don't know. It felt a little bit more small batch, I guess, or like, you know,
craft
made in a way. Yeah, craft. That like obviously when you have a massive product that you can't have, but like I don't know. I just thought I dug it. I thought it was cool.
Artisanal.
Absolutely.
I know it's meant to be a sign of respect, but if we had you guys over for a party and you're like our new friends and we're mad at our current friends and we take a beer from those current friends and wipe the lid off and give it to you, would you drink that beer? Would you like, can you give me a new beer?
Well, it depends on if you then immediately leave the party to go sleep with your girlfriend upstairs. If you do that, then that's just standard host behavior.
Yeah, that seems on brand then. Exactly.
I take the beer. Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah, you take the beer.
It'll be fine.
Yeah.
I would be nervous to drink it in front of the friend that was scorned. You know what I mean? I think that's a level of disrespect to them that I'm scared of.
Especially to Walt's point, like Dom does this thing, is like, hey, fuck you, Vince. Brian, here's his beer. I'm heading up for the night.
Is Dom the worst host ever? Like,
he does say we have all these people over.
He has many people over. He says hello to none of them. He just says like, you, Letty, you're with me. I'm going to go upstairs. And like, then he just leaves. And like, more power to him because obviously he did just almost get arrested. But like, I can't imagine a party in my house coming in and being like, you're with me, Leather, and then getting out of there. Like,
yeah, I think, I think Kim's right. Like, I think maybe Letty is specifically the worst host because Dom is concerned about having all the guests and she's like, nope, going upstairs. And he's like, okay. Like,
it doesn't seem like he invited the guests, right? They were everyone was already.
I also kind of get the sense that like this is just like every night there because like they're not like Vince is just flirting, Leon's flirting, Jesse's making out with a girl, Letty's just playing video games, right? Like it feels like they're just having people over.
She's ignoring everyone playing video games. I forgot. It's on the floor too, which like at a house party is an inconvenient amount of space to take up when the floor.
Oh, 100%.
I had in my notes most 1980s cops ever, and then most 1990s party ever. And it's
the guitar that Vince is playing in the corner.
The Zakk Wylde guitar.
Oh
no!
Just
because you also think like if it's a party, you know, Mia might not like love Dom's friends, but like if it's a one-off thing, she'll probably be socializing. But she's like, I have homework. Like this, I can't. This is every night. Like it feels like it's just this is like what their house is. So it feels inconvenient.
Yeah.
Does it stay that way? Do you think in the things that we're not seeing in the following movies in their house? When do they stop living this particular life at the Toretto house?
Well, so there is an alternate ending to this movie where they drop Brian off at the house, right?
Yes. He comes up to the garage and Mia's in the garage.
And Mia's like packing stuff up because they have to sell the house and move because Dom's been arrested or something. It's like,
oh wow,
it's a very wildly like this is the definitive ending to this franchise. And he's just like, hey, let me help you. But like,
that's very.
Do they still have parties when Dom is in Mexico? I don't know.
No, Dom is the party. He's gravity. Everything gets pulled to him. Without Dom, there is no party. And Leon's shot. Leon's probably hiding. Jesse's dead, and Vince is shot. So like, there's no party then.
It does
Mia's
feel like
not
the
throwing parties.
First three movies are the ones where there's like extras and parties and stuff like that they're throwing, right? Like Tej is throwing parties at his garage.
Yes.
Han is throwing parties at his garage. But past then, they're either going to parties other people throw or like everyone we see is just the family.
I also think that the thing that's interesting about this movie that was different than other movie is that bear with me, this movie had sets. Like they built a diner to hang out in. They built the house. And like they return to these locations multiple times over the course of the film. In most other I almost said most other D&D flicks because I'm getting there. But in most other Furious movies, they basically start one place and then go on a journey. And like, anytime that they're together, they're in a new location hanging out. And like I think that again speaks to why this is a different kind of storytelling style than other franchises, which is that every movie is a journey. You don't always return home at the end. You don't always go like you're basically just kind of pushed forward in a way that I think that many other franchises either reset at the end of it to kind of get some sense of normalcy or have a permanent change but nevertheless maintain locations or continuity or change, whereas in this one you can be scattered to the four winds at the end of it. You get like I think it's so wild that they filmed an original ending to this that, again, like I mentioned, is vaguely Hays Code, where it's like, and maybe test audiences will hate the fact that the cop didn't catch the guy, and the fact that the ambiguously mixed race dude gets away with it in Mexico, and they won't see tickets anymore. And like I do like the fact that they had the courage of their convictions to actually end it in a like somewhat ambiguity matter, and then nevertheless, like I don't think that they ever like stop doing that. I think that that's a cool thing about the franchise, which is that it is a journey based franchise rather than a like an episodic one.
The journey just gets the spots they end up in get really, really diverse. You just keep far apart over
keep
time.
Leveling up everything. I think that it is so unique in that regard, where even if like I sometimes have issues with the quality of it, like I think like nobody else is doing storytelling like that. And even just the ending of like, I forgot that this was the ending. Like, again, I've only seen this movie like 4 times, but I forgot that it ends with like, yeah, they shoot 2 guys and then they go on a street race where they decide then that they're brothers, and then he lets him go. And like that's just like a cool ending in a way that I didn't really expect them to have the nerve to do.
You put 80s music on that railroad jump.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and then freeze frame it, end the movie, perfect.
Or I mean, it just becomes Point Break, right? But like at the end of Point Break, you're kind of okay with him letting Bodhi get away because Bodhi ostensibly dies.
That's what I was going to say.
A cop, right?
Like,
but
Bodhi gets away, but it's not in the same sense that like Dom, like we in the end, and then in the credits you see like Dom is still alive. Like Bodhi gets away to die, so it's the same as being captured ultimately, right?
Yeah.
So it's like a completely different.
Yeah. Which is different than getting away with a crime. Like.
Yes.
Do you guys think Dom makes his own barbecue sauce, or does he buy it? Because we see him basting that chicken on the grill, and he's got the little brush, he's got the little bowl of sauce. You think he makes that sauce? You think he buys that sauce?
I have an answer. I think that you should go first.
He buys it.
Yeah?
I don't think he has time.
He's got nothing but time.
He's a busy dude.
Yeah.
He's got to take care of all these people.
I think that for a while, Dom made his own barbecue sauce, and then nobody really liked it or remarked on it. And then started getting bottles that he would then pour Heinz barbecue sauce into, and then maybe a little salt to spice it.
Sweet Baby Ray's it.
It'll be fine. He Sweet Baby Ray's it, but like basically, it's like how like I don't know if you ever worked in a restaurant, but sometimes like the house sauce is just they mix ketchup into the ranch dressing, and like I think that that's what he's doing with that, and like he still says, "Hey, I got the special sauce," and everybody likes it now, and so he's still getting that.
Well, does he cook in all the other films when they have barbecues? Who's cooking?
I think Dom's typically on the grill. I mean, Rico and Tego are on the grill, Leo and Sando are on the grill, but at least one of them sucks at cooking. Like,
right.
I think that Dom buys the sauce, but he has a local place that he really likes and like gets pints of it from a local place that's like artisanal craft barbecue sauce. So it is made with love, but not by him.
I mean, there's also a chance that like they make it at at Toretto's Marketing Cafe, and he just brings it home from there. Like he's not making it, but still homemade. You know what I mean? Like Mia might make it or something.
That is a curious question. I like that question. Good job.
They serve like canned tuna at the shop.
They do serve canned tuna. It is not a good time. It is not a well thought out job.
Yeah, but that's not made with love. Do you think that he carries his weight? I mean, I know that he does the books at the cafe, and I know he's worried about the mortgage and the bills there and everything like that, but like, it seems like, I mean, it also doesn't seem very busy, but like, it seems like Mia's kind of doing the work there, and she's a college kid or a high school kid.
I think that he does the work by street racing at night to get enough money to make rent. Like, I think
bingo, that was my thought.
Yeah, I think that like this is not a viable business. They should have cut bait and ran. Unfortunately, the Torettos are they are they can be persuaded to kind of keep doing something long after it ought to be over with. And I think that they are just kind of going with the flow because they never really got over their father's immolation, as is alluded to in the film.
Well, that comes back in a big way in F9, so get ready for more Fiery racetrack deaths.
Daddy issues.
Is there anything about this movie that doesn't really work? Knowing where it goes, knowing it's a kickoff thing, they're just throwing things out there. They're trying things. They're seeing what works. Aside from calling race wars. Is there stuff about this that you're like, I can't believe? Because a lot of this feels like it's a miracle that there's a second movie, let alone 11 of these, right? But like, is there anything about this you're like, I can't believe they left that in there, other than race wars?
I think the cops are in a completely different movie. I think the police in the house are in a completely different franchise movie. Like whenever they were cast, they were just like, yeah. So basically, you're the guys in Heat, and you gotta you're that kind of type of guy, and just make sure that you're just kind of all friends, but this young punk, and like I just think that they think that they're in a completely different franchise, and I think that bears out because what the franchise eventually realizes its cops need to be is dudes like Dwayne The Rock Johnson and other super cops and things like that, like the very modern style of what cops kind of became, where you had that concept of the cop in the 80s and the cop in the 90s, whereas the buddy cop movie kind of evaporated, right? Because cops were no longer kind of fun and interesting and working class guys to watch. They basically became the comedian from Watchmen, just very competent, very brutal and very muscled. And so the cop movie, the illustration of cops on screen has changed over time. That again, those gentlemen just feel like fossils. And I think that that must have it could have been a second unit thing. It could have been the director was still figuring out the tone in the editing booth. But at the same time, it just felt like that was a completely different movie. And if you had cut all those scenes, I think that it maybe would have been more the core of what Fast and Furious became.
It does feel like, to a certain extent, they need someone like Brian, because without a young person, they would never be able to keep up with the modern world, right? They need someone, even though Brian is a terrible cop, he's bad at his job, he lets the criminal go, it feels like without him, they wouldn't be close. Even though it does seem like they already know it's Dom, but it feels like they need youth to keep up with the modern times.
Right? I want to just briefly, before we continue to engage with the question of what does Dom Brian really is an awful cop. They know, they basically have Dom dead to rights. They're like, hey, Brian, we need you to pretend to be a ragamuffin, a little scamp who knows how to drive cars, and get everything that you can on Toretto, and never bothers to search evidence. He's just really, really bad at presumably what they sent him to do
because he loves him. He's like, no, it's not him because he's my boyfriend.
I mean, not wrong. I thought it was weird to see Dominic Toretto kiss somebody in this movie because I feel like he becomes a fairly asexual individual over the course of the film.
For sure. I think Vin largely is asexual, as an actor, as a celebrity, as
you're
also,
right.
So is The Rock. A lot of these people are.
I think that it also became, as movies became more internationally distributed, it's a lot harder to get distribution for some of that stuff. There's just less demand for it in a lot of the territories that they're looking for. That oftentimes gets cut. And so, if you can skip it, you can skip it. But anyway, I didn't want to divert us too much from the question of Kim. What do you think could be cut from this film?
Could have been cut from this film. We talked about one-liners very briefly, but they're obviously trying absolutely everything to get I smell skanks and things like that. Really, to hit with the culture that's watching these movies, so people repeat these one-liners to each other. And you know what? They got better at it over time, but in this particular,
did they? I think they get better at it.
Maybe they got better at it. I don't know. When the rocks are good. Except in Fast Five. They're awful in Fast Five.
Yeah.
Give me the damn veggies. Oh boy.
Although I think, again, going back to what I was saying at the start of the episode, that feels that's what makes this set apart. In Fate of the Furious, when they have Hobbs and Shaw flirting with each other, basically can we do a spin-off movie? All it is one-liners, but it feels like they're going for a thing here, just we're making t-shirts. One of these is going to hit and one of these is going to be a t-shirt. And it's
I will say one of them hit. I was genuinely taken aback because I didn't expect it was coming by the I live my life a quarter mile at a time. And obviously that has become a little bit of a mantra throughout the series, but the first time that he hits that, you're like, oh, That's actually a pretty good. I kind of understand exactly what this guy's about in a way that maybe I didn't 5 minutes ago. I can see the gears turn. Like I'm much more sympathetic to him. I imagine Brian is like. It's just like that line really, really hits, and I did not expect it to because it's basically become the gotta catch 'em all of this franchise, where it's just the thing that's on all the bumper stickers and the T-shirts and all that. But like that genuinely delivered. Say like Diesel's like I contend, and not everybody agrees, but I contend that Diesel's a pretty good actor. And I think that like that's a moment where you were like, oh man, no, you did a good job there, Mr. Diesel.
There's a weird bit about that whole speech though, and the line right after it, I believe, has to do with how he doesn't have to like worry about his family time, but throughout this entire film series, he's always worried about
constantly
his family.
Worried about his family.
So yeah, maybe he says he's happiest in the moment where he's not like thinking about his family. So
worry is a different connotation than like thinking about, right? So like, I think that if he's not worried about his family in that one moment, it's because he's doing the thing that he's best at. He's in a flow state, you know?
Of course.
Yeah. I don't know. I dug that a lot. I thought that was great.
It does hit really nice, and and even if it's kind of cheesy, like quarter mile at a time, it's concise. You know exactly what he's saying. You're absolutely right. It just puts you right there, and you're like, "Yep, that sounds like something he would say." It fits the theme of the movie, and it makes sense.
So I want to play a little bit of a thought experiment game here that I don't think we've ever done before, but I think looking at this franchise the way that we are, it kind of makes sense to do it now. Imagine you walk out of the theater in 2001 having seen this movie. And I know that like it's a different time and like sequels are not guaranteed. It's not like every successful thing becomes a sequel because like that's Hollywood is out of ideas. But if you're leaving that theater or you're an executive at Universal, like this is a hit. We need a second one. Like what would you expect as, someone who had just seen this movie? Like what would you hope for a sequel like Too Fast, Too Furious to be? Because like it being like, well, we're following this one guy across the country with a whole brand new group of people. Like, that's not what I would expect. That's not what I would want either, I don't think. Like, what's the story you would want to follow this up with?
I'm so glad that you asked this because I actually, the earliest part of this franchise, anything before 4, I'm actually rather loose on. Like, I haven't seen the other ones. And so I actually, do not recall as much of 2 and nor even as much as 3 as I imagine everyone else does. And so like where would I take this franchise next is like it's such a good question because is it like do you get the heist crew back together? Is it do you follow Walker as he investigates a new group of people? I think that the issue is that like the most successful part of this movie, which is that like fascinating tension between Vin Diesel and Paul Walker that I think is just based on chemistry, is like the least like a serializable element of it, right? It's like you can obviously make the cop serial, you can obviously make the criminal serial, you can obviously like carry those stories forward, but like the entanglement between them, like in any situation like that, you're getting into a potential Team Rocket scenario where it's just like, oh well, the cops are they're gonna lose every time or something. Like, and so like I'm glad that like I also from that point of view is like if you think about most franchises at this point in Hollywood, all of them are trilogies, nothing except like James Bond. And a couple of the horror stuff goes beyond just a trilogy and then they're done, right? Like Jurassic Park trilogy and they're done. Think of the big movies in the 90s that actually made sequels, and they're usually trilogies, at least at this point in history. And like, if you think about like based on what I recall from this franchise, if they never made anything after 3. And they just had this trilogy of films. It makes no fucking sense. Like
not a cent. No,
it makes no sense whatsoever. And like it is the most like taken as a trilogy. I would argue it is an abject failure because it does not actually like it's basically like a thematic trilogy. You barely follow the through lines between these characters that much, and like it's so kind of fascinating to see like how. Not only did they then immediately right the ship, but they like perfectly locked it in to become one of like defining franchises of its decade. But like. Where do I take it from here? I don't know because I would find it like maybe like Walker gets a promotion to Interpol and has to chase him down.
I think we're overcomplicating things. Yeah. Okay, ready? If you look at this from a professional wrestling standpoint, okay?
I was waiting for
there is a tag team being created here between Dominic Toretto and Brian O'Connor, right? So that has to come together in the second movie because they've not like fully joined forces yet. They had, they had an argument. They went back and forth a little bit and finally they left it there, but with a newfound respect for one another. So in the next film, you figure out how to get those two puzzle pieces together, have them intertwine throughout the plot until finally by the end of it, like Hobbs and Shaw did in their storyline. They become that tag team with all these tertiary characters.
Isn't that just
So you're pitching the fourth movie, basically.
Yeah, it should be the second movie. Like, they went on two like extreme detours before they got there. That was always the movie.
There's a very funny thing that Joe mentioned. We're watching Icons on Earth, and we're like, we've seen them cover up through like the sixth movie, and it's funny to hear these people talk about like only in like making the fifth movie that they're like, this is when we started planning like for future movies too. It's like you've made so many of these movies to not think about what comes next. Like, I love that they're just like playing so fast and loose, but it's crazy that they're just like, yeah, whatever, we'll figure it out. It's just like,
I will put
Miami.
Just because I think that like again, like this is a fundamentally different kind of storytelling style than anything else. And I think the fact that it is completely unplanned until the fifth adds a little bit of charm to it in the same way that comic book arcs have a charm. Just like a lot of comic book arcs, like you said, like, okay, you're going to get 5 issues. And like, if there's an audience at issue 5, we'll maybe get you a few more. And then if you're able to build that audience, then you can have an arc. Nobody says like, okay, you have a 20-issue arc of Hawkeye, have fun. It's always like you get basically 5 to prove it. And if you don't prove it, then they're going to cancel it. And then they'll figure out a new writer to take on the character in a little bit. And so that's really what happened with this, right? Like they made an arc and they were like, this is great, let's continue it going. And then they like took the arc in a weird direction. They're like, we're gonna do a reset. And they took the arc in a different direction. They're like, we're gonna do a reset. And then they were like, okay, we'll get the creative parts back into play. And it's just like, it's a different style of storytelling than like you see in Hollywood a lot. But like in wrestling, in comic books, that is how it's done. Like in soap operas, that's how it's done. You try shit out, and if it doesn't hit, you change it, and if it works, you really triple down on it.
But they're not spending hundreds of millions of dollars
to
make the movies on these long shot ideas that they're just throwing at a wall, seeing what sticks, and coming back and starting over.
That is an element.
It's like a
problem, yes.
It's just a wild idea. Yeah, like I fully agree with you. You're like, yeah, in soap operas, you're like, well, this thing has been on for 40 years, and like, they're not paying that much to make them, so.
That's part of it. I also think that, it is a bit misguided to do that, but it worked out.
It did. It absolutely did. That we're here.
But did it work because they did that, or in spite of them doing that?
In spite of. Yeah, I mean, I think so. But like, I would be sad if we lived in a world without Tokyo Drift.
Yeah.
So
I disagree. I think it worked because of it. I think it worked because, like, there's this idea of like, like when you get stuck in a rut, it's because like there are like better places that more would maximize the thing that you like. But it's just like getting over that hill on either side is what gets you stuck there. It's a local minima, right, or a local maxima, and you can't get to the actual good stuff unless you like do something crazy that kind of puts you over the edge. Right?
Like the question there is like, why did people go and watch the fourth film after the second and third one? It's nameless now. Like, what are we gonna do?
Oh, Mr. Wrestler, is there any possible history of two people who are really good together being kept apart arbitrarily
until finally
they come back at sacrifice or something like that? Right? Do I have that right, Kim?
Yeah, it's got
do I have the vernacular?
You got the vernacular.
Great.
Nailed it.
I think like we've said this before, but I think there's something like that Joe and I really enjoy looking forward to after we finish a lap and coming back here, because these early movies feel messy and chaotic in a way that like the later ones, again, we love the later ones, but they feel like this is where we have to do, these are the beats we have to hit to get to a thing. And here they're just like, I don't know, we're figuring it out we're all figuring it out. You know what I mean? It's to watch them all on loop, and then to see
reset.
Because 5 and 6 are like these like high points, and then it's like, okay, then 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever. Like we're figuring things out. Like we're approaching an end game here. And then to get back here and be like, I cannot believe that this is a multi-billion-dollar franchise based on this one movie. It just feels insane.
It's really interesting to see, like, there's so many just extra side characters, right, that exist there that they end up bringing back 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 movies down the line. That it's just ripe for the nerding out for the people who watch all these movies to grasp hold of these characters. Everyone but Ja Rule, I suppose.
Is there anything from this movie that you wished they would bring back that they didn't? That you're like, that's an interesting thread that I wish they explored more fully and they just dropped?
I absolutely have an answer, but Kim, you go.
Is yours not Ja Rule?
No, mine is mine is. I think Johnny's great. I think he's an amazing villain. I think that
I was gonna say, yep, I agree with you. I was gonna say Johnny Tran.
Like, and he got better. He was wounded. Oops, and now he's got revenge. And then friends become enemies. Enemies become lovers. It's like it makes sense. Bring it back.
He's the bad guy in Hobbs and Shaw. No problem.
He's great. I mean, he's
Somebody has said that. We've had fans like, who is the head of Eteon? You're like, why isn't it Johnny Tran? He's still pissed off. Like, he's still out there.
We had Chrissy Shackelford during the writer's strike, when she was not writing for Last Week Tonight. She was a guest on our show, and she talked about, she has this theory that in her mind, because we've seen so many characters come back from the dead in this franchise, she has this theory that if Dom does not see someone die, they are not dead. And Dom is nowhere near Johnny Tran's supposed death location. I also do feel like, if at this point, I mean, look, if they want to make a movie smaller, if they want to bring it back to like basics and origin, whatever, bring back the villain from the first movie, it's the perfect time to do it. But I also feel like most people who maybe have seen the original movie once or like 15 years ago or whatever, be like, wait, who's this?
Yeah.
Like, if he's like the big bad, I don't know, but we would love it.
They did that they had to re-explain it with Jason Momoa, right? They went through the whole process of making everyone
that was very
clear
really
who
stupid.
This person was.
That was really stupid, and I liked it a lot. I mean, they invent characters out of what I mean. You can use clearly there's a lot on the cutting room floor from this movie.
Johnny, he checks his pulse, right? And then tells someone to call 911.
Yeah, but he's the worst cop in the world, and clearly doesn't know how to, he doesn't know how to not say I'm a cop.
He says he tells him to call 911 as if this person could still be.
As it, he doesn't go call the morgue and then ends on the phone. Get the coroner down
that
here.
That would have been a better one-liner.
That's not bad. But he's call 911. Yeah, so I make him alive. I would like that a lot. You need to they would need to start setting this up 2 movies ago. Yes, but I think it's important.
I think with the Momoa thing, they can just pivot that, because they're your past will come back to haunt you.
Yeah,
the seeds are there. You know what I mean? It's not unfathomable that they're oh, by the past we meant Jason Momoa and Johnny Tran.
It is a little funny that if this gentleman who rides a motorcycle and shoots things with Uzis does end up running an international spy cartel. That would be a fun, I would watch that.
I'm so down. Yeah.
I would watch that movie. I would watch the Fast and the Furious spinoff of showing his rise from the hospital bed in LA through owning
with
Cypher.
You want Johnny Tran as the main character?
Yeah.
No. I'm in.
But this has to be a miniseries, right?
I've seen he's in it has to be a miniseries to bring him to where he is.
Peacock?
Yeah.
Get on this. Peacock, this is exactly what we're here for.
He plays Kublai Khan's brother, I believe.
He's still with us
in Marco Polo on Netflix.
Not bad.
Yeah, he's still around.
Anything else? I think there are big takeaways from this first movie that you either forgot about entirely, and it might be easier for Walt to answer than Kim, because Kim's seen it as much as we have. Things you completely forgot about, things that you're excited to see where they go, if they go, takeaways from watching this movie 23 years later with the future of the franchise in question. I also don't want I want to make sure that people listening to the show aren't oh, they're such downers, there might not be another movie, but it's just it's a weird time to be a fan of this franchise. I want to make sure that we're watching through that lens. So I'm not saying we don't know what's coming next, because we genuinely don't know what's coming next. Although they did confirm Alan Ritchson as Ames is returning in Fast 11, so he's coming back. So
cool. Think that we are down on this franchise. We are not down on this franchise. This franchise is a miracle. That is when we were we want to talk to you guys about this and come on potentially there's a franchise I can think of where sometimes 2 friends join up for a run of movies, and it's fun. And so I think that this franchise is a unicorn. I think it is I don't know how it I was scrolling through to be man, can you think of another 2000s, early 2000s movie that you could get this much mileage out of, that you can get 10 movies to spin off and have it go from being very low, what would that even look like? And the answer is no. You can't. What this thing accomplished is phenomenal. And so even regardless of what comes next, it is worth studying this, because it's like it feels organic in a way that no other franchise really feels. Every other franchise feels like they have the book that it's based on and they're going to adapt the book. They're going to split the book up into these 3 chapters. You know what's probably going to happen in each movie when you get into it. Each one is sequential. Even the ones that aren't, things like Mission Impossible, you know that most of the plot and most of the characters are, just kind of draped over a very good sequence of stunts. Whereas like this film series is I think like either the future of all of this, right? Where it's like taking the storytelling styles of comic books, of wrestling, of these serialized storytelling things, and making that just so what it is moving forward, or it is genuinely the last of its kind. And we will never see anything like this happen again because nobody's making movies like The Fast and the Furious anymore for them to have 9 sequels to, right? Nobody's doing original things anymore that aren't based on pre-existing IP. And obviously this is based on pre-existing IP, but Vibe magazine articles ain't exactly the holy text, right?
Yeah.
And so I just think that this movie is so insane, and it's also just shocking that other franchises do have kind of walked in these footsteps, right? Like,
but is this movie so insane?
No, this franchise.
One? Yeah, right.
This franchises. Right. So to be clear, I'm talking about like this organism that we are seeing, right? This multicellular organism that is the Fast and the Furious, right? The film, this little first cell, right? This primordial piece of goop is a fascinating thing to look at. It's like a fossil that has too many legs. I can't look away from it. It looks weird. I like it. It's compelling. It does not exist anymore. You could never make it today. And
no,
I don't know. I just think like it is just kind of fascinating to watch what it grew into, right? And I think what it grew into is truly exciting in a way that I think very few things are, because I think that no other. There's just nothing else like this. And I think that when you guys go around this track every time, I think it's exciting just because I think, this is worthy of thought, because like they have done something here that really they got away with it, right? That like in ways these movies should not have happened. These sequels should not have happened. These casts shouldn't have succeeded based on the prevailing conventional wisdom within Hollywood at the time. Like there's so many reasons that this shouldn't have worked. And not only has it worked, but during what we would maybe call its many heydays, like it had some of the most high box office, diverse audiences, global appeal, the kind of things that you really can't buy. Like it just organically built that up. And so I think that it's worthy of, thought, respect, and I'm very excited for what comes up, even if the future is a bit nebulous, just because there's nothing else like this thing that we're talking about.
I do wonder, like what you were saying in that, like I wonder if this is almost like sort of grandfathered in at Universal, like we're never doing this again, but like let's see how this goes. Because there's always going to be sequels, there's always going to be franchises, there's always going to try to make more things that people like, but the craziness with which there are 11 of these movies and maybe up to 12, 13, 14, who knows how many, it's like Barbie made $1.2 billion or whatever, right? Like, is that going to be around as a franchise in 23 years? Probably not. I mean, like as a movie franchise?
I think it's like the one that is closest to it is, I think, Bond, right? Mm-hmm. You have a cast of characters who has a new set of encounters every time. They try to raise the stakes. Action-based franchise. Nevertheless, you really care about the people involved. But like even this has additional subtext going between it, right? Because in Bond, it's very episodic. They'll change out the cues. They'll change out the characters occasionally. But in this, like, it really does feel like, they are doing, arguably a multi-generational storytelling style that you don't see in film. You just don't. It's in other mediums that we've talked a bunch about, but like you don't see it in movies. And I think that like even the MCU derives itself from comic books and has an interconnected arc, but is aggressively planned. Whereas this really does kind of seem like they start with a blank page every new film, and there's an excitement to that.
Because I think, like, you were saying a multi-generational thing. Like, the Bond movies reset. Every time there's a new Bond, like, it resets. But I think there's an equal chance that the Fast and Furious fully reboots, or is just like it's Dom's kid is the star of the next bunch of movies. You know what I mean? Like it feels like it could go either way, which feels insane.
Like a full like Prince of Bel-Air kind of reboot with the same characters but new people.
I think that there's a timeline here that absolutely happens. I've thought about it before, that there's a situation where we like just tuck it for 10 years and then we just get the like, hey, We're out of ideas. Let's do Fast and the Furious again. And they just literally start from the first one and just go.
Well, gentlemen, I have a bit of a counterpoint, if not a fulfillment of what you're describing, which is that this franchise, this humble franchise, which started off boosting car stereos from containers in the LA. This franchise has gone to other countries. It has gone to Mexico. It has gone to Europe. It has gone to Asia. It has gone to Dubai.
CIA black sites.
It has gone to CIA black sites. It has gone to the Arctic Ocean. Hey, Kim, do countries own the Arctic Ocean? No. It's gone to places where no man controls anything. It's gone to sky. It's gone to space. It hung out in space and landed from space, and no one died. Good times. This franchise has gone everywhere, except it hasn't gone back. And when Dom Toretto says that we started this thing, a fundamentally illogical statement, maybe Dom Toretto did start that thing. Maybe this whole franchise is leading to two words, gentlemen.
Race horse?
Oh, no.
I thought you were going to say they have not gone truly underwater and like it's a
center of the earth.
I
thought center of the earth.
No, it's Race War.
We're going back in time, starting Race Wars. It's a great idea. We came.
Don't say starting Race War.
We're gonna start a race war. We're gonna go back to, I guess, the 70s.
Plural.
Start some race wars.
Yeah.
And
January 6th. Sorry,
I don't. That date means nothing to me. I'm in the 1970s.
Since we've last recorded, Christopher Nolan's out here in these streets talking about how much he loves these movies, wanting to watch all of them with Stephen Colbert, right? Like, he's now talking he wants to do a horror movie. Like, Louis Leterrier did a serviceable job as a fill-in for Fast 10, but, like, why can't we get... I mean, I know James Cameron's doing the Avatar things, but why can't we get a Christopher Nolan? Why can't we get a Tarantino? He's doing
I'll tell you why.
thing, but, like,
because there's an auteur to this franchise, and his name is Vin Diesel.
Vin Diesel.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, you have to be compatible with Vin.
Need someone
Or,
to be
like we see,
subservient.
Justin Lin, you sometimes have to
Sometimes you gotta
get out of the way.
Yeah.
Kim, I don't remember the question that I asked Walt. Do you have an answer to the question, Walt?
Yeah. What was that question?
I don't remember.
It was probably about whatever. Like,
are you down on the franchise? Are you cool?
Yeah. I mean, of course I am. Like, yeah. Like, it's as you said, just uncanny, right? Like, how did this possibly work? And yet we're here. And there's something about the level up nature of all this that makes you want to see them level up more, right? Like, I don't they can take this anywhere at this point, but I want to see the level up of these D&D characters.
Yeah,
when they get to level 20 and they're virtually unstoppable, like what happens?
I think
we'll find out.
Recruit a team. They got to recruit a team.
They have a team. They are a team.
I know, but they need a bigger team.
Bigger team. Okay, got it.
Nothing quite like a bigger team. That's what you got. Like, sometimes you think you have a big team, but the threats are bigger than you are.
Usher would be great.
Usher would be dope.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of
Usher? Yeah, Super Bowl hype.
Usher on roller skates.
Oh, yeah, that's a vehicle.
Featuring Ludacris at that halftime show, right? Like, he's there.
Yeah.
We got the.
That's right. He was already there. Yeah.
You could have watched that connection happen. Like, maybe that's where the pitch came. You know,
it's canon now.
Ushering in a new era.
Oh no,
Fast and Furious. The poster writes itself.
Yeah.
Joe, any final thoughts about this movie before we play a game?
I'm so happy that we're watching it with Walt and Kim.
Aw.
Yeah.
Thank you for having us. This is very fun.
Yeah.
I'm excited for the game, but like I'm very happy that our very stupid idea found purchase.
Oh, of course.
It's super bizarre. Just last note on this. Super bizarre that to watch Ja Rule in a movie after all the Fire Festival stuff.
That is true. Yes.
Yes.
I don't think I'd watch this.
Weirdly,
and to remember that he said no, he was too big to continue to be.
Well, he said, "Give me $50 million," and they said, "No, we'll get Ludacris for a lot less than that," and it worked out.
Yeah, is Race Wars only the second least successful festival that Ja Rule's been a part of?
I mean, Race Wars is still around, and they didn't serve sad cheese sandwiches or whatever. So
can we go?
That's true.
Like in the real world, is it around, or is this just a Fast and Furious thing?
I mean, it's based on things that I'm sure are still around, but I don't think they're called Race Wars.
You want to go to an illegal street race in Queens?
I do not want to go to any Race Wars.
I'm not saying Race Wars in illegal street racing.
We can do that. Yeah,
we can do that. Probably
that we can do.
We could just kind of follow our ears.
We're not going to be. We're not racing. I can't drive. I don't have.
You are Canadian and you don't have a license.
We're in New York. Okay.
We do not do that. But like,
please, if you find one, let us know.
I will absolutely. Let you know. Yes.
And we'll get to Queens probably at 2:30 in the morning for whatever this race is.
That's when the race starts.
That's when races happen.
Of course.
Yeah. Got it.
Of course. All right, we have a game to play. This ain't no 10-second race, a.k.a. Boy Do We Have a Podcast for you.
Boy, do we have a podcast for you. Come and check out our show. Yeah.
This is where we go on twitter.com or x.com. Although the redirect is still there. It's still twitter.com. I don't know what he's doing with that. Maybe he doesn't have enough engineers. Who knows? Go on twitter.com, a.k.a. the Bird app, and find any tweet from anyone tweeting about these movies. Respond to them as Too Fast, Too Forever, and try to get them to watch the show. So let me first look back at our last episode's picks. We had Zaki Hassan on to talk about Fast 10. And I don't remember. I think maybe Joe, did Zaki get points?
I think so. Like
while
as we were
playing. Recording?
Yes, while we were recording, yes.
And I don't think I did, because I never do. I found please, in parentheses, at DeMac1214 forever. I can't believe they made Fast 10 without knowing where the series would go next. Have you watched these movies before? And we said, as Brian said in Fast and Furious 6, they're going to do what they do best, improvise. It's all part of the journey. Boy, do we have a podcast for you. It got 2 likes, but from Aaron and Randy, so no.
Oh, sad.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Joe, you found Ryan Eads at Ryan2499. I decided a month ago to check out the Fast and Furious movies. Hadn't seen one, not really my thing. Just got through Fast 10, and now I'm on every site I can find on the theories moving forward. And man, I miss B. Hashtag ride or die, hashtag family. We said, Ryan, buckle up, because we have almost 400 episodes full of thoughts and theories. Boy, do we have a podcast for you. It got a reply from Reaction Rocket. It got 3 likes. It got Aaron and Randy again, but also Ryan. So, Joe, you get a point.
Bing on the board. Thank you.
But Reaction Rocket replied saying, whenever I read tweets like this, it's like how I know how Jimmy Stewart felt at the end of It's a Wonderful Life when Clarence gets his wings. Every time a tire screeches, a Fast fan joins the family. And then Zaki found Esarty at Esarty. I'm about 45 minutes into hashtag Fast 10, and it's so OTT, over the top, and hammy, possibly the most video game-like movie ever. Everyone's committing to their roles so completely you can't help but go with it. It's like the movie equivalent of Royal Rumble. Every few minutes, a familiar face runs in and joins the action. We said that about sums it up. We think so too. Boy, do we have a podcast for you. Got 2 likes from Aaron and Esarty. So Zaki also gets a point. So you guys each get 1 point. Excellent. I get nothing. Swing and a miss.
It is like the rope.
So
incredible.
Yeah.
So now I want to see here. I'm going to assume, just because this game is impossibly difficult to play, that neither of you scored points when we played it last time. Let me just take a look. Walt, you have 0, and Kim, you also have 0. But that could all change. That could all change.
It's easy to move up the ranks quickly. It really is.
It really, like, it can, they reply, you get 5 points all of a sudden. It's just like, whoa, this is,
so strategic about this.
Serious spending. Did either of you find the tweet? Can you put a tweet either in the Zoom chat or Twitter or wherever you want to send it to us?
I will send it to you over Twitter. I have, I'm going to get cute with this. So in May 2023, after the film Fast X came out, one of the many fake Twitter accounts that is attempting to imitate Discussing Film, which is, one of those massive Disbussin' Film, tweeted out the, erroneous and not correct and made up story. Vin Diesel is planning to campaign for the Academy Award for Best Actor for his role as Dom Toretto in Fast X. Quote, I've welcomed so many people to my family over the years. Now it's time for the Oscar welcome me to his. Source deadline. This is not a real thing. It did not happen. However, I would like the account to tweet at Disbussin' Film and say, I also think it's bullshit this didn't happen. Because now we know who the Best Actor nominees are, and regrettably, the Academy in its infinite
excellent
neglected to honor the role. And I think that is where I'd like to take this.
What if, hear me out, a Numlock News Awards supplement thing was all about the Vin Diesel snub? Just the entire, this one comes from Walter.
But I am this close, listener. I'm putting my fingers very close. This close to booking a syndication deal. I can't mess this. No, but I will. Yeah, I will look into that. I think that's a good mailbag thing. We have a mailbag at the end of the year. You should send in the question. I will absolutely dive down.
Can you believe that Mr. Vin Diesel has not? Yeah,
I think that if he actually made the Hannibal movie, he would have a shot. I'm not even joking with that. I think that if he played Hamilcar in the Hannibal movie that he's been talking about for years, that could genuinely be the Oscar bait.
Kim, did you find a tweet?
Yeah, I got one. I am sending it to you in a moment. So this is from @PurpleRob. He says, today is Dominic Toretto's favorite day in Ontario. Happy Family Day. The third Monday of February every year in Canada is Family Day.
Really?
Where we celebrate families.
That's a really cute holiday. I like that. I didn't know about that. So we got a cultural exchange this episode too. There you go.
That's great.
Kim, how would you like to respond to this tweet?
I would like to respond, Happy Family Day, Mr. Purple Rob. XOXO love you.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
We're going to have a little Legolas and Gimli thing going on this entire arc where we're counting up our scores on this, and I'm going to beat you by the end of it. It's going to be great.
Ooh.
I mean, yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Gimli, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Honestly, if either of you get points, we all win.
We all win.
I couldn't agree more.
Joe, please hit us with your tweet.
I have a tweet from @SteelMagnolia_.
Pretty good.
It's pretty good. She starts by tagging Vin Diesel and says, "My mom claims to be the biggest Fast and Furious fan, but didn't even watch the new movie today like she was supposed to. Told her I was gonna snitch. Frowny face."
Oh, so she's pulling a Brian. She's trying to appeal to Vin Diesel's good side by being a rat.
Unbelievable.
You totally swayed my brain of what I was going to respond with that. And I don't want to reply aggressively like that. I want to be like, well, Meg, your mom is still part of the family. Girls, do we have a podcast for you?
I found one. I don't know if I feel good about it or not, but I found one from...
Sometimes those hit. So just like go with your gut and send it.
Guys, I cannot tell you how we're like, this person... Their profile picture's Carly Rae Jepsen. Their bio's about Paddington 2. They tweeted about the Fast and the Furious and how much they love podcasts. And I'm just like, these are all my favorite things. Like, they just ignore it. Like, it's the ones that you don't expect to hit that actually hit. So I don't know.
That's true.
Joe, this is related to you. I'm going to. It's there's a little bit of a visual component to this. So I'm going to share my screen.
Okay, let me see.
This is from Kid Phantasm @CB Bruno.
Okay.
Screw Ford v Ferrari, the Fast and the Furious, and all those other car movies. I want a full movie about this beauty and its former Hartford Whalers.
No, it's not just any Zamboni.
Let's go Whalers.
It's a Whalers
Hartford Whalers.
Hartford Whalers Zamboni.
Brian Late Night Rodriguez would be so happy. It's one of his favorite things is the Whalers and them existing and their logo.
And so he tweeted this today. Like, this is a tweet from today.
Wow.
You'd be like, as someone who's covered Ferrari on this episode, as someone who watches all the Fast and the Furious movies.
Simply, why not both?
#Brass Band. Brass Bonanza. What was their goal song? The Whalers had a very specific goal song, and I think you could drop it in for bonus cred.
Brass Bonanza, song by the Hartford Whalers.
Yeah.
Why not both? Why not a Brass Bonanza Danza Kuduro mashup?
I would actually jam out to that a lot. Because it's got all the right brass instruments. Oh man, I'm going to pay a guy on Fiverr to make that. Give me $5.
That was incredible. Good find, Joey. I really like that. Whalers Zamboni, top tier, dude.
Yeah.
This could work.
He's not kidding. He's literally doing this right now. Yeah.
Oh, wow. I'm not going to say anymore. Okay, great.
Kim, did you send us a tweet somewhere or no?
I think I did. Maybe not. Here we go. Coming.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us for this first of many episodes to go.
I'm so excited. Thank you for having us. We are so thrilled to be your guests. It is a very, very fun experience. And thank you so much for your listeners just for checking this out and also supporting us. So, yeah.
Is there anything you would like to plug? I name dropped by name Numlock News, the award supplement, but anything you want to plug? Anywhere listeners of the show can find you? Anywhere, any work you've been doing lately you want people to find?
I'm just going to show the book. You should buy You Are What You Watch. And yeah, it's fun. It's available wherever books are sold. It's getting a reprint. It's sold pretty well so far. So, yeah. So buy it wherever books are available. You Are What You Watch.
Okay. I have a big fangirl ask, and I've been saving it.
Of course.
I need a signed copy of the book, please, Mr. Walt.
Yeah.
He bought it already.
I already have one, and I would like to buy and have another one signed, and then we would like to give away a copy to one of our patrons.
That's super doable. Yes, I can get a copy of the book and get it signed for your patrons. I can also I'll get a copy to you. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, wonderful. We'll pay for them, obviously. Yes. Yep. Awesome.
And if any listeners want to buy a signed copy, the Astoria Bookshop, if you search, we live in Queens, New York.
Oh,
the
cool.
Astoria Bookshop, they basically text me whenever they get a new shipment in, and I go over and sign all of them. So any book that you order from them that is this book, almost certainly is going to be signed. So
very, very cool. Awesome tip.
Kim, what about you? Anything you want to plug?
I got nothing at the moment because we gotta keep on Walter's thing right here. I mean,
God damn it!
I'm serious. Like you don't release a book every year, right? So
not yet, at least.
Oh my goodness! I do not currently have a book out, so we're sticking with this for now. I'll have some stuff.
Love it.
Yeah.
I will also plug Walt's book, which I read cover to cover. Loved it. We had these academic researchers on who like edited a book of essays for The Fast and the Furious, and I'm like, yeah, I read the whole book. They're like, you did? I was like, yeah.
Oh, cool.
Like, I think you're the only person who isn't us to have read this book.
Yes,
like,
it was
fully.
really funny.
I'm like, okay. But,
academics is
we
my
interview you
favorite
guys.
book for that exact reason. It takes just so much like love to make a thing that is like not going to be read by a lot of people, really, really loved by a few. So that's very cool.
And fun fact: the four of us on this podcast right now have a total of 1 Pulitzer Prize.
Yes, I have 25% of a Pulitzer Prize right now on this podcast.
That's how it works.
On average, we all have a quarter of a Pulitzer Prize.
But also, technically, I did it's me and 3 other people, so you all be 1/16th, perhaps.
1/6. That's fine.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's more than I had this morning.
But yeah, thanks for having us. I'm so excited for this year. This is just, we love the podcast and we love you guys. And so, thank you for having us. This is going to be a very exciting journey. I'm very excited for where they take this franchise next, which is definitely going to be, what Fast 4 should have been.
Yeah, I'm glad you haven't seen the first couple movies in a while.
It's been so long. It's going to be very exciting.
And now you have homework. You have to go watch the deleted scenes, specifically the Vince at the dinner at the picnic table, the barbecue table, and also the alternate ending, which is there's a lot of deleted scenes from this movie, but those are the 2 that you got to watch.
When you describe that as homework, you could not be more wrong. You have just a delightful evening.
I mean, you're just a student who loves class.
Just a student who loves class. Little teacher's pet.
Our next main feed episode, our first pit stop this lap, is Predator from 1987. Before then, though, our patrons will get the bonus episode about RPM from 1998, which we've recorded already. So if you want to go check out a movie that weirdly sort of kind of inspired the Fast and the Furious and Gone in 60 Seconds, even though no one saw this movie, check out RPM. Also, give a special shout out to our patrons: Cassie Wilson, Nick Burris, Alex Ellen, and Justin Kleiman, Brian Rodriguez of High School Slumber Party, Wes Hampton, Jerry Robinson, Dan the Duke, Hayden Renato, Di Donato, Michael McGann, Lane Middleton, Lindsay Lewandowski, Nate Milton of the Kings of Sport, Jason Rainey, Tom Price, Mike Gallier, Josh Buckley of Whole Lot of Wolves, Michael Moser, thank you for this whole lap, Christian Larson, Tara New One, Aaron Willows, Natalie Absolute, Randy Carter, Josh Gularm, and Jessica Collins, a.k.a. Montez. Thank you all. If you want to join them, go to toofast2forever.com, and for all things Too Fast, Too Forever, go to cageclub.me, facebook.com/toofast2forever, or at toofast2forever everywhere on the internet. Email us, family@cageclub.me. Check out our Patreon page, like I mentioned, at toofast2forever.com. Our store at toofast2forever. Nope, cageclub.me/shop. We did not pay for that store domain because it was too expensive. And come back next week for Predator. I'm Joey Lewandowski.
I'm Joe, too.
And that was 2 men who each averaged a quarter of a Pulitzer, Kim Bhasin and Walt Hickey, and we will tell you all about it
when we see you again.
Hello and welcome to Too Fast, Too Forever. There's all kinds of family. We chose this one. This is episode 346, Too Fast, Too Furious, lap 14. I'm Joey Lewandowski.
I'm Joe too, and this episode is brought to you by Cult Gaia. Cult Gaia designs beautiful heirloom pieces that will live in your closet forever. Check out their recently opened 5th store in the Miami Design District. Shout out to Cult Gaia.
Well, shout out to Cult Gaia and welcome to Too Fast, Too Forever. With us tonight, we've got the one in the convertible, that is Too Chrome, and we've got the one in the non-convertible with Monica Fuentes. Welcoming back to the show for the second of many ride-along episodes, we have Walt, Hickey, and Kim Bhasin. Hello, gentlemen.
Hey.
How's it going?
Welcome back.
We are so delighted to be back. We are so delighted to be on this adventure with you guys as we do another lap.
A shout out to Miami, too.
Hey, by the way, shout out to Miami.
Shout out to Miami.
Hey,
shout out to Miami, for sure.
I will give a hint that we've teased it before. A future lap of this show, not the next lap, but probably the lap after that will be the Too Fast, Too Furious lap, which will be either sequels or movies set in Miami, or just like in the movies with actors from this movie. So Miami is going to play a big role on the show, in about 2 years or so. Like, considerable, because like laps take forever, but like we're going to give Miami its due on this show.
Will Smith is going to be on. He's going to sing "Welcome to Miami."
Oof. Yeah,
perfect.
It's gonna be great.
Wait, so speaking of Will Smith, is it weird that this is where my mind went?
No, we have to address this.
So Walt has his Numlock news,
yes.
And part of Numlock news there is the awards supplement.
There is the awards supplement, yeah.
Honestly, it makes watching the Oscars a little boring because Walt gets every single goddamn thing right. He's just like, here's all the predictions, and you went across the board. Even when Michael was just like, here's what I disagree with Walter, even, he was wrong there. So, you got that right too.
We had a good year.
But two things I want to get your take on first, Walt, and also everybody else, but Walt, because you are the awards guy. Number one, what do we think of the awards? And also number two, what do we think of so much Fast and Furious stuntage in the stunts montage that Ryan Gosling, they didn't really announce really that they're going to do best stunts, I think, starting next year, like, which is very cool, but like they're just out here talking about stunts for seemingly no reason, and then they have like 4 or 5 different Fast and Furious movies represented. So what do we think of the award show in general and, this year's awards and those Fast and Furious stunts?
I thought that they have to be telegraphing the stunt award. I feel like that was the acknowledgement, tacitly, if anything like that there's momentum behind it. They did add a new Oscar. It's going to come out next year. It's Best Casting. But, what they did specifically was that they made basically the stunt branch. And as a result, like once you get a branch, it's usually a little bit of time until you actually get the Oscar, or the Oscar for that thing. That's what happened with casting. They added a casting branch. They used to be under the members at large, and so once you become your own thing, that means that you're basically kind of in line to get your own Oscar. And I couldn't be happier with that.
Is it going to be for like entire stunts in the movie or a stunt? I'm guessing entire stunts, right? Like.
The person who would win would be the stunt director, basically, or maybe the first unit director. It depends on how they want to play.
But it wouldn't be for like the bridge jump. It would be for like all of Fast
Exactly.
5.
It would be. And so you remember like it's the stunt team is like when you win an Oscar, the person who actually gets the Oscar is the head of the makeup department, the head of the hairstyling department.
Yeah.
And so as a result, they would basically just be the head of the department for this movie. And if it merited it, maybe it's like the car stunt head as well as the rest of the explosion stunt head.
Cool.
There is like a non-zero chance that Tom Cruise suddenly devotes his life to learning the craft of stunt coordination just so he can win this Oscar.
Okay. I mean, so like I like this year's Oscars. I thought it was clean. I thought it was direct. I thought like the 5 people talking to the 5 people thing's great. It grounds.
I really like that. I agree with you, Bud. I think that worked really, really well.
What do you think about My Eyes See Oppenheimer?
I think that Al Pacino is a national treasure, and any smack talk to the effect will absolutely result in a feud.
Exactly. Agreed.
I thought it was very funny just how anticlimactic it was. Like you almost couldn't script it in a less anticlimactic way. Or a more anticlimactic way, just
Have I ever told you about Al Pacino's phone? I'm sorry, I have to interrupt. Have I ever told you about Al Pacino's phone? Okay, I've told you.
No, you've not told me about Al Pacino's phone.
Okay, so this is very silly, but I went to this event that was hosted at the previous company that I worked at, and they were interviewing Bennett Miller, the guy who directed Moneyball. Mm-hmm. And I'm a big Moneyball guy, and Bennett Miller is an interesting director. I think he also did like Foxcatcher or something like that. I'm diverting myself. The story is that Al Pacino was in the row directly in front of me. And I had a full view of Pacino's girlfriend the entire time. And I was interested in the conversation that was occurring, but I was very interested in Mr. Pacino.
Camila Morrone's mom, by the way.
Yes, absolutely. Wow, nailed it. So the reason I bring this up is that
Joe has a big crush on her, not on the mom, on Camila.
Yes.
Yeah.
For the first, Al comes in late, sits down. You can hear music, opera, coming from headphones, AirPods in his pocket. Somebody behind him eventually musters the courage to be like, Mr. Pacino, I think that your music is playing. And he turns it off, and it does turn off, so therefore it is. But in turning it off, he had to remove his cell phone from his pocket. And This is one of the most important moments of my life, because Al Pacino's cell phone case. And if you Google this, listener, I urge you immediately to Google this. I'm going to vamp a little bit so that you have an opportunity to type in Al Pacino's cell phone case into your computer. Now that you have been given a requisite opportunity to type Al Pacino cell phone case into your computer.
I forgot about this.
That is perfect.
If you were foolish enough to not type this in, Al Pacino has a Shrek covered cell phone case.
And not just a Shrek covered cell phone case, but a case that is like the Gosling all over t-shirt, but Shrek.
Oops, all Shrek.
All Shrek, lousy with Shrek. It practically screams donkey. It's amazing. It was in the New York Post at one point. But I this was for a few until I realized that this was on the internet. This was my classic you go to the park and Bill Murray tells you no one will ever believe you, because no one would ever believe me that it's a Shrek encrusted cell phone case. But anyway,
that's
Al Pacino
amazing.
can do whatever he wants at the Oscars forever because of that cell phone case.
I love it. That's beautiful. I had no idea about this, and I'm so glad you shared that with me.
I also do like that there was seemingly, I didn't see the blowback, but there's blowback. He's just that's what they wanted. And they're like, all right, cool. That's all. That's
what he said. Yeah. He was like, that was the fucking producers, man. Don't let them, not me. But you're right, Joey. He didn't even give a nice pop. He was like, oh, my eyes see Oppenheimer. It was like, oh, I was startled.
I mean, it was anticlimactic anyway, right? It would have been, there was no way for him to make it climactic.
And the Oscar goes too, which is the line. They copyrighted it.
But, when they make the Christopher Nolan biopic one day and someone plays Al Pacino, that line will be immortalized, boy, oh boy.
Oh boy.
But yeah, so shout out to Walt for getting almost every single major award. You got it right, yeah. Even the one that you're like, this one is a toss-up, you still got that right.
Yeah.
So,
you're setting unreasonable standards for yourself now.
No, I do this every year, and I eat shit some years. For a while, I wasn't getting Best Picture right at all, but I think the model's caught up, and it's pretty good now. So,
well, now you're because every year you add the qualifier they've added a lot of people. Yeah. I might not have it right this year, and then it's just 100% across the board.
It does. Yeah. I do like it when I get 100% across the board. I am humble enough to admit that I've had years where I get 4 out of 6, which I still think, by the way, it's not easy to do when it's one.
That's not an easy run.
Yeah. So, but I feel pretty good about the model, and we had a good year, and I feel like I'm in the locker room after a great game, and I thought that they had us right there. I really thought that it could have been Lily Gladstone, but we got it in the back.
Well, speaking of Oscar-worthy films, we are here to talk about Too Fast, Too Furious, a movie that, as far as I know, won no Oscar.
As far as we know.
It's still
there's still a chance.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say too.
Stop the count.
It did win 2 Teen Choice Awards for Choice Movie Chemistry. Paul Walker just won that solo somehow. And Choice Movie Fight Action Sequence, which is Paul Walker versus Tyrese Gibson.
Paul Walker wins for best chemistry with Paul Walker.
What's the biggest acting award that any of the actors in this film won?
In this
Did someone win a Golden Globe or something?
Oh, wait, hold on. I have a very important thing about this film. So I looked up, because I was trying to see, I think I was looking for Oscar sort of thing, or I was looking for 80s moments, because we have the most 80s moment, whatever. And I'm like, James Remar, I know he's been around for a while. Maybe he's got something iconic 80s role. And I went to James Remar's IMDb, and there's the known for section, which I think is either machine populated, or if you pay for IMDb Pro, you can set that yourself. For some reason, when I looked the other day, I don't know if it's still true, he was only known for one thing, so he was missing 3 different squares, and the only thing he was known for was Sex and the City, A Farewell, the 2004 made-for-TV farewell special to the original series, in which he played himself. So you're like,
it's
James
like a
Remar, yes.
It's like a docu talking thing that he just
It
commented
was
on.
a 1
Sex
hour,
and the City.
to capture more eyes, after the finale, here's, the farewell to the show. So you're like, James Remar, star of Too Fast, father of Dexter, in a million different things. Oh yes, the guy who played himself in the Farewell to Sex and the City documentary on HBO in 2004. I'm like, how does that even happen? Paul Walker never won any. I bet. Is there an Oscar winner?
John Singleton, the director,
cast?
is an Oscar
Yes.
nominee, famously.
Yes.
But I don't think that there is an Oscar winner in this particular cast.
Well, what did you guys think about Too Fast, Too Furious this time? Because one of you
probably
had not seen this, or not seen very much, or did not remember much of this. You were more excited about the early one. So, what do you think of his initial thoughts on this go round?
This is an extremely strange movie that is pretty good, but also like, you know, we were joking at the end of the previous episode, being like, of course, what's the sequel going to be? Well, it's going to continue the relationship that worked the best, Vin and whoever he's with, and it obviously took it in a different direction. There are sometimes like scripts in Hollywood that like get pitched for stuff, and it's just like, yeah, but we should find a way to anchor it to a franchise, right? That's going to get butts in seats. And so they'll take like just kind of a general thing and they'll make it into like a Star Warsy thing by adding a few things. Or there, like the big one that I've always remembered is there was just this like kind of science fiction concept show that they were like, it works, but also we're going to make this a Battlestar Galactica prequel. Just deal with it. And so that became Caprica. And so like this feels like that kind of thing where like I got an idea for a heist movie in Miami, and it's a cops and robbers kind of thing with drug lords, and it's like, how many cars are in it? Because I have a thought. Like,
yeah,
there's this wonderful like bait and switch line near the beginning of this film where Brian is enlisted to help the police out, and he says, "The only way I'll do this is if I get to pick the driver," and you're like, "Is it no?" Vin ain't here. We got baby boy to tag in. It's all good.
Wait, did we talk about in the first movie? Did you guys watch through the credits last episode that there's the post-credit scene of Vin in Mexico?
Yes, we absolutely have seen this.
Okay,
yes.
Because it's weird. I think when we like discovered that for this podcast, we're like, oh my God, there's more of the movie that we never saw before. And then it's kind of weird that there isn't one here, because obviously in Tokyo Drift, there's, you know, not the credit scene, but like there's the button where Vin is back, right? Where Dom is back. But like here, it's just like, no, it's just the movie ends.
Yep.
So.
Nope. There's no more movie. Sorry.
Nope. No more movie.
Yeah. But no, I would say that my thoughts were like, again, I hadn't seen this one because I think that the last time that I really did a thorough comb through it was the Vin related films. And so this one, obviously Vinless. And as a result, I just had seen a lot of it. But like, I would just say at the end of the day, actually pretty good movie. Like you actually like feel like this one was directed. Like I think is kind of the big one.
Yeah, Singleton's there, right?
Yeah. Like you can actually detect that. I think it's I really kind of love the cinematography in a way. It feels like, you know, the previous one that we talked about was like obviously shot like a movie was in the 90s and that kind of thing. And this one kind of felt like there were some flourishes that I think Miami would kind of uniquely could provide that is then never seen again in the rest of the franchise.
Most biceps. Of all the films. They're in Miami. There's got to be exposed male bicep.
Yeah, there was not a sleeve to be found.
Yeah, Tyrese is wearing a sleeveless outfit for a while, which he then takes off and then unbuttons and just continues to wear that just without the buttons.
Whole time.
Which Brian then calls a blouse. Let's not forget that. Put your blouse back on.
Yeah.
Put your blouse back on.
It's also just like, it's very clear that they didn't have a good sense of who these characters would eventually become. And like, I don't know. I dug it. I thought it was a good movie. And like the thing is, like, I actually genuinely was surprised by like, no, there's not like a twist, so to speak, but like when they go into the storage unit, it's like, we got him surrounded, we got him dead to rights, and then like every car in Miami leaves. That is actually a pretty good set piece that you don't really see too much of that down the line.
Yeah, I love the huge
Academy Award nomination for Best Stunt.
I believe it. They all that. They deserve that. It's a good one. They did catapult a car into a boat, which is, you know, 2/3 of trains, planes, and automobiles.
Mm-hmm.
Now that we talked about the stunt Oscar, I'm really sad that like it didn't exist, because Fast and the Furious would have like crushed a bunch of these.
Oh yeah,
I think they would have won like a ton of these. So I'm just in a state of disappointment knowing all the forgotten Oscars we could have had. Maybe it's the Oscars we met along the way.
Instead, they'll just have to rest on their billions and billions of dollars earned at the box office.
Fair.
No, Diesel wants that. Diesel wants it. He believes that
he wants it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he wants it.
He wants an Oscar too. Like, even if he got one for stunts, I think he'd be like, my Oscar-winning film franchise.
That's the next
like
step.
He wouldn't.
It's coming.
It's coming.
Like, he wouldn't say that, like, you know, like, oh, we want a stunt Oscar. Like, he would claim that as if he won Best Picture, right? Like, there's no other way he's gonna play this.
I mean, I think that if he really wants to like chip away at it, like, number one, I think that like you could probably just hire Ludwig Göransson to do the score for the next Fast and the Furious film. Like, he would do it.
Yeah. Probably.
Best stunt counts. Like best song counts as Oscar-winning film.
Yeah.
Like 8 Mile is an Oscar-winning.
Barbie is an Oscar-winning film.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So why not stunts?
Yeah.
Soon.
Why not stunts?
Jason Momoa.
Honestly, casting's pretty great. Like they would have won for Fast 5 would have won or ought to have won the best casting Oscar if it had existed.
Has there been buzz around like what movies would have been nominated? I'm trying to figure out like what best casting would have been like this year. Like what is it for like specific,
it would be
is it for like ensemble?
It would absolutely be. It's basically like the best ensemble that you can assemble. Like just the fact that they accomplished the Oppenheimer cast on the budget that they did is the single best casting in American history. Like
now, like a movie, like for instance, like a Mission Impossible that gets bigger and bolder, and I mean, or Fast and Furious, right? Where it's like it keeps assembling and growing this core, this family, but like the next movie might only add 2 people. Like that isn't really award because you're not like retroactive being like you've built such a great thing. It's just like this particular. Does that make sense? Like,
but my counterpoint is like, what if the thing that you add is the lime zest that makes this mojito work? Like,
very fair.
What if you have added Dwayne the Rock Johnson to the Fast and the Furious franchise, and all of a sudden you have a Negroni baby? Like, it's finally like you can build it together, and it comes out well. And like, I would just say like, I think. Absolutely, we are not too deep into this franchise to see an Academy Award in its future.
Well, how important is it going to be like for casting to find a new talent, like a debut star that you cast in their first leading role, and it was a great idea? Not just. Well,
I was going to say. So here's what I would nominate for this past year. I would nominate Oppenheimer, even though I don't really like that movie that much. Beau is Afraid, Barbie. I think first role or early role, Are You There, God Is Me, Margaret. I think that movie is perfectly beautifully cast. Bottoms, which is also filled with younger, newer talent. I think that's really spread well across the board. Maybe even like Killers of the Flower Moon, right? Where it's like a lot of like, how do you find an underserved community and holdovers? I mean, it's a lot of people who have already been nominated for like the big awards already, but I don't know. With that said, do you guys have a pick for most 80s moment in Too Fast, Too Furious? Remember, we're picking every movie this last
just most 80s.
Most
doesn't need to be a moment.
The 1980s.
Interesting. I mean, Kim, I know that you have one.
Oh yeah. Mine is let's see. It's not a moment. It's Roberto and Enrique.
Mm-hmm.
These two,
they're very 80s.
They're so first off, let's start with the outfits, right? The outfits are absolutely they're openers. The 2 suits, they got the collared shirts that are fully just flared out all the way up over the shoulders, over the lapels. Beautiful. And then Carter wears one of those in the end scene sequence as well. And also those 2 suits, like Enrique's suit is so long, and that's a very 80s thing. Like it goes down halfway down your thigh, and it's way too much fabric, but it's like Michael Jordan. You're just wearing this huge boxy suit. And Miami is a very 80s place, right? The architecture.
That was going to be one of my picks. It's just the whole city of Miami. It just feels 80s, right?
Miami Vice.
But all of it, like the whole, like the neon lighting, just everything about Miami feels 80s to me every time I look at it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the whole vaporwave element of it. It just the fine patina of cocaine on every single surface. Yep. It's absolutely just it's a city of a decade.
Walt does love vaporwave.
I do love vaporwave a lot. I'm glad that you said vaporwave.
Not
like cocaine, but anyway,
I do like that you said cocaine like you're an oh hello guy. You said the cocaine. So
So my answer is incidentally related to the cocaine, and it is the fact that the adversary in the film is a drug lord. That is the most like all the James Bond movies. The bad guys are drug lords in the 80s. Like I don't know whether it's an Iran-Contra thing. I don't know whether it's a Reagan thing. I don't know if it's the Office of Drug Interdiction. I just think that it's like very 80s that the baddies are drug dealers, which I think you stop seeing fairly soon. I think that maybe Fast and Furious, the 4th film, involves some drug running, but nevertheless, the fact that it is basically just drug lord is like drug lord is the job of the occupation that he writes on his tax forms. Yes. That is the most 80s element of this.
That's pretty good.
Import export,
of course. Yeah.
Yes.
The important. Joe?
Other than the entire city of Miami, I have 2 that I really like, which is specifically the decor of the Pearl nightclub.
I'm so glad that you brought up the nightclub. The nightclub's actually really important.
No, we need to talk about the nightclub.
Yes.
But first, let's talk
circular,
about the decor.
Proceed.
The circular plastic hanging chair, the crab throne, like the crab or octopus arm throne. This is just stuff that like is only built on cocaine in 80s. That's exactly what I was thinking.
The VIP room, like the champagne room with the tall with the tall like couches, tall backed couches and everything.
Yeah, as I said, they're octopus arms or like crab hand. I don't know.
They're literally chairs designed to shoot a drug lord through. Like they are literally the set piece for a shootout in a just like purchased and prepared for a VIP room of a nightclub in Miami where drug lords hang out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like so the tackiness really hits it.
It's like if you ever like watch like an animated like a Hanna-Barbera cartoon and like the backgrounds are all like pre-painted and like you see like one of the doors is very obviously like painted on as an animation cell and you just know that somebody's gonna pop out of it at some point. Those chairs are literally, you just know they're going to be used in some capacity in a forthcoming gunfight between the Federales and the bandits, you know?
And then I had a bonus one that Kim might actually be the one to help me here.
Oh, yeah.
But something that is very specifically started in the 80s was like Logo Mania with Dapper Dan. And Tej's whole truck with like the Louis Vuitton like wrap on it.
Oh, you nailed it.
Very much the Dapper Dan look, so I think that's a very 80s moment as well.
I think Tej himself is pretty
very
80s. Right?
Very 80s,
yes.
Yeah.
At least in this film, he evolves.
Yeah, this more so than I mean, this is the most 80s film. This is the most 80s Tej. I also was going to say, I'm surprised that no one has said the single word neon. Just neon feels very 80s.
Yes.
I mean, there's vaporwave and all that stuff. But I think and also when you were talking about Enrique and Roberto, just the concept of Fonzie and Fabio. Like I know that Fonzie's more 70s, but like Fabio big in the 80s, like that feels like a thing. But my number one pick for the most 80s thing is drinking a 32-ounce soda without a care in the world. Agent Dunn just being like, this is what I'm bringing to work.
Just pounding a big gulp.
It's like Gallo 32.
What's a car?
You're right.
We don't know that yet.
No idea. It's probably like a Coke Heavy, too.
It's absolutely a Coke Heavy.
There's a Coke Heavy.
Oh, no, that's a full calorie soda.
Like literally like a 900-calorie beverage. Just
Coke Heavy.
Heavy
Dr. Pepper Heavy. I don't know.
97 grams of sugar.
It's just no sucralose in this. It's just sugar.
Watching this movie and watching it open with like such a long street race, like since we last recorded, Vin Diesel hit Instagram and was just like, we got the grand finale coming up. And it really made me want to see that movie open with a street race, but I don't know how it possibly could, considering
they're
all
on
of
a
our
bridge.
Main characters are in peril
right
at the end of 10. But like,
but we talked about this before, Joey. We said, what if they don't actually start the movie there and they just start it on like everybody's safe and they just ignore that we stopped on this bridge?
But still, like, doesn't it feel like these movies should open with a street race or like some kind of like?
I agree. Yes. But I'm saying I think it would be funnier, for my personal enjoyment, them to just ignore and not address that they were all stranded and just be like, wow, can't believe we got out of there. Yeah. And then like that, and then it just opens with it opens with the street race and you're like, who's in these cars? And then they all step out and they're like, whew, it almost got hairy back there.
That was a crazy adventure.
Have you guys ever read like a run of comics that gets canceled in the middle of it? Like, as a comic book reader who, like, picks up floppies sometimes, this happens to you, and it's just like, man, we're in real danger, and then, like, they cut bait on the book, and it's just like, a year later, it'll be like, guess we got out of that one. And it's like, that's literally what you describe it. It's like, it's a comic book that they give up on, and then they're just like, well, we can't just, like, pretend that, like, Hulkling and Wiccan died. So we'll bring them back later and just be like, yeah, we got Harry back there in the jungle. I don't know what to tell you.
So I think that it would work. I think, like, I want more surprises from Fast and the Furious, and these are the ways that I want the surprises. Like, not necessarily, like, add an actor or something like that. Like, if you're gonna go, like, to space and shit, like, then just, like, fuck with us, right?
Yeah.
Like, just send it from the beginning, and you'd be like, okay, cool. And then, like, and they just, like, all pretend like there was an answer to it when they do the pressers and stuff like that. They're like, yeah, it starts out real crazy.
Well, I will also mention, like, I did float an idea last time that was like, well, where do they go from here? And the answer was obviously time travel. And so if you want to have the savior of Vin Diesel falling down a dam be then they time travel out, starting it with a street race is absolutely possible.
But then make it click and give him a remote so he can just like pause and rewind.
Guess you're wondering how I ended up in this position.
It would be Nas. Like Nas would be the portal into and out of time travel.
It has to be, yeah.
Yes.
It has to be.
It has to be.
Vin, call us. I know I've said that many times, but Vin, we need you to call us.
We have some ideas for sure. I definitely have some ideas. Joey, I think that you should explain to Walt and Kim Lance Barnaby, because I'm positive they don't know who Lance Barnaby is.
So behind Agent Markham and Agent Dunn in that scene where they are drinking the Gallo soda, so Joe and I have been breaking this movie down minute by minute. We did the entire first movie. We're doing the entire second movie. We have like 1 minute left until we get to the credits. Like we are so close. And so to do each of these, we do them in our Life in the Fast Lane. We used to do it every episode, but now we do it every 3 weeks. And so I chunked them into minute-long things, and Joe and I just watch these on repeat and then just talk about what we find. On the screen in that control room, control room.
There you go, Joey. Yeah.
That's why I love it so much. We were just like, what's on the screen? Because sometimes you find really interesting things.
A lot of the times it's just repeated, like it was like a list of crimes, and it's just like the same 3 things, right? Because somebody has to make this. Yeah. So you guys know this.
Some guy types larceny 5 times in a row. It's great.
Unknowingly, my tweet for the Twitter game later for BD Wapfeed, like it actually ties into not Lance Barnaby, but something on that screen.
Okay, cool.
I didn't realize it.
Okay.
But Joe and I simultaneously were just like, hold on a minute. There is an entire fan fiction script written by probably some production intern.
No, it's a phone call. It's a phone. Yeah, it's
absolute nonsense.
It's a transcript of a phone call that's behind them, and we didn't expect it to actually say anything. Alas, it does.
Expand, please.
Yeah,
go
what's it say?
Yeah, we have to know.
I'm sure Joey's finding it to read it to you right now.
I'm finding it right now. Yeah, hold on.
It took a while, but we've and it's hard to like they're not in focus, so it took a while, but we eventually deciphered it, and the transcript is incredible.
This is amazing.
So it's in minute 83 of this movie, in case you want to play along at home. The name of that minute was "This is Lance Barnaby from school," which is dialogue on screen behind them. Caller, hello? Incoming call. May I speak to Marcus? Caller, this is Marcus. Who's this? Incoming caller. Hey, Marcus, what's up? This is Lance Barnaby from school. How you been doing? Caller, hey man, you're out of the joint finally? Just legal, or am I going to have to turn you in for reward money?
No.
Incoming caller. Marcus, you never change, do you? Caller, ha ha ha. I'm serious, dude. I can't be conversing with an escaped convict. Incoming caller. Don't worry, I'm out on good behavior. If we learn from this joint that some things aren't worth getting in trouble for. Caller. Good. I'm glad to hear it. So what can I do for you? Incoming caller. Do you know where I can get a gun? Caller. What do you need a gun for? ? I thought you had changed your ways like that. Incoming caller. I swear it's nothing like that. Once I take care of this job, I will never turn to crime again. I swear. Caller, you're stupid, man. Y-O-U-R. You're stupid, man. What if you get caught this time around? You'll never get out on parole again. Besides, what is the job anyways? Incoming caller, I'm going to kill my parole officer so I don't have to.
That's it.
Oh my God. I also like how it started with like, do you remember me? I know you from high school. It's just like, oh, I intend to murder my parole officer.
Yes, exactly. That's it. We're like, who wrote this short story?
Who wrote this short story? Yeah.
And then put this in there.
Hold on. Like, I'm going to share what this looks like. I don't know if I think VLC will probably screen share here.
Oh my God.
But like, it's below.
Yeah.
Like, Bilkins is watching the live video footage.
The acting isn't the best, by the way, for Mr. Wilkins right now. Like this scene, if I recall correctly, is very much just like, where are they? like just a bunch of pickup shots.
Yes.
The log report.
But like, you would think that like this text below the video has anything at all to do with the video, and spoiler, it does not. It's just the log 213 transcription from Monday 1403 hours about Lance Barnaby wanting to kill his parole officer.
Is Lance Barnaby in this movie?
No, that's not a real person.
But he's from school.
I want Fast 11 to be about Lance Barnaby.
There are so mano's that like Joe's like joked about like, oh, they're listening to us, haha. And like sometimes you're just like, aren't they? And this, like, if Lance Barnaby comes back, like, they are.
Yeah, they have to be.
Like, that's like the telltale sign.
because nobody remembers that in this movie. Like, nobody that worked on that movie. Like, I would love to find out who did that, but like nobody else that worked on that movie ever looked at that screen, right? Like, I can't imagine like even the actors read what that said.
No, there's no way. No way. It's just someone produced it, put it up there, and then they're like, that looks nice, and that was it. You're done.
Anyways, I'm glad you guys know about Lance Barnaby now.
Thank you. Yeah, honestly, we should be thanking you. This is very, very important.
Speaking of literary accomplishments in this movie, there is a line when they're doing the race to prove to Carter that they are worthy of being hired. Roman says, "Why must I chase the cat?" Like he's a Shakespearean character or something. Is that a reference to something other than just cat and mouse? Like, is "why must I chase the cat" a reference to something specific, or is it just like, because it seems so weirdly formal for him to say, and I don't know why he says the way he does or why he says it at all.
I have never heard that before. That being said, Roman Pierce is the name of a Shakespeare character, if I have ever heard one. It's great. The only name that is more a Shakespeare character than Roman is Tyrese. And so as a result, I think that it's like, it's really like, if you had told me that there's a Tyrese in Othello, I'd be like, yeah, it sounds about right. Like,
it's definitely not a ludicrous.
Well, hey, you don't know.
No.
He wrote a couple plays about like fairies and stuff. Like, you can always have, if there's a puck, there could be a Luda, you know?
Is there, so with, again, like I kind of want to frame this whole lap sort of somewhat with the idea that like these movies are coming to a close in one way or another. Is there stuff from this movie that you liked or enjoyed or completely forgot that they included in this movie, that other than Lance Barnaby, of course, because that's obvious, that you would like to see them bring back in a future movie? Or is like the stuff that has been forgotten from this movie, in your opinion, best left forgotten?
I have actually precisely one of those in my notes.
Ooh, go for it.
So glad you brought that up. The one thing that as I was watching the movie this time, the thing that I was like, I wish they would have done this more, and I wish they would bring this back, is that, you know how Orange Julius's car says Orange Julius on it?
Yes.
I wish more of the cars had their like character moniker nicknames somehow incorporated into the livery of the car. I think that's a really awesome like, what do they call, like, you know how they're like Bullet, like to Brian, like why doesn't Brian's car say like Bullet real big on it? You know what I mean? Just like dumb shit like this, I think.
Well, Rowan put his name on a plane.
That's what yes, more of that. Good point. I never remembered that. Yeah, it's Roman bitches. Good job. But yes, I would like their cars to have an incorporation of their like the Dom father, you know, like, and we would like learn these like stupid nicknames that they gave themselves too.
I like it when they add different styles of races, right? So just the down and back around the bell.
Yes, that was a good one.
This one was new, and then you're gonna get, you know, drifting in the next one, and then
whoa, spoilers.
Everything else kind of gets like, you know, it's another quarter-mile race, straight race, or it's the Cuban mile, right? there's one circuit, but generally there's straight races. But like, if they have a chance to do another, you know, racing set piece, make it a new type of fun race that we can, you know.
Yeah, like the relay style or whatever you would call this race. That was like a really fun one. I was wondering, like, I know that she retired from acting, but like Eva Mendes is very good in this film, and
excellent in this film.
I really would have preferred to see her appear later. I think that she's also in like a very interesting role that could appear. I know that she's appeared in like file photographs in future films.
She pops into the credit scene in 5 to say to The Rock, "Look who's back," and she puts a picture of Letty on the desk. But like,
that's all of it.
45 seconds in the rest of the franchise.
I mean, good for her, because isn't she dating Ryan Gosling? Aren't they together?
Married?
They're basically. I don't know if they're married, but they have kids.
We don't want to put a name on it. If they haven't put a name on it, we don't have to. But like, I mean, listen, that's a good life. Like, that's great.
I think so too. Yeah.
But I don't know. Like, I think that she's just I think that she's a wonderful actress, and I think that she's particularly like a standout actress. I think that she's like some of the best acting in the film. I think I would argue.
Yes, I would agree.
Yeah. But that would be my only one, and I know that there's other like concerns beyond simply these films that she obviously has kind of stepped back from the world anyway. But I mean, like, she was just really kind of a standout. I dug her a lot.
Kim, is there something about this movie that you'd want to see come back?
On that note about putting racers' names on their cars, I like that they like develop just briefly the racers in this film. In the first one they do too, with Ja Rule and everybody. But like you get to know them quickly, and you know, I want to see those characters come back because they you start to learn what like drives them. You get it immediately as they get to the line and everyone's talking shit, and you learn about Suki, and then you learn about the other two who are on line with them, and then they like when the guy who's in last goes oh hell no and doesn't jump the bridge with everyone. It's like you're learning about his character. There's so much more to these side quests. Suki, no.
She's great too. I don't know. That's a great look.
We've been calling for the return of Suki on record for years.
Yeah.
She hasn't been killed. She had nothing has happened to her. Like there's no reason why Suki cannot come back. And we also have postulated that she will they'll redo the scramble at the end of these movies essentially.
And she'll just be there.
And she'll be in there. Just a brief cameo, but you'll be like Suki's back.
Like in Avengers Endgame, she has help and just Suki is there.
Like that would be great. I would like to see the characters come back, but also just the concept of having these a very choose your character video game street racers.
Yes,
is fascinating.
It is very.
The problem is
we've
gotten too big.
Yeah,
we've gotten too big. So I don't think that these movies are now 2.5 hours each.
Conservatively,
yeah. And we're focused on just the family because everyone's in the family now. So I think this is part of the things we lost as they get bigger, right? So,
yeah. Exactly.
I agree with you though. I do love the small minutia characters, Hector, these kind of people for sure.
It's like the street level villains that Spider-Man fights.
I mean, it sounds like we're getting to a part of this where it's like Walter's D&D moment, which is that this is a very D&D movie. I'm completely convinced that this is a D&D flick because. They level up a little bit. You and I were talking a little bit before, but Brian is good at cars now. Not that he was bad at cars, but pretty good at driving right now, right?
Yeah, he put all
the Buster became a gearhead.
Driving, yeah. That was.
Well, can we share a very D&D naming convention that one of our listeners and patrons, Wes Hampton, came up with? He coined the term automancer, which is the more time you spend on with touching cars, the more you level up.
Yes, that's exactly what it's like. It's like you become attuned to the magical weapon, right? That you become better at specific vehicles. I also because again we see a lot of people once and then never again, and it's just my theory on this film is that this is the D&D game that happens after you get a really good D&D game with a group, and then it just seems like you're never gonna get them back together all at the same time, and so you got the DM who's interested and one guy, and then you do your own little side thing for a while, and maybe other guys can kind of come in and play a little bit, and then after you're that felt good, right? And then you're that felt real good, and maybe you're just we should do this again, but let's kind of bring it back to the old game at some point, and then that's gonna happen in a few movies. But for this moment, this is basically just scheduling conflicts are the bane of the film industry and the Dungeons and Dragons industry, and this is what we're dealing with right here. They were we got a good game here, but honestly, listen, I know that he got the new job and he's working the night shift on Mondays, so I don't know what to tell you.
Wait, so in this D&D envisioning of the franchise, which I think is very obviously spot on, is Vin or Dom or Mark Sinclair himself, is he the DM or who is the DM of this?
No, he is
Mark
not the
Sinclair.
DM. Mark Sinclair is the DM, but Vin Diesel is the player.
Yes, yeah.
And Dom is a character.
Player character,
correct,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah, the level 8, elf mage, that kind of thing, yeah.
So Mark is throwing a curveball here, a plot twist, we are removing this character from the game for a little while.
He's too good. He's leveling up in Mexico. He's doing a side quest, boy. I don't know what to tell you. We got to put him on ice. And it's absolutely, obviously, in real life, he had nothing to do with this film, if I recall correctly, because he was no longer interested in participating in this particular franchise at this moment. But
yeah, and then he only comes back because he gets the rights to Riddick, which is also even a more D&D-ass franchise than this.
Again, so obviously this clicks into place, I think, probably around film 4, but for the time being, I am just going to mess around and say, this is basically what happens when your main D&D game doesn't happen and you get so restless that you do a side D&D game and everybody's just, this was a good vibe. We'll continue this forward.
So this is your buddy Paul is I got to do something.
I really want to do this. I kind of dug the character. I felt like I didn't really understand how to play a rogue last time, but I read up on it and now I know what sneak attack does. And I'd like to maybe take another run at this. And if you could get some of the other guys over, we could absolutely, you have your friend who's the wizard, Tej, and then maybe, we can do some other stuff too. But I just think I finally understand what sneak attack does, and I think I know how to do it. And so that's when
what class is Roman?
What class is Roman?
The bard, right?
He's a face. Yeah, absolutely. He's got to be. If he's not a bard, maybe Pally. I don't know, but either way, he's definitely he's dumping everything into charisma and like int. Nope. Wiz, absolutely not. Like, yeah, it's really just. Everything else is a dump stat except charisma. So he's good.
Well, it still is so funny to me that like, and I think it is the joke that the entire franchise is built around he's the one who can like sweet talk anybody.
Yeah.
And that's put to the test twice. It's once in Fast 5 when they're in the prison or they're in like the police impound thing and he has to like sneak the thing in.
Yes.
Fails spectacularly. And then also in Fury 7 at the birthday party. And he also pretty much fails spectacularly. Like he is good at one thing and the franchise twice is like, no, he's not.
Yeah, he gets to that party and it's like roll for performance, right?
Yeah,
and yeah, no, he failed.
It's great, and like the thing that I love about this franchise is like I had thought about. I feel like I talked to you about this. Is like you could hypothetically adapt the Fast and the Furious franchise as a D&D actual play podcast.
One of our patrons is scripting Fast and Furious Dungeons and Dragons for us.
I love because imagine
on the Discord.
So I'm gonna I'd like to drive my car into the boat. It's like I don't know, man. Like, you'd have to roll really high to do. I got a 20. Okay, great. You drive your car into the boat. Congratulations, you nailed it. Oh Jesus Christ! Like, it's literally just like that's how this like franchise works. Like
he rolled a real die right there.
Yeah, I did. We were in my office, and obviously I have a.
You were like cup. Happy Gilmore. You had a
I have a coffee cup full of dice.
He has a D20 on him at all times.
I'm gonna roll stealth to put it back, and I got a 1, so you see very quickly on the way back over there. But anyway, yeah.
Is there anything about this movie on the other side of that coin that you are so mercifully thankful that they just left in Miami, that they never returned to, that you're just they tried a thing? It maybe worked for this, but I'm glad they never went back to it.
I have one, but if anyone, okay,
go for it, please.
Fine, I'll keep talking. I think that the villain is very weak in this film.
Okay,
I think that this film suffers he's not seen Chewie enough. I think that he's in a different film. I think that he's in a different kind of Miami cop movie, essentially, where he's a very kind of straightforward killer. Whereas I think that like you need to be kind of a Batman villain to succeed in these franchises. And I feel like, for its faults, I think that the first film had very good villains where they, you had, very intimidating and also obviously very, they were worthy of fear. And I think that like, obviously in this one, I just didn't get that as much, and I think that they do fix that down the line. Though.
Well, it feels like he threatens a lot, yes. Which makes you not threatening because you're just constantly telling someone what you're going to do to them.
You're not afraid of rat bucket,
but he does. So he does the rat bucket. She does the rat bucket to the cop, and then he threatens his children. He's like, "Oh, I will kill your children." And then he looks over to the two of them and he says, "Hey, if you do anything, I'm gonna kill you." And then he accosts Ava Mendes in the hallway, and she says, "If you touch another man, I'll kill you." And then like that's like it's too in one dimension. Like
a lot of talking,
just a lot of talk. Blah 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 blah. The rat didn't really do anything. Come on, man.
What if he just like came out and just like shot someone off the rip? And was like, too much talking, bang.
Yeah,
like, would that have been better for you?
Yes. It would have, it just would have made him, like, more of a threat. I mean, like, he's a drug lord who seems shockingly pacifist. Like, he doesn't, like, he obviously does, like, the rat thing, but it's just like, I don't know, man. Like, I didn't get the vibe that you were very serious about that. Bargain Bin McFoley didn't look very scared that you were doing that. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, so on that topic, do you think he will return? Because the end of the movie is just like, he'll be back, and he has not come back. I mean, Cole Hauser may have... Not that you could really outgrow one of the biggest film franchises in the world, but he's also now part of one of the biggest TV franchises in the world, and part of Yellowstone. Do you think Cole Hauser will return as Carter Verone?
I think he could. I think that like it would have to be like a very much like I can see that happening. Like just being like, we've assembled the baddest villains of this universe to take this crew down. Because like but I also think that it has been 2 decades since this film came out, and I don't know if you can go that far back into the history. I think that they're far more comfortable when they do flashbacks just inventing the fact that Vin Diesel has a brother.
Well, I will say, so I was Googling, when I was looking for a tweet for this, I was looking just on Twitter for Carter Verone, just searching Carter Verone. I found out that like we are kind of the only people who talk about Carter Verone.
Really?
Like, we just tweet about Carter Verone fairly. But then the other big contingent is I can't believe whatever his character's name is on Yellowstone is also Carter Verone. Like there's just like there's a distinct like people being like, I can't believe that movie I watched 20 years ago was the same guy. Like there's two people tweeting about Carter Verone. It's us and it's those people. Like that's it. Like that's like I mean, people are tweeting about Cole Hauser, but like the Carter Verone character
specifically.
Two camps.
Yeah. I mean, now that he runs Etion, we'll see.
I want to see him come back, but I want to see him be like, I'm out of the game. Like, I have a convenience store now, a daughter in school.
Hey, brother, I found Christ inside of the can.
It's like,
and I'd like to minister.
You find a Poot in the Foot Locker at the end of The Wire.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly
like,
it.
Yeah, like not even like I haven't flipped to the cops. I'm running a Foot Locker. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, he's like.
I also don't. I don't want to gloss over Kim's subtle way of. I'm assuming every episode going to do this. Like saying a character we have not seen again is now running Etion. We have Johnny Tran running Etion. Now we have Cole Hauser running Etion.
Oh yeah.
So Carter Verone running Etion. So Kim's just like throwing darts, and one of them is going to be.
Probably the next one. I mean,
probably
the Tokyo Drift one seems right.
Sometimes we do stuff like that, and then like our listeners will write in and they'll be like, "You guys fucking nailed it." Yeah. And we'll be like, we said everyone.
Yeah.
Like at some point, at any
our
point,
insanity board
we said
is everyone.
Yes, exactly. And they were like, you guys got it. It was them. And we were like, I guess we said that. Maybe.
I will also say, the next one we're doing is not Tokyo Drift. We go chronologically on this podcast.
Oh, right.
So we're going to go to Fast and Furious number 4 next. We're going to save Tokyo Drift because also what we've found is that doing Tokyo Drift chronologically makes it hit even more because like at that point you're a couple movies into the 2 hour 2:15 2:20 long movie, and then you get a breezy Tokyo Drift and you're like, this is like the greatest movie.
Amazing.
It's
what a refreshing,
insanely good. Yes, it's definitely that. You watch it, you're like okay, we just like saved the world, and then it's like we're in a Japanese high school.
Yeah. I also think that the most memorable music, obviously like Danza Kuduro is not strictly a Fast and Furious thing, which is why I'm not counting it. But like just like the original songs that are like, yeah, that's a good song. Like
Teriyaki Boys.
Yeah, good stuff.
Soundtrack is incredible.
Yep.
I have a very important question for all three of you because I think the answer for me is probably not, but not because of the part at home. Could you, if you got a phone, if you're okay, you step out of the shower, you're in a towel, walking around your apartment, you get a phone call, be here in 4 minutes is a race.
Never.
Could you get to wherever that is in 4 minutes?
No.
Absolutely.
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah, I would race.
I live in New York, baby.
I gotta be at the race.
Yeah. Also, here's the thing: you're not obeying stoplights when you're getting to the race. Like,
true.
You know?
It's also the middle of the night, right?
It's also Miami.
It's still Miami. I think that like there
you think
gotta be traffic
NOS
somewhere
to get to the race.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
On time.
Yeah. Well, but then you'd have to refuel with NOS when you get to the race. But yeah, no.
I can't get my shoes tied in 4 minutes.
I could get into my car from in towel to in car in safely under a minute, but then I can't get to wherever in 3 minutes.
Yeah, but like if it's in the Jersey Shore when we realized years and years later that the t-shirt shop is like connected to the house that they were living in,
and they were always like late and missing work.
What if like the race was just down the street from Tesh's garage?
I would just live near the garage. I would put my garage near where cars need repair, which is a race, like right, like.
Well, yeah, because isn't he like he's staying in Tej's boat, right?
Yes.
Or no, he's staying in.
No, he's staying in the guest room.
Wouldn't it be really funny if, like, the reason that he can get there so quickly is that we've never noticed it, but Brian does not know how to tie his shoes, so he simply wears the Velcro.
He wears Velcro, yeah.
like, an amazing car driver.
I think he's wearing Converse throughout this one. He is. Yeah. But you can slip those on.
Yeah, you can slip those on.
Yeah. No problem.
Yeah. I don't know if you necessarily want to drive with loose shoes on.
Yeah, but that's the Converse.
Way worse than no shoes.
It's the All-Star low tops.
But he got there in 4 minutes. He can get out of the car and then tie his shoes.
While they're all arguing about whether they want to kick it a nickel, he can be like, I gotta tie my shoes.
We are obviously. Do you guys ever drive your cars not wearing shoes?
Yeah.
It's nice. It's like I don't
it's
have
delightful.
It's like charming. It's really good. Kim, do you ever do that?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't drive.
What?
New York City, baby.
Yeah. Never got a license, but you love Fast and the Furious.
You guys come to Connecticut, and I'll let you barefoot drive.
Ooh.
Around.
Yeah, like the ridges in the gas pedal on the barefoot.
Yeah, it is. It feels really nice.
You ever
but
like
the other
big
time it's
toe
like
do you ever big toe
that's what I was
the
just
gas
about to
button?
say. If you accidentally big toe it, you do get a little freaked out for a second.
It's pretty good. You feel one with the automobile. You feel genuinely like Optimus Prime, that this is just how he feels all the time.
There's a weird sect of like car enthusiasts in Japan that are really excited about like hybrids. And so their goal was to maximize gas mileage. Like they've have pushed it as hard as they can. And one of their things was they only drove with their big toe for the most feel to use as little gas as possible.
I also like how like it's basically just like the speed runners, but like it's just like that. But like for a gallon of gas, like how long can you make it last?
That's exactly what they were doing.
Genius.
Yeah. They were like trying to get as maximum gas mileage as they could, just like as like a fun time hobby.
That sounds amazing.
Also, not to plug Walt's newsletter again, but my favorite thing that Walt has covered in the last, I don't know, forever is the Super Mario Maker countdown.
I am obsessed. I've never.
Is it
more
ending
obsessed.
tonight?
No. So listen. Here's the thing. So for those of you who have lives and don't follow the speedrunning community, Super Mario Maker.
We can also just read a concise newsletter every morning for over a cup of
They
coffee.
should do that. It's called Numlock. It's available at numlock.com, spelled in the conventional sense. But the
oh, you own the .com now?
Oh, damn straight! I bought the .com. That was an investment, but one that I'm very proud of. So Super Mario Maker was this video game on the Wii U, and they're shutting down the Wii U servers on April 8th. And with it, every Mario Maker level that has ever been made and uploaded to the servers is going to be wiped out on April 8th.
Oh.
Now, here's the thing, fellas. A few years ago, they realized when they stopped Mario Maker that the total number of levels uploaded was in the millions, but several of them had been unplayed. That there were something on the order of like 50,000 unbeaten levels that had been uploaded to Super Mario Maker.
Unplayed or unbeaten or both?
Unbeaten. They had not been beaten yet. They were possible to beat, otherwise they would not have been allowed on there. But they were unbeaten as of yet. And so over the past 3 years, a dedicated and loosely co-aligned group of speedrunners has been chewing through this. And as of about 2 weeks ago, they were down to 100. As of today, I think they're down to like 4. And there are 4 left. And so genuinely, we're recording this Wednesday, March 13th at 8 p.m. And if any minute they could get it, but at the same time, 2 of them are really, really, really hard. And so it's a race against time between now and April 8th when they start ripping the cords out of the walls at Nintendo HQ, between whether or not they're actually going to be able to beat Super Mario Maker. And I love it.
That's really cool.
I'm obsessed with the
story. That's a really fun story. It's an excellent story.
I haven't felt this way since Twitch plays Pokemon. I'm not going to lie. This is one of my favorite things.
Because like yesterday, like Walt gave an update, or was it Monday or two? Like one day this week, he gave an update. It was like there's like 100 levels left, and then this morning it was like there's 10 levels. I was like, holy shit! Like what
they
happened?
Are chipping away at these. Yep,
these are like the greatest Mario players ever too.
They really are. Like a leaderboard of how many they've knocked out. Like
they have all people. They have all. They do have a leaderboard on their site. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's called a 0% ZERO, and then just the percentage sign. That's the group that's doing it, and I would absolutely encourage you to look it up. I think a few folks are streaming it on Twitch. I don't know. I just want to see it happen. I think it's really cool.
It's cool. It's a really cool community thing. I like that. Yes.
Going back to the street racing for a second, you said that it makes sense for Tej, if he's organizing the street race, to have the race near his garage so that if cars wreck, they can just go there.
It's a business. It's a business to design. He's trying to. Yeah.
But does it make sense to have to host a criminal enterprise like right near property you own and lease?
No, I don't want the cops near my house like that. I agree, Joey. That was my first concern.
But he knows everybody. Maybe he knows the cops too.
And here's the thing: maybe he's not organized. Like one of my there's this thing called the Cannonball. You guys ever hear of this?
Yeah.
It's the one. It's
Cannonball Run.
Yeah. So, but it's like this like illegal street race. Basically, how quickly can you get from this garage on the east side of New York City to the Portofino Hotel in Los Angeles? And like for a while, this was like this big thing. It would take like 2 days, and then they got it down a lot. And then what happened was they set a record for it.
Gumball. Sorry, not Cannonball. Gumball.
Is it the Gumball or is it
the Gumball Rally?
Interesting.
Yes,
Gumball.
Yeah.
Or Cannonball Run. That's a difference.
So the original Cannonball Run,
the movie,
was in the 70s.
On this.
And so here's the thing. I looked this up. And so all these illegal street races across the country, it's great. But Cannonball Run was originally sponsored by Car and Driver officially. And so Car and Driver was basically sponsoring an illegal street race for 4 years. And then presumably somebody in accounting was like, fellas, we can't do this anymore. And so maybe that's what's happening at the garage, where the garage started sponsoring an illegal street race. And they're like, we can't do this anymore. But still, nevertheless, every Wednesday, they all gather outside Tej's just because you can't stop them,
I love it.
Is it Gumball or is it Cannonball? I can't find it now. There's two, but I don't
There
remember
are
which it is.
two.
Walt's probably right.
But here's a question. While Joe looks that up,
Yeah.
or it's an observation. So we mentioned, I think, last time that we've been watching the show Icons on Earth, and in the most recent episode we watched, which was episode 5 of 6, they talk about how
It is Cannonball.
Hell
Right.
yeah.
in PG-13 movies you can't show innocent people dying because apparently that adds weight and gravitas, and so like if you see innocent people dying, it becomes an R-rated thing or whatever.
I remember I didn't develop empathy until age 14, so I completely understand why that's possible.
When you were an adult, when you had fully grown feelings.
Yes. Proceed.
So they show, like, in Fast and Furious 6, when there's the tank on the bridge, like, people are diving out of their car before their car gets run over because, like, you can't just see an innocent person die.
Yeah.
But in this movie, a big rig straight up rolls over a car that's in the race.
Yes.
And I guess vying to work for a drug lord does not make you innocent, but
Right.
it is just also wild to see someone just get obliterated into a paste in this movie.
It gets me every single time.
Whereas a couple of movies later, like, we've got to show people, like, diving out of the way in coffee shops because the safe is tumbling through Rio, and like jumping out of cars before the
or in the last one,
here, just like,
no civilians were injured in this giant bomb explosion that took over.
This guy is a goo.
Did you guys not see like the 80-yard in, like, I litter all the time, and then he just gets tanked by this thing? Yeah, like, no, I agree that that's probably the case. I think that maybe that was a driverless car, or maybe if you work for a drug lord, you kind of lose some of your moral authority, perhaps. But I could not. Yeah, that's a moment, definitely. Like, yeah,
it is a crazy thing to happen in any movie, let alone like in like no one blinks an eye. Car doesn't say where'd that guy go.
The rest of that whole scene.
Nope. And we totally don't address it. We just keep pushing, and we're good. Then we shoot at cops, so we're good.
Nailed it.
So easy.
Kim, I know that you had a thought. Like, you know, I was talking about my connection that this is just all Dungeons and Dragons,
Right?
And you have a different.
Yeah. So, like, I mean, I brought up pro wrestling in the first one, so I feel like it's important to continue to bring up pro wrestling throughout this process.
Okay.
Now we go to your pro wrestling minute with Kim.
Okay.
5 minutes long.
Okay. The down and back race,
Sure,
right, where they win the 2 cars, go around the barrel, come back. Obviously, it's a tag team thing. We know this. I think Tej literally says, like, he says tag team style. So yes, it's an obvious tag team thing. Do any of you know what a hot tag is?
What's a hot tag, Kim?
A hot tag is when the good guy team, one of them is losing, they're getting beat up, and then
yes,
he tags in his partner. And then his partner comes in and just starts. He's got so much energy and just starts going crazy and defeats the bad guy.
Like both, or just the one?
Just the one that's in there, right? It could be both. Could be both, of course. But no, when Paul Walker sets off,
was that a hot tag?
Yeah. Oh, that was such a hot tag. And he just lines up with the bad guy. Just like saying, "Come on, let's see if you got the balls." And then, oh, so good. That's a hot tag.
Both of the guys that they like raced against did kind of look like they were in the middle of a divorce.
They were.
Kind of looked like they really needed that car.
Their partners were with them.
Wait, to each other, or were they divorcing each other, or other
they're
people?
with women who maybe are.
That doesn't mean that they're not together.
No, they also needed.
All them Gumars.
You think that they would assume, like, they would assume that they were going to win, right? So they do need to bring 4 total people to drive the cars away.
That's a really good
That's
point.
true. I've thought about this too.
Yeah, the logistics of this are very weird. Yeah.
So they did bring
You
them.
need the extra people. Yeah.
Because it is funny when they drive away and just all 4 of them are just standing on an empty road with no cars. It's just like, yeah, you guys lost. Would it surprise you to learn that they needed an extra action scene and had no money? They're like, what could we write for basically $0 and just like driving down our cone and coming back? Like that's
like,
why
we
that
need
scene
one
exists.
street that we can easily. Yeah, they did it like in like last minute too. It was like they watched the movie and they were like,
There's not enough action.
There's not enough racing or like in action. So they were like, we could just do like a down and back race and it'll be like quick in one night. And they just shot it in one night and they were like, cool. And then added it in.
That's amazing. That like, I also those actors that they took cars from definitely seem best available. And like,
oh wait, one of them is a stunt driver.
Really good for them.
Yeah, not Fabio, the other one.
Get that SAG money.
Fonzie, Fonzie is like. He's a stunt driver, and he also comes back in one of the movies, doesn't he, Joey? He's a brief cameo in like 5 or something like that.
Give me my car back.
I think so. That sounds right.
Yeah.
I love that.
Obviously, because he's on set, because he's a stunt.
That's also a really good point of like you could make a car chase very cheaply. Now that I think about it, like
yeah, with like the right equipment and just like a street.
And if you're not crashing one of them,
exactly.
And I mean, not to be like, this is made in the edit, but like you can make cars go faster in the edit. Like you can add louder noises to it. Like if I took a video of a Nissan Stanza going down my street, and then in post I sped it up by 1.2%, and I added a lot of loud noises, race car noises coming out of it. Like that would probably dispel the illusion and like give you the chance of like, yeah, that's a fast car race going on. That's an interesting that you could actually just add an action scene really cheap with no choreography.
I mean, they already do with Nos, right?
Yeah.
Suddenly it's the Millennium Falcon.
That's dumb. Do they do that in future movies? I forgot that happened.
To make them look like they're going fast. The Millennium Falcon.
Yeah, they do like
they threw the engine like the blur.
Yeah.
No,
we get sad that they don't do this.
Is that a John Singleton special?
So there's two elements to that. There is the blurring, and there's also the like
through the engine.
Nos get injected through the engine, and that comes back.
Yes.
But the blurring is kind of not
lost
really.
to time. Yeah,
it's only in Miami. You get the blur is only in Miami,
or it's only in 2003.
Definitely.
Is Miami any different? Right. So
no.
Yeah. So I grew up I went to high school in Tampa.
Woo!
And we'd go to Miami sometimes. I was in high school in 2003.
When your team,
Miami
your team played the other team, like when the local Swamp Rats played the
so they were. It was like that, of course, back in 2003.
Highlight, right?
I feel like obviously it's changed a little bit. Things have been gentrified and everything, but like the vibe is exactly the same.
Miami's just been stuck in the 80s forever. Like that's what I was saying. It's the most 80s part of this. It's just like it just exists in the 80s at all times.
Yeah. And not because of like NIMBY reasons, just because like no, it's just we nailed it once. We don't need to change.
Yeah. We like this style. We like this color. Like everything's good.
As a testament to Joe's research abilities, as we've been breaking this movie down minute by minute, whenever there's a location, he will find it on Google Maps, and it's amazing how much of the stuff you can still find based on like existing landmarks in the movie. Like things change, but like it's largely the same, right? Like
what's the kid on Twitter that like finds the place in a picture? I'm like a really shitty version of him,
and only when related to the Fast and
You know what I'm
Furious
talking about? The one that's like, can you find my mom in the I'm like a really shitty geoguesser.
I do want to point out something that I noticed in this film, which is that the outcome that has changed for our heroes is that they have stolen some money from the police, I guess is how you would put it, right? Like they've borrowed some evidence for their own personal use. And I will say two things. One, it looks like they stole a lot of money. And two, it's like their dreams of what to do with the money are a little bit suspect because they're like, finally we can open a garage together. Right? Like that's what they say that they're going to do. And I have two problems with that, which is like, number one, like, if your life's goal is to open a garage in Miami, like, I don't know, man. I think that you could just get a small business loan for that. Like, I don't really think that there's too much trouble here. Like, you could probably, like, get some financing from the local bank. And the second thing is, like, their friend owns a garage, right? Like, their friend is in the garage business. Like, and they was like, oh, finally, we have enough money to open up a competitor to our friend and take business away from our friend. Like, that's just kind of a dick move. Like, why not just buy into his garage?
Very true. But I'm imagining that they were talking about, like, putting a garage in Barstow, which it probably screws a different friend of theirs, but at the same time, not specifically Ted.
Well, no, they talk about how much they love Miami. They don't want to leave Miami.
He doesn't want to go back to Barstow. I ain't going back to Barstow.
Do they go back to Barstow?
No.
Also, it only takes 3 movies for Roman to be like, you're a millionaire now and your dreams open up a small business. Like he's talking shit at the end. Like he's just like, why do you want to have a day job, right? Like you want to like.
It's very hard to own a small business. Like why you're gonna spend all your
very hard.
Yeah.
Look, we just saw Dom stressing over owning the Toretto's Market Cafe in the first movie, 1 movie ago.
Yeah, he had a full head of hair when he opened that, man. I don't know what to tell you. It's a very stressful environment.
Imagine like driving a Honda Civic into Tyrese's garage and being like, "Hey, man, can you help me with my carburetor?" And Roman's just like, no.
No, I don't know how to do that. I don't know anything about cars. I just had a bunch of money and I decided to invest in a fucking Superfund site and I decided to put it in the Everglades because why not? Like,
honestly, the Everglades is probably an underserved area for garages.
Yeah, a lot of fan boat repair shops up there, but not a lot of actual garages.
Stillwater.
Yeah.
People definitely repair their own fan boats.
You don't go to a professional to repair a fan boat. You don't even go to a professional to buy a fan boat. You make your own fan boat.
Kim does not drive cars or fan boats because he lives in New York City.
Correct.
I would actually go on a fan boat with you if you.
Have you been on a fan boat before?
No.
Again, Florida.
I live in New York. Yeah, right.
There are fan boats in the Everglades. We can go.
We can go. Yeah, that's fair.
All right.
Sounds fun.
Alligators,
Fun.
Another like, cinema sin style, like, hey, why did they do that? I do like how the idea is like, okay, Brian had a job as a big city cop in Los Angeles and then lost that job. And like, then he, instead of, he goes to just kind of hang out in Miami and race cars. Whereas like, if you lose a job as a big city cop, even under extreme circumstances where your entire record is blemished and you never ever get to work again in the city, you still get to be the chief of police in a rural town in America. Like, the retirement plan for corrupt, shitty cops is just be the head cop in a smaller, shittier town. Like, I don't know why that's not this movie. I don't know why he's racing fucking cars in Miami when he could just like move anywhere in the country that has a population lower.
Well, wait, have you guys watched the 6-minute turbocharged prelude to Too Fast, Too Furious?
I don't think I've had the pleasure, no.
I have, yeah.
So it is available online. If you can't find it, let us know. We will send it to you. It explains
it's just all on YouTube too. By the
it's
way.
also on YouTube why Brian is in Miami. It's 6 minutes. There's no dialogue. Minka Kelly makes a cameo, but it explains why he's in Miami. Kind of, not at all. Like, there's not a satisfying answer here, but like it explains at least how he's in Miami.
Yeah. 3 minutes of it, I think, is just a map that's just like moving, like you see the car moving on the map.
It's like Indiana Jones, but like worse than Indiana Jones for somehow.
Oh my god. Is it just him driving through the South and saying, sorry, we already hired our local, corrupt police officer. Just go to the next town over. Maybe they'll hire you.
I will say before the next episode, which is going to be, again, Fast and Furious number 4, if you have not watched it yet, make sure that you watch Los Bandoleros, which is the 20-minute short film directed by Mr. Vin Diesel, Mr. Mark Sinclair, because it is maybe our favorite Letty, and it's great. And you can't, that's harder to find than Turbocharged Prelude, because I think people actually, because Vin Diesel made it and like has pride about it, so he's not just like letting people put it on YouTube. But it's definitely worth watching because it's a very cool, adds actual story beats to the Fast and Furious franchise in a way that the Turbocharged Prelude does not at all.
I love that.
So do either of you, or Joe, do any of you have any final thoughts about Too Fast before we play a game? Not to end it short, but
I cut all of mine in, my friend. I am good.
Kim, Walt,
I only
thoughts?
have one thing, which is I don't think that we as a society appreciate how good of a title Too Fast, Too Furious is.
Oh, so just amazing.
Oh, so we saw like recently, what was it, Joey's screen rant, something along those lines, that they had titleized the final film as FX small I.
Fast 11 XI with a lowercase I. We're like, ooh, if that was a typo, it's an amazing typo, because that's a new way that we want to see it stylized.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, I think that, like, it's a bit of a joke, not gonna lie, but Too Fast, Too Furious is really good. Like,
it's so good.
Like,
I agree.
Whatever like night of like Hollywood cocaine use ended in like, all right, this is what we had scrawled on the whiteboard in the morning, boys. We're calling it Too Fast, Too Furious. Like, whatever that happened, like what a contribution to our society.
Like Electric Boogaloo gets the headlines.
Yes.
Too Fast, Too Furious is
it's very good.
Classic.
It's bottled lightning, and nobody can ever do it again. So I don't. It's great.
Yeah, you can't do it and not think of that. You're right. Like, you can't do like, if you do any number word again, it's just like, oh, you just stole Too Fast. It's done.
They tried to do that with the Fantastic Four movie, where they just like crammed a 4 in the middle of it, right?
Fantastic.
Yeah.
4.
Yeah, exactly. And so like it doesn't work. And like I think that people realized the lightning that they had bottled, and some people have dared, but not many have pulled it off.
Well, David Fincher somehow got away with Sisse Evan. But like that doesn't make any sense.
That's a very stupid name for a film. Yeah. It's not great.
George Costanza would have liked it.
Yeah, I got one more thing here. I'm sure you guys have talked about I said forget about it, cuh. And I noticed for the first time, I didn't realize this, like Roman calls him cuz first. There's a scene, like they're in the race. He initiates the calling each other cuh. That gives Paul Walker slightly more permission.
Slightly more, yes.
But I'm still not. I never noticed that Tyrese debuted the cuh in.
Did you not exist in the cuh time? This was like a big
cuh time. But it's like
big coat. This was like a huge rage of like all 13-year-olds in this precise moment in history.
It is not their word to use, though.
Oh no, but I mean, it just existed, you know.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think that the 13-year-olds were trying to appropriate. They were just lost children.
No, they were just doing what 13-year-olds do.
Yeah,
which is
exactly.
Of course, yeah.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. They were trying to, but they definitely weren't. Yes.
I'm trying to figure out who they are. You know.
Yeah.
All right, let us play a game then. This ain't no 10-second race, a.k.a. Boy Do We Have a Podcast for You.
Boy, do we have a podcast for you. Come and check out our show. Yeah.
So this is where you go on twitter.com, a.k.a. the Bird app, find any tweet from any person.
I found one, and it's actually a very hot one.
Okay, please send it to me. Let me quickly review. We got to see if people got points, and then we can do this episode.
Oh, yeah.
So,
we're gonna tell the score.
I found Kid Phantasm, CB Bruno, Screw Ford v Ferrari, The Fast and Furious, and all those other car movies. I want a full movie about this beauty. And it was a picture of the Let's Go Whalers Zamboni in the middle of a dusty field somewhere. And we said, why not both? Why not a Brass Bonanza Donza Kuduro mashup? Boy, do we have a podcast for you. We got 2 likes from Aaron Willosen and CB Bruno. I get a point. I have not gotten a point in
Welcome
so
to the
long.
board, my friend.
It's been a long road without points, my friend.
See you again.
Joe, you found Megan McMahon at Steel Magnolia. At Vin Diesel, she tweets, my mom claims to be the biggest Fast and Furious fan, but didn't even watch the new movie today she was supposed to. Told her I was gonna snitch. And we said, well, Meg, your mom is still part of the hashtag family. Girls, do we have a podcast for you? We got 1 like from Aaron Willosen. So, Joe, no points there, unfortunately.
Oh.
Walt, you found Disbussing Film at Disbussing Film, the discussing film parody site. Vin Diesel's planning a campaign for the Academy Award for Best Actor for his role as Dom Toretto in Fast X. Quote, I've welcomed so many people to my family over the years. Now it's time for the Oscar. Welcome me to his.
It's a really good tweet.
And we said, we also think it's bullshit this didn't happen. Boy, do we have a podcast for you. It got 5 likes, but from you, from Aaron, from Randy Carter, from Nick, and from Sexbot. So, no.
Hey, do we count sex bots or people too?
Stephanie Adams at Stephanie A18873 at girlwaityou.com/ID 887312 in case you want to check out this totally real person.
There's a link in bio. It's fine.
You found It's Purple Rob at Purple Rob. Today is Dominic Toretto's favorite day in Ontario. Happy Family Day. We said happy Family Day, Mr. Purple Rob. XOXO, love you, fam. Boy, do we have a podcast for you. Got 1 like from Aaron, so no, unfortunately. But Walt, you sent me your tweet, so please hit us with the tweet that you found for this episode.
This one is from this afternoon.
Hot.
It is
hot.
At Extreme Wisteria, and it's being laughed at, teased, made fun of for describing the artistry of Too Fast, Too Furious, and Tokyo Drift.
Also, somebody whose private response to this tweet, and we don't know what they said, but then
no idea what they said.
Sky says, it's not my fault the aesthetics were good. The plot was stupid and fun.
Sky is right. It is stupid and fun, and the aesthetics are quite good.
All right, so what do you want to respond? So you're right? How do you want to respond to this?
Like, not only are you right, but we could not agree with you anymore. You should check out this podcast where we talk about this exact thing. But also, you are heard in this world.
I am saying not only are you right, but we could not agree with you more. You are heard in this world. Boy, do we have a podcast for you.
Yeah, that's the one.
Beautiful.
It's a good-looking flick, I tell you that much.
It is. Kim, you just emailed me yours. Please hit us with that one then.
Boy, did I. This is from the Fresh Prince of Despair.
Oh, nice. Good name.
I like it.
Fridge Pants. 2 underscores. 13 films to get to know me. Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Heat. Director's Definitive Edition.
That's a good edition.
The Fast and the Furious. Too Fast, Too Furious. The Fast and the Furious Tokyo Drift. Fast 5. Fast and Furious 6. Furious 7. The Fate of the Furious. Fast 9. F9. Sorry. F9. Fast X. Shrek 2. Entangled.
Untangled was the last one?
Just
Tangled.
Tangled.
It's
Tangled,
the
sorry, I
regular
meant Tangled,
Tangled.
yeah, sorry.
Remember, she had a lot of hair.
Yes,
And-
exactly.
But they don't list Fast and Furious, do they not care?
No, the Fast and the Furious.
Yeah, but what about
the fourth one? Yeah, it is.
I could not
Fuck
help
the
it.
fourth
It is
one.
notably not here.
Absent.
Kim, how do you want to respond to the Fresh Prince of Despair?
All caps, please. We love Tangled. And then go to space, lowercase, and a lot of those other films as well.
Perfect.
Boy, do we have a podcast for you.
I also like in the improv sense, we did a Herald. We started with Shrek and we ended with Shrek. And somehow in the middle, we had a conversation about Fast and Furious.
We did take a long road to get there, though. Oh.
Joe, please, did you send me one on Facebook?
I did.
Please hit us with yours.
Pulisian Christique, so like Christian Pulisic, I guess, something, at Guidsman with 2 N's. It's a quote tweet of the Ferrari France, the Scuderia Ferrari France thing, and it just has a picture of their president, John Elkann, and they quote tweeted and said, Letteralmente Carter Verone too fast, too furious.
Oh, yeah.
So I think we need to be like,
Mi hermano.
It looks just like him. And boy, do we have a podcast for you, but Google translate it to French for me, please.
Is it in French? Literalmente. Isn't that Italian?
Is it? But it's like the Ferrari French page, though. You see what I'm saying? Like, they were following the Ferrari. So I don't know what.
Literalmente. That's
French?
It's Italian. It's Italian.
That has to be Italian.
Okay,
yeah.
okay. Then,
Okay, so I'm gonna translate from English to Italian.
just straight Google Translate, too. I just want to raw dog it with the...
Li somiglia proprio. Ragazzo, abbiamo un podcast per te.
Perfect. Excelente.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful.
What a silly bit.
Importantly, the podcast is in English.
I mean, they'll figure it out. If they like listen or be like, what the fuck is this? Either way, I get points. I just want some just traction here, bud.
So here, I want to share my screen because there's a visual component to this. So remember we were talking about before...
Oh my god. Yes.
Lance Barnaby.
Yes.
So this is from Dates and Movies at Dates and Movies. April 12th, in 1968, Argentine-American drug lord Carter Verone at Cole Hauser was born. In 1973, fast-talking, fast-driving Roman Pierce at Tyrese was born. Instead of fighting, they should have just shared birthday cake together, hashtag Too Fast, Too Furious. And in the background of the same movie, their birthdays are the same. So someone...
That's really funny.
Either John Singleton or someone that they know, like their wives, their girlfriend, whoever, or just whoever's in charge of putting this together, their birthday was April 12th. And so they're just putting here. Like in X-Files, like every single clock is 10:13 because that's Chris Carter's wife's birthday. And just like a shout out, like, hey, I love you. Like, here's a shout out to you. Someone's birthday of importance is April 12th. So I just saw this because like there's 3 sections. There's people talking about Carter Verone as us, people who watch Yellowstone, and then at Dates and Movies on Twitter. That's it.
Perfect.
Amazing.
That was a good round, guys. I think we all picked good tweets.
I think that was good. I feel like we got a bunch of winners up in that. I feel obviously as the winner of the most recent round that, you know, I have a lot of faith in this.
This ain't no 10-second race here. Well, we don't play every round. We're in it for the long haul.
Listen, I respect that, but with respect, I do live my life a quarter mile at a time. And so as a result, the most recent quarter mile kind of came out with me ahead.
Fair.
We got a new one coming up, but like
really makes sense.
With
I'm
respect,
glad you're standing by your ideas.
I have my convictions, and by the courage of my convictions, I've recently passed a quarter mile.
Beautiful.
So proud of you. What would you two like to plug in this episode? Anything of note, anything new since last time, or the same stuff as last time?
Nothing new yet. I believe, change jobs between the last time that we chatted here. But TBD on when we actually launch for that. That'll be coming out shortly for what the new thing is. I think that you should buy my book. I think that your reader should buy my book. I think that it's a good book. And it's called You Are What You Watch. It's available in stores and wherever books are sold. And I mean, I know a few places it was out of stock, and they did a new printing, and so
good.
More stuff. Yeah,
that's awesome news. Congrats on that.
Yeah, no, it was good. I heard okay, the stuff is arriving back in March, and I was like, okay, I heard but either way, It's been pretty good. I'm doing some talks about that. If you're in Williamsburg, Virginia, I'm talking at the Ampersand Festival. But the odds that somebody listening is in Williamsburg, Virginia is rather small, just because Williamsburg, Virginia is a very small town. But hey, any William and Mary people, I will be in your town soon. So yeah.
Isn't that near Jess Collins?
Is that near Lynchburg?
No, it's on the opposite end of the state.
And Virginia's weirdly big.
It's a weirdly big one, and it's a poorly shaped state because there's parts of it that are very, very far apart, despite it not being a particularly large state.
Yeah,
it's got a lot going on. We're all big fans. But yeah, no, that's what I got going on.
Ampersand. Okay, cool. Very cool.
Yeah, it'll be fun. Oh, it's gonna be good because Cord Jefferson, who just won an Oscar, apparently also went to William and Mary, and will be there. So I will get to meet a person who I know mostly as a Gawker blogger who has made very, very, very good.
I thought I don't know if you read Today in Tabs, Rusty's newsletter, but he talked about how. Shout out to the. Actually, I want to get the verbatim because I don't want to say, but like basically everyone in Brooklyn is gonna be like my friend Cord because like he was like just like a guy who then won an Oscar.
Yeah.
Congrats to Cord Jefferson and to the spontaneous major weather event about to occur in Brooklyn due to media and media adjacent people en masse setting the land speed record for describing someone they've met one time as quote my friend. So you did not say my friend. I'm not dunking you. You're just like someone that I know as a Gawker blogger. But yeah, Cord just like a guy who then won an Oscar. But that was Helena Fitzgerald on Blue Sky. Kim, what would you like to plug?
I don't think I really described what I actually do on here yet. All right. So I cover celebrity and athlete business deals for Bloomberg News and Bloomberg Business Week magazine. And a story out fairly recently on it's a profile of Stephen Curry and his brand at Under Armour. I went out to Indianapolis for the All-Star game and
cool.
Chatted with him over there.
You chatted with Steph at the All-Star. You talked to him. That's really
my
cool.
job.
I know, that's super sick. I'm just jealous. I just wanted to hype it up for you, bud.
it's my job. Yeah. So check it out if you like that sort of those kinds of stories. Please come over to Bloomberg.com and see for yourself.
Yeah, as a reminder, last time you only plugged Walt's book, which is very kind of you, but also did not help people know who you were.
Yeah, I don't want to plug my book anymore. I'm plugging the Steph Curry piece. Check out Steph Curry's article.
I still tell people about that series you did on YouTube. I think you did like a handful of episodes, but like you went to the one guy's Funko Pop house that was just like wall to ceiling of just all Funko Pops everywhere and just
I think that that's pretty much like there's like somebody that has like two Funkos, or you have a gigantic wall of your house of them.
Yeah. It's like Lego people too.
Yes, Rachel has a ton of
basement
Legos. Yeah,
Legos.
Amen. It's the same thing. I think that there's no like, oh, I have like 10. It's like, no, I'm collecting 1,000, or I have 2.
No, this is $250,000 worth of Lego.
Nobody ever has like a third Funko. They either have a first, a second, or just the
yes,
truck
that's
that
what I'm saying.
up to your yard. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I also want to give a shout out to Walt's book and Kim's career, but also to
Kim's career.
Yeah, let's go.
Career.
I got a career and everything. It's crazy.
Cassie Wilson, Nick Burris, Alex Ellen, and Justin Kleiman, Brian Rodriguez of High School Slumber Party, Wes Hampton, Jerry Robinson, Dan the Duke, Hayden Renato, Di Donato, Michael McGann, Lane Middleton, Lindsay Lewandowski, Nate Milton of the Kings of Sport, Jason Rainey, Tom Price, Mike Gallagher, Josh Buckley of Whole Lot of Wolves, Michael Moser, Christian Larson, Tara Newone, Aaron Willows, and Natalie Absolute, Randy Carter, Josh Goularm, and Jessica Collins, a.k.a. Montez. The not in William & Mary Montez. Thank you all for supporting at the $5 level or above. Next episode for us, Joe, is Little Shop of Horrors. Do you guys have a preference on happy ending or sad ending? Joe has never seen the movie, I don't think, so don't spoil what they are. But do you know about the happy ending versus sad ending, guys, of Little Shop of Horrors?
I do not.
Oh, there's two very different endings.
I'm going to check out this episode.
Yeah. That's our next episode. Then we got a Fast Lane, and then we are back with Walt and Kim talking once again about Fast and Furious, not Tokyo Drift, but Fast and Furious number 4. And also, we highly encourage you to check out Los Bandoleros. Also, if you want to spend 6 minutes watching Turbocharged Prelude, you can. It's
Absolutely
not a great use of your time, but like you can do it. But
how many minutes?
6.
Oh,
I think
we could. Yeah.
I've 6 minutes of my limited existence on Earth. Yours in a heartbeat for Turbocharged.
Thank you so very much.
If it was just recap, no, I would not do that. But Turbocharged,
Prelude. So they made this as a way to sell. They repackaged the first DVD before the second movie came out. They're like, how can we get people to buy the DVD again a week before the movie comes out? It's like, well, let's put a 6-minute prelude on there. So
because it's so necessary to understand the plot of the film.
It's like, but Brian was in California. Now you're telling me he's in Florida? We better see him drive across the country.
That's literally what they do.
With Minka Kelly playing a character of Girl. Her name is Girl. Anyway, for all things Too Fast, Too... Well, actually, no. First off, thank you both once again.
Thank you, as always, brothers.
Thank you.
We are
for
so
giving us
happy
your
to be
time
on
and your
Suraj.
thoughts and your brains and your new segments, the D&D thing, the Who's Running Eteon thing. I love both these segments every episode. They're very exciting. For all things Too Fast, Too Forever, go to cageclub.me, facebook.com/TooFastTooForever, or at TooFastTooForever on all the socials. Email us, family@cageclub.me. Check out our Patreon page at TooFastTooForever.com and our store at cageclub.me/shop. And come back next week for Little Shop of Horrors. I'm Joey Lewandowski.
I'm Joe, too.
And that was Kim Bhasin and Walt Hickey, and we will tell you all about it
when we see you again.
Hello and welcome to Too Fast, Too Forever. There's all kinds of family. We chose this one. This is episode 349, Fast and Furious, Lap 14. I'm Joey Lewandowski.
I'm Joe, too. And this episode's brought to you by Alan Wake 2, Monsters Wear Many Faces. Alan Wake 2 is out now on PC, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series X. Shout out to Alan Wake 2.
Well, shout out to Alan Wake 2, and welcome to Too Fast, Too Forever. Before I introduce our guest, Joe, this is the weirdest coincidence thing we've ever had on the show. This movie we're talking about tonight came out 15 years ago today, on the day we're recording.
Oh, I didn't know that.
April 3rd, 2009, 15 years ago.
April release for a Fast and Furious movie feels weird.
A lot of them are. I mean, I think that's the...
It's like May. It always feels like May.
Furious 7 was, I think. Who knows?
Okay. April 3rd is early in the movie season,
F9 was supposed to. April 3rd is early. You are correct about that. But with us tonight, once again, all lab long, we have with us tonight Kim Bhasin and Walt Hickey. Hello, gentlemen. Welcome back to the show.
How's it going?
What's up?
How are you two doing tonight?
Delighted. This is great. This was a breath of fresh air. This was a terrific film, and yeah, no, we're hitting a stride. You know.
Good.
We are also talking tonight about Los Bandoleros. So remind our listeners, how many times have you seen Fast and Furious 2009? A lot? Once? A handful of times? And I think the answer is no, but had either of you seen Lo Bandolero before tonight or today or this week or whenever?
I have seen the Fast and the Furious, or rather Fast and Furious.
Thank you.
Approximately, probably I would say this is comfortably my fourth time.
Okay.
Maybe on cable in the background a couple times, but like comfortably I've seen this film. This is my fourth viewing.
Wait, do these movies play on cable? I've never noticed before. Are they always on TNT?
I feel like it's only been a handful of times for me. This is definitely the one that I've seen the fewest number of times.
Okay. And had either of you seen the short film written and directed by Mr. Vin Diesel before?
Did not know this film existed.
Nope.
So
let's start there. What did you guys think of the 20-minute Los Bandoleros?
Interesting choices were made by both director and actor Vin Diesel.
Ooh, okay.
Interesting choices.
Good, interesting, or bad interesting?
Yeah, I would say that this film is interesting because it is very much like a tone poem. Like it does, like stuff doesn't really happen a ton in there, and that's okay. It reminds you of some dudes that occurred. It like has, you know, people having macho conversations in bars with one another. I would like to hear from you guys how this thing happened, because I have theories, but I need to know why did Vin Diesel get to direct a 20-minute short film ahead of the release of the blockbuster motion picture directed by Justin Lin, Fast and Furious?
So I don't remember. We looked this up when we watched it for the first time. I think the thinking was Tokyo Drift. So we're covering Tokyo Drift later in the lab. Tokyo Drift comes out. Han dies. They're marketing Fast and Furious. Han back. And people are like, wait, hold on, what? And so I think this was made to kind of link the two, because Fast and Furious does not, the full film does not ever establish it is a prequel. You just have to use your brain to be like, I guess this happened before. So this was, I think, showing how Han knew, or like why Han is there in the beginning of this movie, and sort of connective tissue or canonical glue from where we were to where we're going.
Also, Vin, the auteur, obviously had this thought in his head, gasoline is life. If we're not moving, we're dying. So I think that he just needed a creative outlet to get this out.
Now, what makes no sense is this did not release until the Blu-ray release of Fast and Furious number 4. So even though this is a prequel to the movie that we are talking about tonight.
That is a prequel.
That they are talking about the heist. The heist they're talking about in Los Bandoleros is the heist that they do at the beginning of this movie. No one saw it until after they saw the movie, which is wild.
This makes sense to me because I don't think I've ever seen any piece of media so contractually obligated as part of the terms of developing the Riddick franchise as this particular short. This really screams like, he did want to get his shot at directing and probably writing Fast and Furious, and they were like, I don't know about that one. I think that we'll give you a 20-minute, this budget, that kind of stuff, stamp your name on the franchise, see how we go. Because, Kim, you had, I think, a slightly different reaction to this film.
No, I have a thought. I think the tone here might be overly negative.
No, of course. So, let's bring it back up.
Something about it is extremely atmospheric.
Right.
So that it feels, perhaps in a movie like, say, Dune, that could have been accomplished with like literally one shot. And you're like, oh, okay, I understand where I am.
Yeah.
In Vin's case, he decided to take 20 minutes to show us what.
Yeah.
Right? But the first 10 minutes or so, where they're just kind of, you see these little vignettes of life in this place. That was kind of cool.
It was cool.
Yeah, there's like 8 minutes before we see anybody that we recognize, basically, right? Like it just, or at least until Vin shows up.
I think that genuinely Michelle Rodriguez might have more screen time in this film than she has in Fast and Furious.
Well, we have often referred to this as the best Letty. Like, this is the most she's ever given to do. This is the most agency she ever has. This is also, we will get to way later in Furious 7. We don't see it here, but this is when they get married. This is their honeymoon.
And off screen, there's just so much that could have been on the screen.
It gets onto the screen eventually.
Okay. Anyway,
this watching Los Bandoleros this time made me really wonder what the fuck these movies would have been if they would have let Vin write, direct, and act.
Full on,
right?
This is Vin's thing. Let him do every single bit of
he might actually have believed that Fast and Furious movies should be up for Oscars. If this is what he made, for like 20 minutes, if you gave him $250 million in 2 hours, he would be like, I can make an Oscar
give
movie.
Me double the money and double the time.
Yeah, first.
Would you like to see more of these? Because I sure would.
Yeah,
like that. In the same vein as how Disney releases shorts, not the individual short, but the franchise linked shorts.
Yes. So it's the Marvel one shots and stuff. Yeah,
it's like Olaf's Winter Wonderland, like that stuff. Can we get that with a different fact?
You want
every movie he should get 1 20-minute vignette beforehand, and it's just like tonally way different.
You just got to get like Peacock on the phone because they might do it.
Keep in mind, you're asking two guys whose idea it was to watch these movies over and over again forever. Do you want more of these? The answer is yes. We want
always
more of these.
Yes.
Or
I think there's something very fun about just being like a 20-minute thing that like kind of ties into the movie, but not, it directly does, but also it's completely unnecessary. It's very vibey.
I have a question. So we're watching this and Han says something, and I need your brain, Joey, to help me untangle the time web that we're in. No. Han says he's never been east of the Atlantic in this movie. Is that canonically true?
East of the Atlantic.
Because we're to assume that this is...
No, because if Better Luck Tomorrow is truly a prequel, he went to high school in California. Wait, hold on.
He said he's never been east. He's never gone that way. Yeah.
Europe, Africa, Asia, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we know that he grew up in California, went to high school. He then goes down to the Dominican Republic, I guess, flies in from California. And then at the beginning of Fast and Furious, he says they're doing some crazy stuff in Tokyo.
Yes.
Goes over there and then comes back for Fast 5. So, yeah, canonically, it holds up. It holds water.
Interesting. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't, because this is firmly, this should be the first time we ever see Han ourselves, correct? As fans.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so then it does make sense.
In timeline order, in timeline order, it would be, oh boy, it would be
That's
Better
what I'm trying
Luck
to say.
Tomorrow, Los Bandoleros, Fast and Furious, Fast 5, Fast and Furious 6.
Before the end credit scene.
Mm-hmm.
Tokyo Drift,
and then also the scenes from F9 and Fast 10 and whatever they flash back.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Totally normal.
That makes
totally
sense.
Easy to track. I don't know if either of you guys know, there is a low budget, I think straight to DVD movie from like 1997 or 1998 called RPM, which is not good. We watched it as a patron and was like, you guys need to see this piece of shit. But in that movie is about these guys have invented a car that does not use gasoline.
Uh-huh.
And this oil tycoon's like, we got to destroy that car because I'm going to lose all my money if this is true. And in this Los Bandoleros, which is the first time we've seen it since we saw RPM, they're like, there was a car that didn't take gas, but they took it away. It's just like, yeah, same thing, right? There's always like
it's
this.
RPM, yeah.
It's RPM. RPM is canonically a Fast and Furious property, I guess.
That movie's really wild if you guys get a minute. It's really fun.
I think it's on YouTube.
It feels like a Fast and Furious movie, and then also absolutely does not at the same time.
They also use engine grease as lubricant for sexual intercourse.
Oh! I don't know about that one, boys. I think
They're clothed. They're clothed during it.
politics about like gasoline for a film in 2009.
Mm-hmm.
Like 2009, we know that something's up. Like
Mm-hmm.
it's not like it's a mystery of the link between gasoline and like Vin is very much just like, we got like gasoline is life. It's just that we can't have anything with that. It's just like I don't know, man. I get what you're going for there, but the metaphor feels a little bit dated. Like,
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
Also, it's like very much like, can you see through my veil? And it's like, yes. Yeah, it's right there. Yeah. We can definitely guess what you're trying to tell us here.
yeah.
I will say I'm very excited to break this down minute by minute. We're going to do all of Tokyo Drift first, which is going to take us years. And then we're going to do this, but we're getting there, and I'm excited to do this one because I don't really know this one nearly as well as I know the other stuff. So I'm just like,
no, not at all. Same, yeah.
yeah. Do either of you have any more thoughts about Los Bandoleros before we pivot over toward Fast and Furious?
No.
Yeah.
You?
I do not. No, I do not.
Are you glad you saw it?
Yeah.
I suppose.
Okay.
It's fun. It's like
That's all that matters.
like again, like as like a Star Wars fan, there's a lot of stuff that happens in Star Wars that's just like, this did not need to be in a movie. I'm glad it was in a comic book. I enjoyed the comic book. I don't think I'm going to read it again too much, but I'm glad I learned what that was. And like, so I think that was this kind of moment.
Makes sense.
Fair.
Yeah.
Well, then let's dive into Fast and Furious number 4, which again was released on this day, April 3rd, 2009. And right away, one of my most 80s moment is Han's got this beautiful feathered hair in this opening sequence. I'm just like, that's pretty 80s. Like, I don't think there's a ton about this movie that is very 80s, but like very early on, I'm like, that hair belongs in the 80s in the most beautiful, perfect way.
I wrote down Han looks particularly sexy. So yes, absolutely. 80s really, really hit.
Did you guys have 80s picks?
My 80s pick is extremely volatile camera filters based on whether they are in Mexico or are in the cop room. Because in the cop room, it feels like it's almost like shot with like a television camera, where it feels like in Mexico, they really just do the like, total sepia filter, nothing that you can do about it. Like, yeah, it just felt very much like it's the only, like, there is a distinct visual language of film. And I think that this film does perhaps rely on some of the more prosaic versions of that. But yeah, that's definitely the 80s stuff.
I got one.
What's yours, bud?
What you looking at, nutsack?
That's partially part of mine. That's a great one. One of my biggest ones was just Dwight as a character. His like zebra print couch in his apartment, his cowboy outfit. The nutsack quote, obviously.
Dwight, I know that we'll get to Dwight eventually, but I feel like Dwight is the only character that I watched his entire arc happen on screen, and I was like, yeah, that guy voted for Trump. Like, in a lot of these, there's always like other like parts of their character that are just like, well, I don't know, it's because he's like the machismo could be, but it's just like, oh no, yeah, Dwight, yeah, no, absolutely. Like,
yeah, Dwight definitely likes QAnon.
Yes, Dwight is the most into QAnon of anyone that I've ever seen on screen. Anyway, I'm glad that you brought up Dwight.
It's always amazing to me that there is someone in this franchise who canonically is a foot guy. Like, it's just that there's so much. He's also got a beautiful Xbox 360 in that room that I was noticing this time. Like, his apartment is wild, and I don't understand it. I don't know if it's there to be funny. I guess it is, but Dwight's special.
With the deep state, they did set him up with that meth. I don't know.
He's right, yeah.
I'm just saying, like, I think he's a fascinating character. I'm actually shocked that we haven't seen more of him. He's a great bit, though.
I really like Dwight. He's like a voice actor on some like cartoons or something, right, Joey? Didn't we find that out? He did like voice acting on cartoons.
Oh, I think
what
so.
What else is he in? It was just like some random ass like Ninja Turtles voice acting or something.
Oh yeah, I think he's a big Turtles guy. Yeah. So you just think Dwight is your 80s pick?
I mean, now that Kim said that, yes, but I had two other more lower ones. One, the Buick Grand National that Dom drives in the beginning is like such an 80s car with it just being so like flat and boxy. And for some reason, the Campos is Braga is hired a guy that to play Braga when Campos is Braga. Mm-hmm. Storytelling trope feels very 80s. I don't know if that is actually 80s, but that whole cycle of the like heel turn is the heel turn, but then there's also an actor playing him. For some reason, that felt 80s to me too.
My pick, not just the hair. The hair I think is up there. Dom getting a call on a payphone in Mexico is a big one, or Dominican Republic, wherever he is, when he finds out Letty's been murdered. But in the street race, I don't know if I've heard, we probably have talked about it, but one of the racers calls somebody Ghetto Smurf, which is a shout out to Gone in 60.
Yes.
But that racer calls back to the other guy. He calls him Chia Pet. And like Chia Pet, I don't know if that's 90s or 80s, but that's definitely...
It feels 80s, I think.
Yeah. So I was like, the name Chia Pet referencing a thing, maybe talking about hair, I guess, but Chia Pet, just the vibe of Chia Pet feels...
That's good. That's a good pull.
80s
very good one. I like that. Excellent.
Dated for 2009, certainly, yeah.
So, Walt, take it away. What do you want to talk about? A thing that you loved, hated, forgot about, were surprised by? Overall, did you like this movie? Where's it? I mean, don't give us your rankings, but compared to... it's a different kind of movie than the first two. What do you think of Fast and Furious this time around?
So, I'll tell you, there's a vibe shift that happened that like I've never thought about before I saw this movie that I think makes a lot of sense. We're getting to the part where they go from being thieves to people who to spies, basically. Mm-hmm. And so, like, I think a thing that's really interesting is that, like, I write about this in my book a little bit, and it's just like, the heist movies are awesome because heist movies require directors to do something that is directly counter to human nature, which is like the first thing that we learn as children is like, don't steal, share, be nice, to respect stuff.
Yep.
Like, respect for property is a very early, and I would argue fairly universal value. There's nothing fundamentally American, Western, anything like that. Don't steal other people's shit is an important thing. And so when you do a heist movie, your challenge is, how do you make it so that you're understood to be the good guy? So you have to... Heist movies are all about... It's a reflection of society, that something is wrong in the structure of society, and the only way to subvert that is through a heist, right? And so we'll get to a lot of this more, I think, next time that we chat. But like, I've always kind of understood like there's a difference between like an action movie and like a heist movie where they're thieves. What this movie does is I think it does something really interesting where I thought when I was watching it that there's such a huge difference between following a movie about a person who's currently a criminal versus following a movie where somebody's a fugitive. And movies where somebody's a fugitive is such a more interesting vibe. Because then, like, you know, they did some things bad, perhaps, yeah, but that's in their past. They're just a guy trying to get by, and the heat's on them, and they can't stay too long. And like, fugitives, I think, are far more interesting characters than criminals. and arguably even like reformed criminals, and arguably absolutely cops. Because fugitives, there's always like a baseline level of temperature in every single scene, because this could be the scene where they get got in any given. And so I don't know. I think I'm just like, there aren't a lot of movies about fugitives. I think I saw the movie The Fugitive starring Harris. Yeah. I saw it like on cable recently, like when I was just in a bar or something, and like I was like, man, that's a good movie. But like I think I've like been turned on again to like, man, fugitives are really good characters and this is like the fugitive movie. Like this is the like, okay, Vin's on the run, man. Like he's sticking his neck out for this. He's getting his revenge and that kind of stuff. But he's like very close to the police, and he's very close to the people who want to hurt him. And like at any moment he could get got. And obviously in this film, like they'd make the interesting choice of like, yeah, no, he gets captured. But like I love the energy that brought to this movie that I think was lacking fundamentally in the earlier movies, because those you're just trying to make sense of who this guy is. And then are also lacking in later movies, where I think the threat from the government is a little bit less real, where it's more just like, okay, great, yeah, you have an international spy occasionally on the radar, cool. But like this movie, just like it was the movie that there felt like there was a genuine baseline threat at all times, and I think that was a super delightful experience.
And then compare that to Brian, who is just, I'm a cop again.
Yeah, which we need to talk a little bit about that.
Please. Yeah. What are your thoughts on Brian just being a cop again?
I don't know if that's how, like, who is he working for? Is that the FBI?
It's the DOJ.
It's DOJ?
Yeah.
Why would they hire him? That seems like a terrible idea.
Well, like, so can we go through all the, like, what really bad things has Brian done?
Yes.
So far.
A lot.
He lets his mark go. That's the first thing. And
he also was, canoodling with his Mark's sister as well on the job.
That could have been. I mean, there's I'm sure there's worse things he could have done. In the compared with his colleagues over there. Okay, so then you get to the second film where it gets worse, I suppose.
I think it gets a lot worse.
Too Fast, Too Furious.
But isn't everything in Too Fast excused because he is doing it for the cops?
Stealing the money at the end, I mean.
Well,
he did steal the money in the with Mr. Tyrese Gibson. They had a good time.
I don't know. I don't think it's enough to
open a garage.
He should be working for the FBI, I guess is what I'm saying.
He got like a super promotion, right? Like this is crazy to think about. Like they're like, okay, like ultimate failing upwards.
Yeah. Anyway,
you would think like usually the movie trope would be you'd put him in some secret organization, kind of secret cops. Like we get secret cops later.
Yeah, or like we're the cops that have nothing left to loot, and like that. But like it's just the FBI. I don't know. The thing that this movie made a really good decision of, which is that like, is it the movie where it's just like, yeah, like. Border Patrol, we just got to get past those schmucks, and like in terms of like working through the different mechanisms of law enforcement that you can be like against, they do hit a good one where it's just like, yeah, we'll just get under Border Patrol's eyes, that's fine. Like the conceit is clever of just like, okay, well the GPS thing is dynamic. I think it's a fun movie. I think it's interesting.
Kim, what do you think of this movie overall?
I feel like this movie is a little bit like ahead of its time, not in terms of like innovation and storytelling, but in terms of this was early for like a narco movie.
Yeah.
With drug smuggling over the border and all that stuff. I feel like that got really, really, really hot. There were so many series about this like after 2015, right? And this is, it gets into that whole culture. The trafficking tunnel stuff was again like late 2010s kind of vibes. But of course, like, I mean, this movie feels so much more serious than I think every single one of the other ones, right? And by a lot. The thing that I didn't remember was the Phoenix's death is like, it's possibly the most like visceral murder committed.
Yeah, it's straight up like cold-blooded revenge.
Yeah, it's that. I mean, when The Rock kills when Hobbs does that at the end of Fast Five, like it's a bullet to the head. Like that's it. The cold-blooded murder of car into other car to cut this man into is it's different. It's different. It's not on tone for the rest of the series. Usually it's just a bullet or an explosion or something, whatever it is.
Well, I think it's that, and I think this movie is typically one of the three consensus least liked movies in the franchise because I think people are just like it's kind of dark and mean and weird, and like it's not tonally fun like the next movie or like, you know, lighthearted like the previous 3 movies. Like there is something that they are consciously doing differently here that people are like, it gets them on the right path, but this is a strange tone.
It's also, they add a lot of stuff to it. Like, so I was wondering when I was watching it, like, was there a contract dispute? Did she have to film Avatar? Like, why did they kill Letty that quickly and that weirdly and that off screen?
I don't think she knew. Like, I on it, like, as the actress, like, I think that they were just like didn't bring her back.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
That's
because later, I mean, spoilies, but later, Michelle Rodriguez says that she didn't know that she was going to be in 6 until the post-credit scene of 5 rolled while she was watching it in a theater.
Oh, God.
So they just like hard launched her at the end of 5, and then she was like, "Oh, guess I'm back."
Yeah, like her displeasure with this franchise has been no secret throughout most of the franchise. Like she's like, I don't like that they give me nothing to do. They just kill me off. They bring me back. I don't know what's going on. If they're not going to give me more to do, I'm going to leave these movies. Like, it's not great.
It did feel like they introduced Jordana Brewster to kind of do like a reset of girl protagonist of Fast and Furious.
Yeah.
Which I thought was interesting. So how much do you guys know about the actual like history of how this movie got made and funded? Like the original origin of this film?
We talked about it at one point, but I don't remember any of it now.
Yeah. So originally the National Institutes of Health wanted to see what would happen if you had a relationship emerge with the least amount of chemistry. And so it originally started as... No. It just started as like Brian and Mia Toretto, and then they decided like, well, we want to do a very large exposure to it, and so they said, well, we have to chain it to an existing franchise, and so they blew the dust off Fast and Furious, and obviously the rest is history.
And then here we are.
But it was actually just trying to figure out how the fuck you could bore somebody so much with a romance on screen if there's a baseline level of interest. Turns out there's not. So yeah, it's kind of fun.
A peek behind the curtain before I started recording, Walt's like, I took a lot of notes, I left those notes behind, and then when you said that, I'm like, this must have really stuck with you. If something pertained through the notes you've left behind to like remember the funding, and then I was just like, oh, you got me. You got me.
Yeah.
You don't like the diner scene? Are you the bad guy pretending to be the good guy, just not hitting at all?
We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there.
Okay.
What I think is funny about while we're talking about Brian is that this franchise, all these movies, like all of Too Fast has been watching it. Like they love to show our heroes like cut up and bruised up and like look what they've gone through. Brian literally dives through a window to tackle a guy and doesn't have a scratch on him. I'm like, why do you not like give him like a cut cheek, like a cut forehead or something? But he dives through a window to tackle a guy off a fire escape to get the name David Park, and he shows up to work, and the only thing out of place is he's got like a loose tie. It's just like that. You dove through glass.
He did level up though. The Brian has finally leveled up to the point where he can effectively parkour, and there's a lot. There's a lot of parkour. Dom's not there yet. He gets there.
He's a level 4 fighter.
Famously gets there to that parkouring level. But no. I mean, Brian's parkouring like crazy.
Well, I think this is the time. Walt, what is your most D&D moment? If Kim's using the phrase "level up" over here, what is your most D&D moment for this movie?
My most D&D moment is when Brian rolls a successful insight check on the guy who is not, in fact, the bad guy. He's not even here. It's just like that's a classic situation where like you're playing D&D and you're like, hey, wait a minute, this doesn't seem totally right. I want to roll an insight check, and you get good enough where it's just like that's not him. It's just like but so that's the most D&D part. The other D&D part is that this does feel like a D&D game that was like resurrected, where it's like, okay, we did a side game where we went to, Miami and we rolled a new character there. And clearly like, okay, everyone's schedules kind of aligned this time. So we're going to get Dom back. We're going to get Letty back. We're going to get Brian here. Ted, he can't work today. He's working the late shift. And so he's gone home. It's also got the flavor of like somebody who's just like, yeah, I actually want to roll a new character. I don't really like Letty. I think I have this idea for a new, kind of a cleric type, like a healer. Her name's she's played by Jordana Brewster. She's actually she's the sister of the main. I'm just gonna get rid of this character. You can just kill her off. It's okay. I'm not gonna come back to her. It's very much like somebody did not want to commit hard to the character that they originally built. But yeah, very D&D film just because of how slapdash and like disorganized and clearly just like availability based a lot of the decisions were made when it comes to who's in it. So yeah,
for sure. And then Kim, not to be outdone, do you have a wrestling moment of the movie?
I do. I mean, there's a lot of turns in this movie, right? Like,
truly.
But like, I think at this point, it's still in Too Fast, Too Furious. Brian is such an obvious protagonist, right? He's the face. He's the good guy all the time. There's still that they bring back that tension in 4. Between him and Dom, and he's a cop, and he still doesn't like that he's a cop at the very beginning, and he slowly, goes over. In wrestling, that's called a tweener, someone that you still like kind of like, but is doing a few bad things. Yeah, doing some bad things, but like some good things. And so they're not like necessarily a face or a heel. You get a little tinge of that with Brian, but the one I was trying to follow throughout that whole movie is Giselle. So she starts as a heel, but like kind of not really. Like she's nice to him the whole time.
Ooh, okay.
It develops a decent amount through 3 or 4 scenes throughout the movie until he saves her life, and then she. What's the line? The line is, "You saved my life. Now I'm willing to return the favor." And that's her full face turn at the end, and then she one day joins the crew, right? So that's a big face turn that they really spent time developing throughout the movie. And I think they did it in a way that they should do more in actual pro wrestling, where it's very rare that like the good guy saves the bad guy and the bad guy's like, oh well, maybe I should change my ways.
That's a good point. I don't ever remember that happening during the wrestling that I was watching. Yeah, no, it never goes that way. It's always like the good, like, he turns bad, or the bad guys turn the good guy bad. Not that you exactly. Like the other way.
Indoctrinate the good guy, and then he's bad. But yeah, no, I think they did a good job with that in this.
I am enjoying how easy it is to find D&D, and I think you wrestling moments within these different things, because it really is just like it's the same exact kind of style of storytelling. Like soaps have this, like it's sequential and building and improvisational almost in a way that no other franchise does this. And at least doesn't like choose to do this. Like this is just like the modus operandi of this entire franchise, and I just like it a lot.
I think it's why it resonates so hard with the common folk, right? Like you have like all of the structure of how we've been told these kinds of stories. Like if you can relate it to D&D and you can relate it to wrestling, like you have the building blocks already there that you're like, oh yeah, this is somehow comforting, right?
Yeah, they really can go anywhere too, which is I think kind of always been the fun. Like even before they went to space, people were like, "Oh, what's going next?" They go to space, and like it's just like I think that there's a potential of just like this adventure style storytelling that other folks kind of limit themselves to. We always knew there were only going to be 3 new Star Wars movies in the new franchise, right? And so like it's somewhat limiting in scope of what one can accomplish over the course of that, whereas these just like really does feel like we've been talking about this a bunch. Like this is a weird moment for Fast and Furious. These things could go on for another 20 movies. They could end with the next. Like it's just like it's interesting.
I think what's also funny is that as you guys are noticing these things, like drawing parallels to the things that you're passionate about, when Joe and I watch other movies, we're like, this is so Fast and Furious. Just like you're like, look at these things in the Fast and Furious. We're like, look at this Fast and Furious and these other things. So I don't know that I ever knew that Stasiak's first name was Michael.
I think that's 100% the first time they address him as Michael Stasiak.
It's Michael Stasiak. I'm like, okay.
I always forget that he shows up to their house, too, that he's like been at the Toretto's house. I always imagine him at like Quantico or something, right? Like,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
He feels like
also,
that.
Here's a, maybe we could talk more about Brian as a cop here. So Brian goes into like this holding cell of the DOJ and is like, we got to transfer, and then takes Mia and goes to a diner with her. And then lets her leave?
Yeah.
Is that... What?
He's a terrible cop.
He's not a good cop.
He's such a bad cop.
He just has never been a good cop. Well, you think he was like a really good cop before, and then the first movie like corrupted him to the point where he can never be a good cop again?
Dwayne Johnson was a good cop when he gets introduced in the next one. Brian has been a terrible cop.
We had that question. That was like a normal question we would ask people that would watch these movies with us. Like,
is Brian a good cop or a bad cop? And then we're like, ooh.
He's not even like a bad guy. He's just like terrible at his job.
Right?
Isn't
okay.
being a bad cop, letting guys go, make him a better cop than most cops? Or someone to root for?
I don't know. I don't believe, like, I think that he's...
His copness is kind of... We're done now with the...
This is that his moment of like, okay, now I'm gonna leave this life and enter into this life of crime, quote unquote, is that at that last moment when he's leading the jailbreak. And then, like, I don't know, I think that I love that reflects the first scene in the film. Like, the first scene in the film is them kind of doing their like carjack, running that play.
Yeah.
And I think it's a great set piece, to be honest. I think
it's one of the best in the whole series.
I really,
in my opinion.
Even like
the iguana, the whole thing, like I love it.
There's a shot where the truck's about to go downhill, and it's going to be the end. It's the third act of that particular scene, and it zooms out, and you see the road go downhill to eventually reach that turn, and I'm like, oh, the stakes are. Yeah, here we go. It's about to happen.
Yeah,
and like how it harks back stylistically to the first film, and it's great.
When I was watching it this time, I kept feeling like when he's like, Letty, like, here, grab my hand. I'm like, this is Justin Lin trying out the tank jump.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. It's very much like he's like dipping his toe in, or like that, or he like when he gets to like the tank jump, he's like, what if we did that, but like put a lot of space in between it? And you're like, that would be kind of cool, right?
And he's like, wait a minute, did I just say space? Let's save that for later.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I just think it's a good special effect. It feels like a real special effect where, like, I don't think that it's the last real special effect that they do, because I'm also not like a chauvinist when it comes to like, oh, you only have to do real special effects, no CGI. But like most of the things in that scene felt like, oh yeah, they blew up a tanker. Like they had to get a bunch of gas to do it. Like, yeah. Feels like it feels very much like the egg of what the rest of the franchise is going to be, and like the starting point of what, like, if you had to like show this franchise to somebody, I think you could get away with just starting here in some ways.
There's another shot like near the end when they're running for the border, and they're in the desert, and it's very Mad Max, and all the cars are there around them. Like, it felt like a little bit, just a tiny little bit, like the when they're on the ice with the nuclear submarine. Several movies from now, with everyone chasing them like in this big open area, except with a lot fewer guns, or smaller guns, I suppose, and no submarine this time.
Joe has made the comparison in past episodes about Justin Lin like having like a toy box of like things like, in Tokyo Drift he's sort of, but like this is when he actually has the real toys for the first time, right? Like he makes Tokyo Drift, but here's like all the real, like the cool action figures, like the name brand. It's not the off-brand Sean Boswell, whatever, but it's, it's figuring out how the pieces go together and what you can do with them. And it makes sense in a way that, like, if he knows he's going to make more of these movies, what can he get away with? What can he do well? What can his second unit guys do well? What can they believably make exciting and then really crank it up in the next? It's also just crazy how big of a jump it is from this movie to the next movie.
Yeah, it feels like it's an order of magnitude larger. Again, this movie feels important for the same way that, like, Australopithecus was important. Like, it's not going to be the thing that takes over the world. It's the necessary step in between, like, the monkey and the human. And, like...
Was that premeditated, though?
I don't think so. I think that he just was, like, basically... Like, this feels like he, like, surveyed the wreckage before him of 3 different films with 3 different protagonists, essentially. And was like... what the fuck am I going to do with this? And like stitches it together in a somewhat cohesive way to see like, okay, does this work as like it's not even a caper. It's almost like, but there is some element of that to it. I don't know. I think that he starts just kind of throwing shit together and see what works. And I think it does start working, right?
I just think it's crazy to watch this movie and then be like, to ask people if they're leaving the theater, would you believe me if I told you the next one in this franchise is going to be the best movie in the franchise? Like, to watch this one?
And there's 5 more after that.
It seems bananas. I do think, like, again, the thing that is, like, a little lacking is, like, I think that, again, like, the comic relief element does necessarily make, like, the revenge stuff is a little
Dwight could have fixed everything.
Dwight was important, but I also think that, again, like, in the next one, we do return 2 characters from the second film. And, like, it is a good film. It's just definitely figuring out, like, what is going to be so magical very shortly,
You're absolutely right. I don't think Dwight is a big enough stand-in for Tej or Roman. And bringing them together, like, really, I think that actually might, now that we're talking through it, that might be what is the giant tonal shift. Like, not only is it darker, but them just cutting both of like all at this point comic relief out of the film makes it feel really, really like heavy and like there's gravity to it. And if like, because if you had Tyrese in this would be a completely different movie.
Completely, yeah.
Right? Yeah, I don't know. I think that would be a lot of fun. Really, this is like the teardown before they build the magnificent thing that they want to, but it's good. I do dig, like, this is the first movie that actually kind of, like, and I think it's their only opportunity to so far, but, like, there is, like, a little bit of a, like, the relationship between, like, Brian and Dominic actually developing in a little bit, and, like, you know, you have that, like, you know, the classic wrestling moves with like enemies become friends and things like that. And like this really does feel like the movie where they start clicking in a way. Even in the beginning, we were talking about like Brian is chasing some criminal down a hallway. There's the meme that's just like, everything I see reminds me of him. And it's just like, you're chasing down a bald guy in a wife beater who's got some sort of long necklace with religious iconography on it. And like, man, I just need that chase again, you know? And so you can tell that they're yearning for each other, even if they don't say it. And I just like that. So
I never made the connection that the guy that he's chasing to get, Brian Clark's name like, kind of looks like...
Man, I don't know.
He kind of looks like Vin Diesel. I never even thought about that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Everything I see reminds me of him.
I mean, can you blame him?
Especially with like action movies, like that is like, you know, that's how people express feelings in these movies, right? Like, you know, you don't like him crashing a car to kill a guy. It's like, you know, you could have a scene, but like when the emotions get too high, one must resort to blows, right? And like, you know, that's this is a format in a lot of different movies, like the classic thing about like Disney like musicals or just musicals in general is that like, you know, you talk until you feel so emotionally compelled that you must sing, and then when you feel so emotionally compelled during the song, then you dance and that kind of thing. Like that is with Cars in this, right? Like you speak until you are so emotionally compelled that you must race, and then once you are too emotionally compelled when you race, that is when you fight. And like that is I think like what these movies are built somewhat like that, and it's very kind of fun to watch.
In watching this, I was trying to figure out exactly why this one feels like smaller than the others, inclusive of like the first two, right? And it's not.
You think this feels smaller than the first two?
Here's why. I think the stakes are higher, of course, in this one. But in the first two, because they're like in cities the whole time, and Miami has its own culture, LA has its own culture. They're in LA just, you know, for in parts of this, but like it happens in Juarez half of this movie, or they're just out in the country somewhere doing something. Like once we get to the next few movies that happen in places like Rio, and then you do the whole, you know, world tour thing going through from Abu Dhabi to Tokyo and wherever else, like that you get such bigness from like population and people and the whatever the culture is around there. Here you get a little bit in the Dominican Republic, and then you get Juarez and smatterings of LA.
And because we've already been in LA, it's not like exciting and new, right? It's like we were here for the first movie.
I also like they do even shout out more fun cities than the one in which they're currently hanging out in, where it's just like, yeah, you know, Rio's supposed to be nice this time of year, and I don't even know if that was planned. Like, and like he's like, yeah, I'm gonna go check out Tokyo, and like they're like alluding to plot threads that eventually they will pick up, but at the very least, it's like a lot of the movie is just kind of spent in like dusty wilderness, and like the extras budget must have been an order of magnitude less for this one compared to the first two films, you know?
Definitely, yeah, you're right. There is just like less characters, less extras for sure.
Still pretty good. I don't know. I was
better than I thought it was going to be again this time. I think every time I watch it, I'm like, oh, I guess it's not that bad.
100%, Kim. I'm with you. This was when we first started this. I said to Joey, this is the movie I most dread rewatching every lap, and it grows on you. It really does. I think that we hold a special place for it because we know the gravity that it holds for the franchise. Like, this works to build what we get to that we love. And so, like, that plays a big part in it, too.
Yeah, this feels like a necessary, like, reshuffling of the pieces to get to where we need to go.
It's pretty much a reboot in a lot of ways.
Well, like the tagline for this movie literally is new model original parts. So like, hey, we're basically redoing the first movie. Like, we are coming back. We have the four people, you know, kind of the four. I mean, one's going to die. Don't worry about that. But like the three main people you know from the first movie are back, and don't worry, we're not going to go to Miami.
The one guy that you liked, we added him too for a minute, and we're just going to see how this goes.
Yep,
that's pretty good. That's a pretty good campaign. I think that because again, like it really does feel like this franchise kind of lost its way, and now this is it like finding its core again. You know,
Walt, do you have a parallel for this in any other like film series, or is this one of a kind?
That is like one reason that I wanted to. We talked a little bit about this, but like, there's truly nothing like this. There's nothing like being built in the air quite as much as the Fast and Furious franchise is, except again, like things that are very like adventure, like wrestling, soap operas, things like that. Like they don't know what the plot's going to be in 6 months. They have some ideas, but they're just going to see what the chemistry between these folks are. Add some people, drop some people, change some stuff up. It's like genuinely just kind of a style of storytelling that like not even Marvel does. Like Marvel has their stuff very figured out. They're not really like figuring out chemistry along the way, right? It's very interesting to just kind of watch. Like there's clearly something that draws people to these people and these characters and these stories, and like there's just nobody else really doing it in the fly by the seat of your pants way that I think is as compelling as these guys are.
Well, there was we've mentioned before that we were watching Icons on Earth. We finished the season on this franchise, but it was either after it might have been after this one, but I think it was maybe after 5 where they were finally like, oh, we should maybe start planning for where we're going and not just write these one at a time. Like they're 5 movies in, or even maybe 6 movies in. They're like, we should probably like plan for the future. It's like, yeah, how do you not know? Like you're a franchise by now.
Yeah, like this movie doesn't feel like it. Like very much leaves it very open. I think that they kind of have a sense that they have something special here and they're going to get a 5th. But like, I don't know genuinely like how much they knew that they were going to get it. Like the ending, I think is like. Could like if this was the last movie, that could be a good ending, right? Like it leaves opening for what comes next. But I don't know. I really dug this in a way that there's truly nothing like this movie in other franchises, to my knowledge. Like I think Days of Future Past maybe kind of tried it, but like that was just that was far more corporate than this feels.
I think this movie also, so actually going back to what we started this episode talking about with Los Bandoleros, like this almost feels like it could have been or should have been its own 20-minute thing where it's like, this is how we need to get to Fast 5 with Dom captured and they need to break him out in a way, right? Like it could be like a 20-minute thing that then we get Fast 5.
Yeah, they could have given him 30 minutes and we could have gotten to the end of that one and been like, he's captured and we see them pull up.
But then also to see the end of this movie, like we talked about when we talked about Too Fast, where that movie just ends, they walk off, there's no credit scene, whatever. And then here you're like, oh, they're doing a thing. Like I need to see the next movie. It's exciting.
This was a provocative question of like, is there anything else like this? And I think that the closest that I have, and I'll think on this more, and I might watch more of the films that I'm going to refer to see if I can crack this. I think the closest thing is Godzilla. Godzilla's like canon, right? Of like, okay, here's this timeline of Godzilla. Kind of hops all over the map. It's made up on the spot. They just wanted to like make some cool monster movies that obviously became very popular. But like the thing that always motivated the franchise is that everyone thinks that this is really cool. Like everyone thinks that what we're seeing on the screen is that's a
big lizard.
It's a really big lizard. It's destroying stuff. It's interesting to watch. It's got friends. It's got enemies. It's got friends that become enemies. It's got all sorts of cool stuff. And like they're clearly flying by the seat of their pants. They're clearly trying to not like tell a great arc of a story that they have planned out when they first make the Godzilla movies or introduce Mothra. But clearly they're like, oh yeah, let's bring them back. They'll like that. Or like it's he's got a son now, or we should kind of do a soft reboot, but it's still Godzilla. He's still gonna come from the ocean. He's the story, right? It's not that important for this, but like it feels very Godzilla, where like genuinely the kinetic energy that you see on the screen is gonna bring the people back, regardless of what kind of scene setting you need to do around it.
Here's a question: I've seen all the movies, but I don't have the history. I've only seen most of them once. It feels like this is also kind of James Bondy, at least pre-Daniel Craig, where it's like the next movie is going to be like the same guy, but like, it's a different story and like whatever. And then all of a sudden when Daniel Craig movies come out in the era of we are building a serious, somber franchise where like things have stakes. It's like, well, we need to connect the tissue, but like there was like, 50 years or 40 whatever years of James Bond movies are just like, I don't know, we'll figure out the next one when we write it. Like, I don't need to, it doesn't, whatever.
Yeah. And like the thing that makes that similar is I think like there's a secret auteur of the James Bond movies, and that's the Broccoli family. Like the Broccoli family controls James Bond, and like they get to pick the directors, they get sign off and everything, but they're the custodians of Bond the character. And I think much the same way that like kind of moving forward, Vin is kind of the custodian of the stuff. Like he does get EP, he does get sign off. Like he's not directing the movies, he's hiring the directors in many different ways, and he's integral to the casting and all that. But like that's another franchise where you do have kind of like a steady creative hand on the till, even if they're not directly involved in every single element of it, you know? And that's a good comparison. I like that.
Yeah.
But I also feel like James Bond, though, is a little bit like, they feel like standalones. Like, they're not like necessarily like arcs.
Daniel
and,
Craig
like,
ones, because
except those ones. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, but pre-Daniel Craig, it feels like every one of these can be seen in a vacuum, which Fast and Furious can too, but they're not like ever building for the next
until
one.
the end of this movie. Like you can watch any of the first four and as your first one. Like we talked about that a lot, right? Like what can be your first movie? These first four, like each kind of stand on their own.
I think 5 might have been my first one.
5 was my first one.
I think I felt fine about that because they do like, you know, you get all the gist of what you need to know in it. It's after that, like once it becomes more about like the most important F in this franchise, which is not Fast and not Furious, but family. Once it becomes more about that, then you kind of need to know some of the. Kim, don't shake your head. You would have done it too.
I would have done it.
If you have thought,
I'm just jealous.
You would have said that in a.
Well, there is a very weird line in this movie where, like, when Dom and Brian are fighting, when Dom calls Brian's cell phone from Letty's cell phone, Brian says to Dom, Letty was my friend too. It's like, friend is the wrong word here. Like, I know that, like, they have not really fully embraced the other F word, but, like, she and Dom were not friends. They were married. We don't know that, but they were married. And friend is not what it was.
They'll get there. They'll get there.
How long did they know each other? Just Brian and Letty. Just the two of them.
Minutes. Because he leaves and then he's in Miami. So like he knew Letty for like minutes, right?
Well, I think she must reach out to him like, we need to get Dom back in the like that's the point, right? Like she's like, I want to clear his name, and the only cop she knows is Brian.
But I thought that the key part of their fight where he destroys Jordana Brewster's perfectly lovely cabinet full of very fragile things, just comically so. I thought that the impetus of that fight was like, oh, you were her handler or something, right? Like,
because she called Brian. She's like, I want to clear Dom's name. I will go undercover to like, if I do this, can you clear his name? Yeah.
And Brian now resoundingly has tons of cop power because he's
so much.
He can get people off and bring in civilians to be undercover now. He just has full range of whatever he wants to do.
So this is peak cop Brian, right? It
must be.
Yeah. Gotta be peak cop Brian. This is the highest form of policeman Brian O'Connor.
Assumes, yeah.
Well, he's never a cop again.
Yeah. So, and this is.
But he helps Hobbs, like auxiliary. I guess, like, you know, we can kind of say they're all kind of cops when they're working for Hobbs.
Well, spies are different than cops, right?
Okay, fair. Yeah, spies. Spies is a good distinguisher.
Also, Joe, you know the difference between a cop and a criminal? One bad judgment call.
This movie does have some great one-liners. It really does.
Movie's great.
The difference between the cop and the criminal is that cops get to be exonerated after as many bad judgments as they want.
Kim, any other thoughts? Any other things you want to bring up? Any other things that you loved or hated or want to talk about with this movie?
I don't know. I feel like I'm watching like something wriggle up on a beach, you know, like, oh, there's a fish. And it's like, you know what would be cool? Legs. And I'd like to get some legs. And it's real ugly and kind of gross. But man, that's going to be a real good looking tetrapod in just one more movie, man. Like this is a liminal stage and we got to get through it. But it holds up. I think a lot of that's because of Justin Lin. And I think that
100%.
Very capable director. I like his work. And I think that like this movie is really where I think it just kind of emerges that, oh yeah, you do need kind of a creative hand on the till that isn't just, you know, a fan of Dungeons and Dragons. Like actually.
While the tone of the movie overall was super serious, I think they really hit something on the music in this one. Like the music just gets better and better from this film, and I don't know how much of that has to do with, you know, the actual Don Omar song starting its meandering its way into this franchise right now. But yeah, no, it gets. I mean, compared to 2 and 3, I would say, and 1. Oh yeah, all 3 of them. Like
three. The soundtrack to Tokyo Drift is fire, though. I was gonna give the credit for the soundtracking to Justin Lin when you said that because like I think that it makes the like 1 is like kind of classic based on what it is, but like when you hit 3, that's when we start to get into the stride of like Justin Lin. Kind of feels like somebody that's with him or on his team, if not him, is like, I got some ideas for some songs for this movie. And
yeah.
Okay.
He's like, okay. I wonder if you know how they live.
Joe, do you have any notes, any other thoughts about this movie?
No, I cut all mine in as we talked, brother.
Well, then let us play this Ain't No 10-second race, a.k.a. Boy Do We Have a Podcast for you. This is where we go on X.com, the X app, the everything app.
It's Twitter.com, by the way.
Well, yeah.
Boy, do we have a podcast for you. Come and check out our show. Yeah.
I wonder if they're ever going to set up that redirect. Probably not.
I don't think they will. I also, it's really, really, really funny to me, and there's no, polite way to put it, but it's very, very funny to me that they are trying to pretend that this is a video platform, as if, X video is not necessarily taken by an existing piece of branding property. It just feels like so many things that are underbaked about this platform. It feels that I have one that I can kick it off.
Hold on, before we kick it off, we need to review last episode. We got to see if you guys have points. So we have last episode. I found dates and movies at Dates and Movies. April 12th in 1968, Argentine-American drug lord Carter Verone was born. In 1973, fast-talking, fast-driving Roman Pierce was born. Instead of fighting, they should have just shared birthday cake together. Hashtag Too Fast, Too Furious. I said, we've got to check famousbirthdays.com to see who's more famous, but wow, what a day. Boy, do we have a podcast for you. It got 1 like from a sex bot, Sharon Hunter at Sharon H. I'm not going to give myself points for that. Can't do it.
Okay.
Joe, you found Pelesian Christique at Guidsman. Literalmente Carter Verone de Too Fast, Too Furious. It was quote tweeting the Ferrari president John Elkann arrives at somewhere looking like Carter Verone. We said, Gli somiglia proprio ragazzo, abbiamo un podcast per te. He looks just like him. Boy, to a podcast for you. No one, not even a sex bot like that one, Joe. I am so sorry.
Damn. Burns
Walt,
again.
you found Sky at Extreme Wisteria being laughed at, teased, made fun of for describing the artistry of Too Fast, Too Furious, and Tokyo Drift. And we said, not only are you right, we could not agree with you anymore. You are heard in this world. Boy, do we have a podcast for you. It got 1 like. Woo! That 1 like is from our patron, Randy Carter. So, Walt, unfortunately, no points there. And then, Kim, you found The Fresh Prince of Despair at fridge__pants. 13 films to get to know me. Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Heat, Director's Definitive Edition. The Fast and the Furious. Too Fast, Too Furious. Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift. Fast 5. Fast and Furious 6. He skipped this movie, by the way. Fast and Furious 6. Furious 7. The Fate of the Furious. F9. Fast 10. Shrek 2, and Tangled. And we said we love Tangled and a lot of those other films. Boy, do a podcast for you, and no likes. So unfortunately, no points. No points. All right, Walt, you said you have one. Please hit us with it, please, and thank you.
It is just at Famous Birthdays today. Fast and Furious premiered on this day 15 years ago.
Okay, how do we want to respond to Famous Birthdays?
Damn straight it did. Guess who's still talking about it? Episode after episode.
These
landed the plane. We got it.
Landed it. There we go.
Damn straight it did. Guess who's still talking about it? Episode after episode. Boy, do we have a podcast for you.
Whoa.
I'm gonna say, instead of boy do we, birthday do we have a podcast for you. This is the weirdest site in the world. It's all YouTubers and TikTokers that no one ever knows because it's all 15-year-olds yanking their algorithm around. But
I am wondering if it's an SEO play that's going to die with the rise of AI, but that's a later problem.
Kim, you emailed me one. Please share it with us.
God. All right. This is in response to another tweet that says Dragon Ball Z's heroes learn to drive. And it says, she's fast, she's furious, she's Dom Toretto's newest ally in an ongoing crisis that only drag racing and family can resolve. This fall, it's Fast and the Furious, the.
Ooh. Now, Kim, how do we want to respond to this?
Can't wait for 2 Z Fast, Z Furious.
That's pretty good.
Can't wait for Z Fast, Z Furious. Boy, do we have a podcast for you. Beautiful, perfect, flawless. Love it. Joe, please hit me with yours.
Mine is a tweet from Hector J. Tabora at
Hector?
What the Heck.
Hector?
What the Heck _ tour. Great name as well. He's replying to One Take announcing that Justin Lin is being eyed to direct Spider-Man 4.
Oh, I saw this one. That's good.
Yeah. He says, "This is why I hate Marvel movie fans. Comments shitting on Justin Lin when Fast and Furious 3 through 6 show stronger technical merit from him than Watts has in 3 films. Not to mention Star Trek Beyond was fun, and this dude can really film action sequences." As giant Justin Lin fans, we couldn't agree more, Hector. Boy, do we have a podcast for you.
I found one, I don't know if I love or not. I also found while I was looking, Justin Lin's Perfect Storm Entertainment developing biopic on World Rally Vice champion Michel Mouton. So Justin Lin doing more car stuff.
That'd be kind of cool, actually.
So
yeah.
Mine is from Hood Internet, which is a DJ duo, but it's also just Steve Rydell. And it's a picture of a thing that, Joe, you might have or we might have bought for Turbos for Tots or people in the Discord have, but kids today don't want Tickle Me Elmo or Beyblades or Juju Pets. They want the Toretto house from Fast and Furious.
Oh, I have one at my house, yes.
Nano Scene Toretto house. And I'm going to say, no toy chest is complete without the Toretto house. Boy, do we have a podcast for you. I love the Hood Internet, though. I haven't listened to them in a while, but great mashup DJs. So shout out to Steve Rydell and Hood Internet. But also shout out to Kim and Walt. Thank you once again for joining us for another go-round of this Fine podcast. What would you like to plug only for the first time in like 3 appearances last time? Kim, did you start plugging your own stuff? Do you want to keep that streak up or do you want to return to no plugging? Please take it away.
I can plug. I have a story out, I think last week, about Michael Rubin, the billionaire founder of Fanatics, and how he took over the trading card industry. So if you're interested in trading cards, sports cards, all that stuff, go check it out on Bloomberg.com and Bloomberg Businessweek magazine.
Sweet. Very, very cool.
Kim just reports on everything that I think is cool at all times.
That's actually in his contract.
That's kind of my job. Yeah.
It's like, does Joe think this? They like have like a secret spy in my house. So like, does Joe think this is cool?
You guys should just genuinely like brainstorm ideas.
Yeah. Give me some ideas. Always looking.
Okay. If I have any stupid ideas, I will send them to you. Well, stupid fun, not stupid.
That sounds like a business we cover for Is this coming out this week or next?
This will be out on Tuesday in 6 days.
In 6 days. Okay. Well, then I probably can't reveal a thing that's launching, but I would say check my Twitter account for a thing that is launching probably today. If you are listening to this in your earballs first.
Ooh.
My Twitter account is @WaltHickey. I have a very cool job now, and something very, very fun is about to launch. So that is my plug. That is my enigmatic plug. Also, just buy my book. I've said it before.
Just keep saying buy my book.
Buy my book. It's called You Are What You Watch. It's available wherever books are sold.
I was also looking for the thread where I email you guys to, confirm the recordings or whatever, and I was just searching for Kim's last name, and I love seeing in Numlock News when something that Kim reports on gets, finds its way into Numlock News. It's a nice go-round of just, cross-promotion. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing.
I like my friend's stuff. He writes some good stuff. Sometimes.
It's super cool.
Sometimes.
It's still a compliment, all right? We're good.
Joe, our next episode, our 350th on the main feed, is
Jesus.
Princess Bride from 1987.
That's really good.
That's wild.
What's it going to be?
Too many.
We did a special episode for 100. We maybe did a special episode for 250. We not have.
We said 500 should be like the
500.
next
350 is just, it's a nice round number, but it's not. But yeah, 500 will be something in 3 years. But episode 350 next week is The Princess Bride. But you guys will be back in 3 weeks to talk about Fast 5 as this franchise blows the lid off things and just gets crazy. But thank you once again for joining us. And for all things Too Fast, Too Forever, go to cageclub.me, facebook.com/TooFast2Forever, or @TooFast2Forever on all the platforms. Email us, family at cageclub.me. Check out our Patreon page at toofast2forever.com and our store at cageclub.me/shop. And come back next week for The Princess Bride. Ooh. I'm Joey Lewandowski.
I'm Joe, too.
And that was Walt Hickey and Kim Bhasin, and we will tell you all about it
when we see you again.
Hello and welcome to Too Fast, Too Forever. There's all kinds of family. We chose this one. This is episode 352, Fast 5, Lap 14. I'm Joey Lewandowski.
I'm Joe, too. This episode is brought to you by the Spiritual Abuse Forum for Education and is a regular meetup in Portland, Oregon for those who have been left or are considered leaving high-demand religious groups. So shout out to safeportland.org.
Shout out to Safe Portland. I figure I know why they're the sponsor tonight. I got that one. Unlike the Andre the Giant Princess Bride one that still took me the entire episode to figure out and still didn't get there.
Yep.
I got that as a sponsor right away. But welcome to Too Fast, Too Forever with us tonight once again, all lap long. So this is exciting, Joe. We very rarely had someone talk about a Fast and Furious movie more than once. And
Amen.
Returning from a very early lap to talk about Fast 5, we have Walt Hickey, and then returning just to the show in general, of course, all lap long, but talking about Fast 5 for the first time with us, we have Kim Bhasin. Hello, gentlemen.
Hello. I'm so excited. This has been on my calendar for so long, and I've been looking at it, and I've just been giddy with delight. So,
yes. Good.
It is time.
I'm trying to think if I don't know that we've ever had someone back on to talk about a Fast and Furious. Walt, you might be setting new ground here.
This is incredible. This was already destined to be a legendary recording, and only now historic as well. So.
Well, welcome. Before we get any further, we were just talking about it before we started recording. You couldn't spill the beans last time, but now it's live. Tell us about Sherwood News. Is that it?
We'll take that. Sherwood News. I am the executive editor of Sherwood News. It is a business news website that is coming to you now live at sherwood.news. If you check it out, it's a very good-looking website. We're very proud of it. We've got a lot of really cool features coming out. And it is very, very cool to have an opportunity to make something happen in the world and make a new thing. And it has been a real good time since. Yeah.
I've got to say, it's a beautiful looking website.
It's a good time. Yeah. I mean, it's gorgeous. I like it a lot. It's a lot of fun.
I've been largely digesting it through your tweets or posts or whatever they call them now, and also through Numlock, but I don't think I've gone to the website until just now. And it looks like it's mobile ready. It looks like it's desktop ready.
Oh, yeah.
It's a beautiful thing.
You could read this thing on a rock and it still look good. It's a good time. Yeah.
Honestly, good looking rock too, probably.
Good rock.
And Kim, keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
We're always doing what we're doing.
That's what we're here for.
So now Fast 5, this is one that Walt was on very early in the show to talk about, but Kim, you have not talked about it yet. I would assume it's one of your favorites, but before we get into the discussion, what was it like watching this time around?
I mean, it was a delight. I don't know. I feel like this movie really, more than any other movie in this franchise, feels kind of like home. It genuinely feels like a classic. You know, it really feels like just a stone cold, like this will be taught in film school. This will be like, you know, it is just a good flick, you know?
I still get hype over this movie. Like, yeah, I've definitely seen this more than the other ones, and perhaps more than them combined.
Yeah,
like,
really?
It's somewhere around that. Like, maybe if you subtract the first one, right?
Yeah.
Then I think 2 through and maybe Tokyo Drift. If you remove those 2, I've definitely seen this more than 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Hobbs and Shaw combined. Like there's something about this that just keeps it. If it's on in any situation, I have to see it through.
It's always on. It's always on somewhere.
It's always on somewhere.
Let's dive right in. with that most 80s moment. I feel like I will lay the groundwork here. I think this movie is somewhat more timeless in a way than other movies. I found it harder to find something most 80s about this. I don't know if that's true for you guys too. I have one that I don't love, but I will wait. Walt, Kim, either of you want to go first? Most 80s moment in Fast Five?
Yeah, I think that the loose cannon element of Dwayne Johnson's cop character, basically like an American who is armed and in a different country and is behaving just however the hell he wants, feels very, very 80s.
I had that feeling too. Yeah, that was definitely a note that I had. I'm with you, Walt, for sure.
Post like World Police World, I think like it is a bit of a throwback in a charming way.
So mine is also Dwayne Johnson based. It's his catchphrases in this particular film.
Okay.
So there's a moment early on where he's talking to his crew and asking about the situation, and you want the good or bad news first. He says, I like my dessert first. And then he gets to the end of it and he says, give me the damn veggies. And I'm like, that's an 80s action hero.
It's so funny.
It's an 80s action hero being campy and stupid. Yeah. But we're like, yeah, give me the damn veggies, bro.
Joe, do you have a pick?
Yeah, I have a couple that I would like to shout out.
Do you guys agree though that it was it harder or was it not as hard?
It was way harder. This one's
way harder.
I agree.
Okay.
This is very, very hard. Giselle referencing the Han smokes unfiltered cigarettes is very 80s.
Okay.
Wow. That's impressive.
Yeah.
And I think Reyes in general just feels very 80s.
Yes.
Just like the whole character of Reyes, I think, is very 80s. But my most 80s pick for this film is being in a place that is very hot without air conditioning and how glisteningly sweaty they all are the whole time. I think that is something that, like, air conditioning has been invented. We should use it. And I think that's my most 80s pick for this movie. Just like the sheen of sweat on all of them.
Can we talk about this a little bit more?
Yeah.
Because I don't think Dwayne Johnson was a professional wrestler for decades. Right?
No. Really?
But
what?
And he would slather himself in baby oil, right, to go out there.
Sure.
In front of everybody.
Exactly.
He has never been wetter than in this particular film. There are beads of water.
How does he do that?
I don't he looks like someone has poured water on him.
Misted him. Like actual mist to get the beading of it. Yeah. Like not even soaking wet.
But it's also like probably like, oh, it's actually just propylene glycol. We get it by the dry. Like it's just like, oh man, you're right. He looks real good in this. Real sweaty guy.
Real good, yes. Sweaty good.
But they're all kind of glisteningly sweaty too. Like even Brian and Mia and like Dawn, like all of them have like this Rio sheen of.
I like the implication that this movie looks gorgeous. It sounds amazing. It smells terrible.
Yes.
Well, that's like when I watch a movie like Barry Lyndon, I'm just like, oh, like in the 1700s, like that room must have reeked. Just like a bunch of people in like 8 layers to look fancy playing poker or whatever. I'm like, oh, the smell in that room.
Candles alone, like they weren't like paraffin; they were made out of whale juice. Like
tallow.
I wonder though, like, in terms of the sweating, like I wonder, because I know that, this series this franchise more than most others, I think, seems to just throw things at the wall, see what sticks, and then like double down on that. Like, I wonder if they intended him to be this sweaty or if it was kind of a happy accident, because like in Furious 7, when he is stamping documents, he is dripping sweat too. Like, and I wonder, like they're playing into it by that point, but I wonder if he's super, super sweaty here by choice, or he was just sweaty and they, I don't, it's like, was it intended?
I think they misted him. They it's too much. I think they had like one of those like old school like misting fan type situations that they were just constantly blowing on him when the cameras like weren't directly on.
It's always great
a lot of mist, man.
Look at the movie and like you watch the credits all the way through, and they get into the part of the credits where it's like, oh, I guess that is a job. Where it's just like the assistant to Mr. Johnson, and then the assistant to Mr. And like you can tell that that's just like they couldn't just say sweatmonger; they have to say the assistant to Mr. Johnson. Like,
yeah, that's probably true.
Chief Mister.
Yeah.
Like Mister.
Rock slot.
Mr. What?
Oh, not the rock slopper.
You heard what I said.
The rock slopper. Ugh.
My pick for the most 80s, and I don't know that this is necessarily 80s, I think it's probably all the time, but it felt like political corruption and police on the take. I think that kind of leans into Kim's a little bit, where just like there's 80s action movies where there's catchphrases, but also just like there's a crooked cop in this town, or like
them storing the money in the cop's vault. I agree. That was almost going to be one of mine too.
And it just feels like thematically, even though this is like firmly, I think a reason this movie works well is because it doesn't feel like tied to any particular year. But I feel like that in particular, just like, oh, this feels like an archetypal 80s, like we got to take down people who like are maybe high on cocaine and ruling with an iron fist, and people are scared of them. But even that, I don't feel like super great about that. I'm just like, I don't have a better answer than that. So, who knows?
Works for me.
Now, do you guys is there anything about this movie this time around? I know, Kim, you said you have seen it more than any other movie in the franchise. Is there anything this time around that you noticed that you never noticed before?
Like, I feel like I was particularly impressed at the structure of the opening. I mean, the train heist.
Yeah.
Right? I was watching it and I was like, whoa, this is better. I guess I'm just analyzing it more. And like you kind of forget what it takes to even plan that kind of story on something like this. And it reminds you that for a lot of these set pieces, like it takes them sometimes several, literally years to develop that idea, and to see it like come together that way was amazing.
And that one has like a lot of moving parts too. Like you have to have the truck on the outside and the train and them inside and like jumping off the bridge. Like you're right. Like we think of it as one set piece, but there's so many different little notes they have to hit as they're doing it. It's crazy to think that they put this together, and that's the first set, like not even the big set piece. You know what I mean?
I
It's
think
crazy.
that this movie might have the two best set pieces in the entire franchise.
Really?
Like, I think that train heist is truly something. And obviously, I think that, like, I really just can't get past the Brazil. Like, it is, like, the best and, like, most swashbuckling fun that this movie franchise has.
Swashbuckling. That favela chase made, like, I think it's GQ's list of most important action scenes of the...
It did. That's right. Yeah. Again, I don't know. This movie is just, like, it looks, like, well directed, but I would also just say, like, really good, like, first unit directed to stunts and all that. Like there's like a lot of like really interesting moving parts on this one.
Yeah, I think that's fair. So I think it's interesting you say it's the best action set piece, because I don't think you're wrong, but I think like specifically in the next movie they're like, how can we go crazier, like with the tank on the bridge scene and also the airplane hangar world's longest runway scene. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, we did such great action, like how do we get crazier? But it feels like going from very grounded, very dirty, very just like driving through tunnels and 4 to here, it's like, oh yeah, these are big.
Yeah, like that made the news. That was cool. Like
the stakes also rise, right? But like there were significantly more deaths immediately in this film. Like there's 3 DEA officers who are killed and a couple of the henchmen.
Yeah.
And then right after that, like when they go to the favelas and the Rock's crew like mows down 16 people.
Yes,
like,
they kill a lot of people. Yeah.
Is this the highest body count we've seen in the franchise by like an order of magnitude? I think
by like within the first 45 minutes.
Like, did anyone die in the first couple?
Well, Johnny Tran gets killed,
Tran.
Jesse gets killed.
Allegedly.
But it's very, very small amounts.
But no
of people.
passers-by, yeah. And those are like plot-driven, like this is a thing that's happening, and that's not just like
it was really funny in the first
those
scene,
Toretto boys are up to some action again.
where it's just like you see the bus take the most fatal possible tumble that it can, and then you can tell they take great pains to be like, and miraculously all 23 inmates were recovered, and it's just like, okay, so we're gonna go for a PG-13, and it's like, no, Dwayne The Rock Johnson is gonna execute someone on a bridge, and you're gonna root for it. I know
we were laughing.
It's still PG-13 though.
Yeah, we were laughing in Fast 10 that they do like the whole bomb scene through Rome, and they have like a news thing that's like, and no civilians were injured at all. Like right after that, and we're like, yeah, sure.
Well, so in the season finale of Icons on Earth, which we watched a couple of weeks ago, they make a point of saying that like to be PG-13 and not R, the only people who can die have to be established as bad guys. Like you can't just have Like you can't see somebody die, but it's like DEH. This movie does kind of blur the lines a little bit, but I don't know.
It is like I don't want to talk about the future too much because I very much enjoy staying grounded in each film. But this is the first time I've seen this film since seeing Fast 10, and like just like
I wanted to talk about this.
Momoa just like giggling next to everyone in the passenger seat in these scenes was kind of like he's just off frame. I promise. Like the camera just left him out a little bit.
I did like some investigative work and rewinding and pausing because from what I thought I remembered, that Momoa was the passenger in the Reyes car.
Yeah.
No, he's in a separate car, right?
Yeah, because they show an empty passenger seat. But that car, the Reyes car, gets hit with Dom's car at the end. And the car that goes off the thing, we never see anybody inside.
But that's where he's in because we see him floating in the water. Yeah.
Exactly. So, like, for them not giving a shit about what actually makes sense in these things a lot of the time, this one actually kind of does make sense. Like, I can't find logic holes in this one yet, so good on them.
I mean, the logic hole would be not having Jason Momoa exist in this film at the moment.
Yes, absolutely true. But I mean, we've seen way, way, way worse. Like Kim, I mean, they like fucked years up by decades. Like nobody knows when anybody died. Like very easy, like home run things that they should have just been like, can somebody just go check what like year it said on like Letty's grave? They don't care.
Nope.
They absolutely don't care.
And that's something that, like, you know, we have said over and over again. Like, I think we haven't said it as much about this as we have about the Han thing, but for a franchise that completely rewrites its own history as often as it does, they somehow don't screw that up too bad. It's like you're saying, other stuff they're not good at, but like that stuff, like actually like figuring out where people could have been when you thought they were somewhere else or didn't know they existed or whatever.
Yeah,
but like
they figured out a way to do that.
Right? It's very comic booky.
It's so comic booky. It's very like, and like, so I love ongoing universes that they have to make constant adjustments to their own history. Like comic books are this, where like they're going to be like, well, what about this issue in like issue 4? So it's like I was a Skrull or something like that, right? Like they always back to. But like I also like it's one reason I love Star Wars because it's like, well, George, why is this character, this Wookiee, is over here? And he's just like, well, you know, he was taken in the Gnossian rebellion, and then you keep on digging yourself into holes that you have to dig yourself out of, and it's almost like, you know, the kind of like you eventually build so much that like you can hypothetically have Han Solo's entire schedule between Star Wars and The Empire Strikes Back figured out because there's that many comic issues. And like I just think that like situations where a collaborative team of writers keep on getting into each other's traps is just like really funny. And
I think so.
I will also say the thing that I noticed in this movie that I hadn't noticed as much before was how prominent Mia is in planning the heist. Like I kind of like, for whatever reason, I know that this is the movie where they make them really, you know, romantic interests and all that kind of stuff. But like, I kind of forget that she's like a player too in the she's one of the heist crew in it. Yeah. And like, is obviously like kind of, you know, doing some more of the like back at home base stuff. But like, I kind of forget that like, it's not just the scene of our two boys, Dom and Brian, talking through who to recruit. She's there too and like giving ideas, you know?
Well, the franchise has not yet decided that she has nothing to do because Brian's not around. Like, Brian's here, like, she can still do stuff.
Yeah.
Eventually, they're going to be like, Brian's not here. Mia can't do anything. She's not even allowed to be in the movie.
Yeah. Yikes.
You know what really surprised me this time? And I don't know if we've ever talked about it because I made a note of just, like, when Hobbs is like, check everything but the space shuttle. I'm just like, you got to think bigger. I'm like, I bet I had this thought before. And yes, I thought that in lap 10. So I have nothing new. But one thing I don't know if we ever talked about is, it's a little surprising to me that Hobbs does not show up till 21 minutes in. Like, I'm like, this is the movie, like, he's the antagonist, sort of, right? But, like, that's kind of far into the movie. I mean, I understand, like, it's the break into two, like, it's you know, save the cat structure, whatever. Like, it makes sense for him to show up there, but, like, that's kind of late.
It's pretty late. That's definitely a good point. I do think that is truly an all-timer entrance.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. They tee it up, too. There's, like, a brief piece of foreshadowing where Brian says the 3 DEA agents are dead. They're going to send in their best.
Yeah.
And then cut to Dwayne Johnson.
I am so worried about what your wrestling moment's going to be this week. Anyway.
I want to say, because of that, I want to save that a little bit. But I do think that, like, Hobbs, it is an all-time great entrance. One thing we talked about, there's a sort of a sister show of sorts. There's the Rocky Maivia picture show. Our friend Nate Milton hosts a show that's all about the Rock's movies, and we've gone on there to talk about these movies specifically. Within Dwayne's career, he has like a ranking system of like how good of a role it is. And I remember saying like, I don't know if this is like Great Hobbs because like they're still trying to figure it out. But I know, Walt, you don't want to compare to future movies too much, but compared to like where Hobbs goes, do you like this kind of grittier, meaner, coppier Hobbs, or do you like the sort of more lighthearted where we will wind up in?
I love this.
Hobbs and Shaw.
I love this guy so much. He's a breath of fresh air. I think he's truly Dwayne's character at this point, but also clearly belongs to the world enough that he feels an obligation to change himself. Later, Hobbs just becomes Dwayne, and it kind of becomes like his XP basically within the universe. But I think that this is a genuine character in a way that you do not tend to see that much.
It's so good. There's something about The Rock swearing that I think really hits. Like his 10th line of the film is "Stay the fuck out of my way," and it's I don't know. In WWE recently, The Rock has been swearing constantly. So he joined the board of directors of the company, and he's been back in pro wrestling for a while. And he started swearing, and they just bleep it instead of whatever. And the fans are going nuts. When Dwayne Johnson is cursing at people, they love it.
Yeah. This is also, this movie's fundamentally critical for Dwayne Johnson. It's the movie, I think it is the movie where he goes from being The Rock to being Dwayne The Rock Johnson, or slightly further. You got to remember, this is the best. He started acting in 2000-ish, give or take, and was doing it for 10 years and was very much hungry for it, and it wasn't really happening for him that much, right? And then this movie comes and it's his big hit. Everything you can see it in the role and how he takes it on, where he takes it really seriously. He's not just trying to do his bit because he doesn't have a bit yet,
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think he's still trying to prove that he can do this, right? That he's not just, that he is an entertainer. He's a well-rounded entertainer. It's also the crazy thing about where he is in 2011, where he's come from, where he is then, and where he's going to get to today. What's more of a journey, getting to where he is there, or getting to where he is now?
Man, I don't know. I mean, I think, you think about this guy a lot more, I think, than almost anyone else in the world. What's your read on that?
The leap from wrestling to acting is the biggest part. And I think so that brings you all the way back to, the Scorpion King and his very, very first roles. It's just a different feel. Cameras are different from a live audience. And he has been acting his whole career. Pro wrestling is also acting.
Yeah.
He's playing character. It's not him. The Rock is not Dwayne Johnson. So he's been doing that forever. But to flick that switch to live audience, from live audience to movie cameras is, that's a big step. So obviously he's evolved as an actor throughout that whole time, but that initial leap is such a big one. And so many people fail at it who try to move in from sports or whatever, and it just doesn't happen.
It does feel like the ones who succeed though wind up in this franchise.
I think that's right. Yeah,
Jonathan.
Pretty much all of them. Yeah.
Where's Batista?
Right. Yeah, where's Batista? Where's Batista, man?
He hates it. We talked about this.
He's gonna be the first.
They're shitty movies. They're not filmed.
I have money on this.
The first person to win an Academy Award.
Yeah, it's Batista.
It's
not even close.
He's got this.
Yeah, he's at this point he's practically due. I'm not even gonna lie.
I agree with you. When is he gonna get that kind of opportunity?
I don't know. Blade Runner 2049.
So soon.
That was years ago. Yeah, he's got a lot of good stuff. He's great at knocking the cat. I don't know. This is not a Dave Bautista podcast. I like that.
No, and it never will be until he's in these movies. Then it definitely will be. While we're on the topic of Hobbs, question for all three of you: in the scene where he bursts into the garage and then he and Dom have their wrestling match where they tumble through walls, he his big line there is how mad he is at both Brian and Dom. He's like, Brian, you took the oath for being a cop and you betrayed it. Dom, you almost killed a guy by beating him to death with a wrench. And I was wondering, which of those things do you think makes him more mad? That Dom almost killed a guy, or that Brian was a cop that turned his back on being a cop?
100% Brian was a cop that turned his back. It for this character in that moment.
Yeah.
He's way more mad about that criminals are criminals. He knows that. But Brian going against the law, the oath of the law that he took, has to be the worst.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. I don't even think it's close. I don't even think he's that bad.
Also, like twice. Brian did it twice.
Yeah, I feel like the second time you come around to the idea that maybe this guy ought not be a police officer.
Although, really, like that's also, you're talking about foreshadowing before. He's kind of foreshadowing there because by the end of this movie, he will turn his back on being a cop, sort of, and he will, murdering in cold blood Reyes.
I don't know if that's as much of turning his back on being a cop as you say it is.
It's not, but I get you.
But
he also, but he does let them go. He does pull the Brian.
He lets the criminals go. Yeah,
that is true.
But I think that's like a head start, not a let go. Like Brian lets Dom go. He says like, I'm coming after your ass, but I'm giving you a head start, which I think is a caveat, like just a hair different.
It's definitely, he's an interesting guy. He's a really good, I think that he's an amazing character, and I think he gets more boring as these things go on. But what an entrance,
Kim, I think we've waited long enough. What's your most wrestling moment of the movie?
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, my most wrestling moment has nothing to do with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
That can't be right.
Really?
It can be right.
God damn it.
So I think it's when everyone is introduced in that scene. They come together and they're building up their crew and they arrive at the hideout. So this is the formation of what we call in the wrestling business a stable.
God damn it.
It's the creation of a stable of wrestlers who come together as a group to then take on the world. Right?
Yep.
So he says, we're going to need a team. We have a chameleon. A fast talker. There's a guy who's good with circuits. We need someone who can punch through walls. Someone who's good with utilities and weapons. And then finally, what else?
Is it two
precision drivers?
Two precision drivers. You have
we got those.
People with different kinds of abilities. So it's nice and well balanced to create the stable. So, I don't know if anyone here has seen Bash at the Beach 1996.
Why would anyone here have seen Bash at the Beach 1996?
Because that's when Hulk Hogan started the New World Order, the
NWO.
God damn it.
And then over time, they add more and more wrestlers to the stable.
Including Mike Tyson.
Yes.
Michael Tyson?
Michael
was in the NWO for
Las
a minute.
Vegas impresario?
Yes, of course. That's the guy. He's fighting Jake Paul soon. It's gonna be real weird.
I think that's good. I think that's a disaster. Anyway, go on.
So that is my wrestling moment here. There's beautiful music in the background, and the intros are they're essentially like wrestling intros where they walk out. They literally walk out of the airport.
They do. They do that.
It's beautiful.
The only thing it's missing is some terrible new metal playing in the background.
That's what we need.
That's what they need.
We need Ball with a Ball by Kid Rock play.
The worst
God
music to walk out to, as every wrestler has just the most abysmal music.
There's some good ones, but there's a lot of misses in wrestling intro music. I agree. But there's some that hit, like some of them. Very few.
I do want to point out that there's something that this movie did that, like, just for whatever reason, like, tickled me in a way that I have decided that I need to form knowledge to do the same thing, which is like, so there's like two things that I like wrote down that was just like, man, that's a really cool thing. Where like Ryan's just like, 49 kilos, that's 1,020,000. And just like kind of knowing that off the dome, that's like, yeah, that's dope. I would like to know that information too. I would like to size.
You went the one weight conversion that that you're like, okay, like 1 kilo is 30 grand. So like you can just do the quick math after that.
And then there's a line, and it's from Tej, and I'm going to read it. It's like 10 by 14, fitted with 18-inch thick steel reinforced concrete walls with an insulated copper core to protect against thermal lamps, a Class 3 electronic lock with a Surefire Griffin retumbler, and a biometric palm scanner. 10 tons of top-of-the-line security. And I just think, like, that like you have like nerds in movies who can do that with like guns. You have nerds in movies who can do that with cars, right? They're like a fuel injection, and like that's a very common type of thing. But like being a weird nerd about safes is one of the funniest and almost awful. And I was just like
Don Cheadle.
Yeah, I mean Ocean's 100%, 100 like just a vague, sexy admiration for safes. I might get into that. That might become a thing. I might become a safe guy. I don't know.
So can I ask you a question about that?
Yeah,
so we've been talking about leveling up, right?
Yes.
In a very Dungeons and Dragons
way.
Tej's level up in this one is intelligence, right?
Yeah, it takes
obviously.
Dom's level up in this one, I think, is strength.
Yes.
Roman's level up for sure every single time is charisma.
Yeah, I would actually say that Dom and Brian are both leveling up in con, just because they do survive driving off a like 50-foot plunge into water and they do not get scratched.
Ooh, that's good.
They're kind of becoming superheroes in this one, so I think that they're like up in their armor class. They're taking some points in con. They're getting sturdier. They can take harder hits than they could in a few movies.
Of course.
Go on. I interrupted rudely.
No, that is a plunge.
Yeah.
No, but yeah. So on the D&D side,
yeah.
What progressed in this particular?
Oh, in this film, do you want me to go into my D&D moment of the film, or just want because I think
yes, please.
So like this movie is amazing for every reason, and like Kim can speak to this, but like I literally converted its plot into a Dungeons and Dragons one-off during a pandemic heist theme series of one-offs.
You did very literally do that. Yes.
It's just like
we played the game. It was like 6 people. It was amazing.
It's really good. It's so good. And like here's the thing in this that I like. So this movie introduces, for I believe the first time, the DM NPC. The DM NPC is a fixture of any Dungeons and Dragons game.
Mm-hmm.
It is the dungeon master's favorite character to play, who will oftentimes start tagging along as like a sidekick or what have you. Often on a D&D podcast, these things will be like the fan favorites. You can think of things like, I don't know, Angus McDowell in the Adventure Zone, or just anyone that you can clearly see the DM kind of light up when they get to play it. And
what was your Fast Five one?
It's absolutely Hobbs. It's absolutely, because basically a good DM NPC like is a fun character to play, but also is like gives the DM a chance to like kind of play someone on the crew. And the exact moment that person flips on is oftentimes somewhat organic. And in this movie, it's very clearly like it's just like, oh, this is a fun character I'd like to play with. I'd like to kind of get him into the plot a little bit. You do have that kind of crew diversification thing where everybody's kind of classing into a different thing. That is definitely a thing that you highlighted with the wrestling stuff. But like the big thing is that like the DM NPC shows up, and it's clear that like, oh, even though he's bad, and even though he's kind of against the crew, everybody's having a lot of fun with him, and as a result, he's going to stick around forever.
That's awesome. That I had no idea about this, but it makes perfect
sense. Yeah,
if
you saw the Dungeons and Dragons Honor Amongst Thieves last year, the Paladin character played by Reggie something or another, he's kind of a DM NPC. He like goes in, helps them solve the puzzle. Because like if you have a bunch of idiots who can't solve a thing, sometimes you have to send in an NPC to help them. And so that character is very much kind of riffing on this idea of like, the dungeon master might just have a character that helps you sometimes because you're too stupid to solve the dungeon, and that's Dwayne.
I do feel like so this happens in D&D as well. The protagonist NPCs or ones that become it, like I get sad when like the foot soldiers die in like a war movie,
sure,
and when the Rock's companions all get murdered in the middle of this, I'm like, oh,
yeah,
we never even got. They're just
no.
Do you think it's weird though, because he comes in talking about how much competence matters to him. He wants Elena because she's the one not crooked cop, and these two dummies he's got can't even recognize that there's an aftermarket CD player radio in this classic car. Like I know that maybe he didn't get to pick his crew, maybe those crew just came with him, but it feels like they are not at the level to which you would expect people rolling with Lucas Rebecca Hobbs to be.
They did put the car back together, so they have some technical abilities.
Yeah,
but apparently their powers of deduction and analytical brain.
So you're saying they're like they're not cops, they're just gearheads.
They're just gearheads.
Yeah, they're technicians. They're techs,
and they might be good with weapons. I mean, even though they just die, but
I still felt bad because they died.
As we all know, everybody, you are good at weapons and utilities, the two things that go together. So they are clearly utilities and weapons.
So one thing that I thought about this time around, it's the meme for the franchise is family, but it's kind of remarkable how little family actually is said or talked about in the first handful of movies. Like it's you can go back and sort of retroactively apply family motifs and stuff to the early movies, but it's not really talked about. Is Mia's pregnancy announcement in this movie the pivot point for family? Is that the moment where Dom's like, no, family matters? No pun intended.
Yeah. That's a good catch. I think because even just the whole Mia thing was very kind of touch and go, and they were very but then when it was then they genuinely became family, kind of is the implication. And I think that is, God damn it! You pulled up a chart. Kim.
I have a chart. I have a chart.
Right. Oh! I think this might be in my head because of Bloomberg's by the numbers. I think this might be
true. There are 5 mentions of family in Fast 5. There are 10 mentions of family in Fast 6, Fast and Furious 6, and then in 7 there are 9 as well. So yeah, it doubles in this one and never goes back. And the mentions of team as well skyrocket in 6 and 7.
Speaking of the family stuff, them leaving just a bunch of bloody money for the widow of Vince is kind of funny. And it's very nice, but it is just if I came home to a duffel bag full of money in the favela, I would feel very, very frightened. I'm also not entirely clear when Vince was part of the plot, when Vince was part of the crew, because they mentioned, we need a fast talker, someone who's good with circuits. They never mentioned, our friend from back then. They don't just bring him into he's not clear on the itinerary of people who are.
Oh yeah, I don't think he is.
Well, then why does his widow get the money?
Because they named the son after Dom
and friends, right?
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
He takes care of his godson. Does he? I think he says that you're his godfather. Is
that Dom's money then, or are they taking money out of everybody else's pocket to pay off this Vince situation?
I think it's specifically Dom's cut.
Okay,
goes to.
I dig that. That's very cool.
Because it says just from Uncle Dom. The note doesn't say from everyone.
It's also probably not all of the money. It's probably just
no, it's not all of them. It's one bag of the $11 million or something like that.
That's right. Yeah.
Well, so do you think that's why? So Dom in this movie says one last job, and then do you think he has? Obviously, there's not one last job.
Turns out,
there's
no.
Many more movies. Do you think he does keep doing jobs because he gave all of his money to
baby Nico?
Vince's widow.
So there's this book called "You Are What You Watch." Everybody loves it. It's amazing. Everyone should check it.
That author's a really smart, but a little full of himself. But he's super smart.
I've never heard of that shit before. I think that he's fine. I think he's doing his best. So there's this great book, and so I looked at heist movies to basically figure out what is the amount of money that is stolen in heist movies, just because it's a fun question of just being some heist movies are made over laughably small amounts of money, and some of them are made over far too much money. You have movies like Ocean's 11, which are a famously huge payout for each of the people. I think it's $25 million a pop. And then this movie with $11 million a pop is that's the right amount of money. Because the answer is that the median heist movie in adjusted 2018 dollars, back when dollars meant something, is $5 million is how much heists are for. And I reflected on it and prayed on it and thought about it, and I would definitely do something fucked up in the basement of a casino for $5 million.
Yeah, shit.
And $11 million, that's enough forever, right?
Well, so here's a question. I read that book. I've talked to that author before. Is the size of this crew, is a 9-person crew big? I mean, obviously, Ocean's 11, famously 11 members.
11 seems like the right amount.
9 seems like a lot, though, right?
It's a lot. It's most crews, if I recall, are 4.5 on average. So usually 4 to 5 people. If you imagine, 4 to 5 people on average, and then your average total heist usually comes in somewhere around $22 million. Is that's the amount, because then split 4 and a half ways.
Yep.
To $5 million a pop. So there is that is the amount. So this is a pretty sizable heist, which makes sense because it does kind of become the entire city of Rio versus them.
This always cracks me up when I think about Gone in 60 Seconds, because there's like 20 of them. They're stealing 50 cars in one night, and the payout's $200,000.
Yeah, like what? Like that's a very bad deal, guys. Don't do that.
There's a moment we're talking about hype. There is a moment in this movie where Han says that police stations are designed to keep people in and not out.
Yeah,
which is a casino.
Yeah.
It's 100% true.
Because, in a typical heist, you want to keep the crew small because if one person confesses, the whole crew gets busted.
If one person squeals is the terminology within
That's
rats,
the other thing.
Finks, whatever. But here, obviously they're not going to because they're family.
I have nothing to confess. Go on.
But yeah, because it makes sense to have like a smaller crew, and then also like I would imagine in many heist movies, one or more of those 4.5 people get popped.
It's an interesting proposition. I guess I'll just ask the how much money would you need to steal in a heist to do a heist?
Not much.
This risky.
Like driving a safe through Rio.
Yeah.
Risky.
Yeah.
In a foreign
But
country?
to be clear, you are like one of the you are like Don Omar's character. You are like one of the guys who's just doing some stuff.
Okay, I'm literally
You're lifting
Don
something.
Omar.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
But like kind of one of the gadget guys. You're not like there's not a huge amount of personal risk.
Don Omar, who possibly runs ET just
God damn it. God. That would be a good use of the money. Anyway, go on.
How much would it I don't this one felt pretty doomed.
Really?
Yeah.
No.
You're fighting like this drug lord that runs the police of
in the police
an entire
station.
You are
country.
fighting a pharmaceutical sales representative with ties to the city fathers.
If someone tells me, look, we're gonna latch the safe onto 2 cars driven by 2
yeah,
Precision
how do you bet
drivers.
against that?
and we're gonna drive this through the town, right?
Yeah.
The city of,
Sure.
of Rio de Janeiro.
Of course, yeah.
And at some point, we're gonna switch the safe out.
Yeah, of course, easy.
Right? And then just drive it away in a truck.
Yeah.
I would say no. It's not gonna work.
All right, you guys seem cool. What do you think, Joey?
I think that they're pretty much dead on. I think like 10 million is an enticing number.
That's the right
and
amount
I think,
of money. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like 5, I'm gonna lean towards what Kim's saying and be like, I think there's a lot of risk here. It makes me nervous. There's the drug lord, there's the police, everything. The
Clearly
tank.
there's some crazy nephew that's gonna chase you for 5
Would
movies.
you trust Dominic Toretto and this heist more than Danny Ocean and his heist?
Good question.
That's so.
They've both been arrested. They've both gotten out of jail.
Yeah. They both have a sibling that doesn't appear until several movies later and is obviously kind of sandwiched in. Sandra, we know what happened. Anyway. Shit, I gotta say Danny. I'm not gonna lie.
No, yeah, I would.
I lean Danny with you, Walt. I do. Dom plays too fast and loose for me.
Yeah.
The Ocean's 11 plan seems more bulletproof.
To be
like,
clear,
it
I don't
has
think
all
that
the...
Dom speaks Portuguese. Like, at no point in the film do they...
Actually, a quick side question about that. Is this the Fast and Furious movie with the most non-English dialogue? There's a lot of Spanish and a lot of Portuguese in this movie.
There's a lot, and I love it. It's actually... it makes it feel like much more of a movie than rather just having the locals speak in, like, accented English. It actually really sells it for me also that there's 2 non-English speaking members of the crew. I just think that that very much feels like some workplaces that I've been in, and it's like it is like just treated very normally, and I kind of love that about it for this movie. I think that it eventually got too successful that they could not put subtitles in a Fast and Furious movie.
So we didn't calculate this when we were doing the stats of the Furious years ago, but it would have shown I think it would have shown over time that the movie's certainly become more international and is more multicultural over the course of years. But what I do know is that Fast 5 has 13 hugs.
Very important.
Just several times more hugs.
Are you implying that it's a foreign language to show intimacy to another man?
There's 13 hugs in this movie. There's 4 hugs in the previous one. Like, not
more like the Fast and the hugging each other.
It's a lot of hugs. Yeah, it's good stuff.
Family.
It's because they're reuniting.
Yeah.
I think going back to the Danny Dom thing, I think Danny Ocean has to convince people to do it. So I think he has to be more compelling, more charming, more whatever. I think Dom...
They're already like on his side because they're family. Okay, they're like, we ride or die anyways.
They were not told the plan. They were just said like, hey, you come to Rio and then we'll steal something. And then they were told the plan and they were like, yeah, cool.
Except for Roman. The 11 million changes mine.
That's a lot of money.
Because I don't know that Dom is a good salesman. We know that Danny Ocean is because he puts together the crew. I don't know that like Dom doesn't have to be a good salesman, so I don't know if he is one.
Yeah. I think he's a bad salesman. We saw the state of his auto repair shop, right?
And also his
cafe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like if he was a good salesman, it would not look like shit in those facilities.
We've spent time in past episodes talking about how this movie kind of pulls the rope-a-dope or whatever, where they're like, Brian, let's go get some cars. And they go down to the race site and they're like, this is where the race is going to be.
Fan favorite Diogo.
Fan favorite. I said out loud because I was making dinner while I was watching that scene. I'm like, is this fan favorite Diogo? Like I said out loud to myself to no one. In that actor's bio, they talk about how he plays fan favorite character Diogo. We're like, we didn't even know his name. And we have a podcast about the series. Anyway.
Yeah, on like IMDb, he's like fan favorite Fast and the Furious character Diogo.
They show that scene, and then they don't show the race, and they just pull back with the cars, right? And we're like, that sucks. It's kind of funny, but it's kind of weird, kind of mean. I never really realized until thinking about it tonight, they do the same goddamn thing at the end of the movie.
Yeah.
Brian's like, hey, Dom, I want to race again. Dom's like, you think you can beat me this time? And then they look at the cars, and then it's the end of the movie. It's like, don't do it again.
I think it's a good bit. I think it's a good bit for the same reason that like Captain America never actually sang Avengers Assemble until the very final movie is a good bit. I think it's a good bit. I think that any moment that you can kind of head fake them and like, you know, I dig it. It's good.
I don't mind. Like, I'm not upset by it. Like, I think the middle thing is kind of like a funny troll job. I appreciate the committing to the bit, the ability to commit to the bit. I don't know.
I think, but listen, I think you get enough. You have an incredible car scene in the middle where a remote control car takes a picture of a safe.
No. Not that.
That do it for you? Does that not do it for you?
Absolutely not. And they use the car thing in 10 again.
That's what I was just thinking too. Yeah, that's wild.
It is very silly any moment that you can force these gentlemen to drive RC cars in the Fast and Furious movies.
Mm-hmm. That is silly, but like using it twice and you're like, okay, but and they link these two movies together, so 10 is just like a copy of 5. Like, I guess we should have really seen it. I mean, I think the previews already told us that like he was Reyes' son and everything like that, but like reusing the remote control car to do again the same movie again.
If George Lucas made these movies, he would be like, it's symmetry. It's supposed to rhyme. They it's a saga, and it's a poem. Like,
and you know what? He would not be wrong.
Yeah,
it does rhyme. It is a saga. It is a poem. You know who I really felt bad for? Actually, I have one more note. Who I felt bad for was that guy who is in charge of the warehouse that they jack and they burn the money, because he's just like, that's not a job he wants to have. That's a job he's forced to have because he has to support his family. These criminals come in to bust his boss. He has to go tell the boss. Then he gets killed in the office. It's like, that poor guy.
With like a paperweight.
Yeah. Brutal.
He was just the manager. Yeah, like, what was he supposed to do? I don't know this is going to happen.
Like in Breaking Bad, Gus Fring is not murdering the manager of Pollos Hermanos. He knows it's part of the thing, right? If something like that happens. Reyes is a little bit, off the handle.
He has an unconventional management style and is a go-getter in the pharmaceutical business. I don't see what the problem is here.
Just because we kind of talked about it when we were doing the minute, this past minute. If you guys remember, at the end of Too Fast, they we ain't hungry no more, and they show the money, and Roman says, I think I'm going to stay here and open a garage.
Mm-hmm.
And that's his dream of the money.
Mm-hmm.
And in this movie, the whole bit is that like when Tej gets the money, he wants to open a garage, and he's like, that's the stupidest idea you could ever have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So what do you think has changed fundamentally with Roman, that he has this whole like turn that like a garage was his dream 10 years ago? It's just like, is it like the 11 million? Is it his bigger personality now? Like, what has caused him to frown upon the dream of simple life?
Maybe he started a garage and it went really badly.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh.
We never thought about that.
Now he's just bitter about it.
Yep.
So
That's a stupid fucking idea. Why would you do that? That's a really okay. I like that, Kim. I think that could be headcanon.
Yeah.
That Roman at one point had a fail. He took the money from Miami, had a failed garage, and now he's bitter. That's perfect.
It's unenviable. Just put it in stocks. If you put $11 million in stocks
of stolen drug money,
allegedly, like, I don't know.
I don't think you can kind of wash that through the.
What if you? So Dwayne said that we have 24 hours to get away. In the 24 hours where crime is legal, you should just deposit that in Bank of America. I'm being honest. Like, this seems like I'm not. Hey guys, why are you looking at me like I'm crazy? This is a good plan. Dwayne has announced a purge is occurring. You can do whatever you want for 24 hours, and then and only then will I hunt you.
I don't think he said he can do whatever you want.
Just go to the Bank of America in Brazil.
The ATM, just like one stack of hundreds at a time. 50 bills only. 50 bills only.
Well, the issue here is that all these people already always do whatever they want to do. Like they're every day for these people is the purge.
Yeah, you're right. But what a good flick. I will also, I mean, like, I do think we have to talk about it, but like, Danzaku Duro is a really good song.
Oh, it's so good.
It's the absolute best way to end this movie.
Forever. Like, summer's coming up, guys. Has everyone prepared your Danza Kuduro dance for the
Remind me,
upcoming wedding?
Are you doing Spanish or Portuguese? Because I think I was going to learn the Portuguese, right?
That's bad.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So no, it's the best song. I think it beats like whatever the Raindrops Prelude at the end of Ocean's 11 is, which is obviously the pure film of this. But it is like the best ending of a heist montage song that you could ever ask for, and I don't know. It's a really good tune. Banger.
What was the Bieber one, Joey, that we always were like, this feels like a Fast and Furious?
Despacito.
Yeah, Despacito. We were like, how did they never use Despacito if we had Danza Kuduro in these? Like,
well, even like when Fate of the Furious, not again to get ahead of ourselves, but when they open with like that shot of like the Cuban waters, whatever, like it was the summer of Despacito. Just put it in there. Just different song.
Yeah.
Joe, any other thoughts? Any other notes? Anything else about Fast Five?
No, I brought all mine up or mixed them in my brother.
Kim, Walt, anything else?
I got two very brief ones. Dom tells Brian to go walk it off. Has anyone ever told you that?
Walk it off
in your life? Like, hey, walk it off. No. And second, when Vince says, "Where's Letty, Dom? Where's Letty?" Did this movie come out before or after season 1 of The Wire?
Well,
after.
Oh, the whole almost the entire Wire aired before any of these movies, almost.
Okay, so I'm like, I mean, Vin,
where Wallace at string? Yeah,
where is Wallace at string?
Yeah.
Well, no, we've thought that before. You're right there with us.
But no, I got nothing else. I just in again that really good book I was reading. It's like this was one of the first movies that when I had the technology to strap like monitoring technology to my body to figure out like what was going on in my nervous system when I watched a movie. This, I believe, was like the second movie after Jaws that I watched, just because I wanted to see what this movie can just kind of do to a human mind watching it. And like it was actually like a really important one for me doing that, because I kind of expected that a lot of action movies would just be like, okay, your body gets really interested and the galvanic skin response gets really elevated whenever it's an exciting chase or whenever it's an exciting like explosion or whatever. It's like a really thrilling moment. But like when I looked at it and, even after aggregating it across a lot of people, like the moments that really lock people in and that people really, are most, attuned to watching, most intense about, the strongest emotional moments in the movie are when they get the crew together and when they get away with it. And like, that was just really cool for me to kind of see, like, it isn't just like, it's got to be the car chases, it's got to be the explosions, it's got to be the action. It is like, no, the moment of like people coming together and people getting away with something cool is really what makes movies. And like, so this movie was very cool for me for that part.
Love it.
That is really cool. Like, humans are real people.
Yeah.
And you just didn't want to see the biggest explosion that we can see.
Yeah, and like it's action movies only mean something because of the people who are involved in the action, right?
You have to be invested in the characters. Yep, that's really cool. That is really cool.
There's a car that flies into a train car during that initial train chase. And I don't know if you know this about Walter and I.
Oh, gosh.
But we have been working on a train car renovating it in the Catskill Mountains.
Yes.
Really?
A long time.
It is one of the most insane things we've ever done. We will have updates. I promise.
Yeah. So I know how much trains cost.
Yes.
And that hurt a little bit.
I
was like, oh, that train car. Oh,
hey, you would think it buffs out. It doesn't buff out.
It doesn't buff out at all.
You can't really buff it. It's made out of steel from the 40s. Anyway. No.
Well, what if you had 4 different guys who owned garages? You think they could buff it out?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's easy.
Absolutely.
That's an insane tidbit you just dropped on us.
No,
why did you buy a train car? I have so many more. We were like, okay, wrapping it up. We have a train car in the Catskills that we rebuild.
Here's what I would like. I want you guys to share one small detail about it every episode. I don't want to know a lot because I want to string this out. Right. One little detail. So we have most wrestling moment, most D&D moment, Walton Kim's train fact.
Yeah.
Deal.
Cool.
Yeah. We already dropped. I think debuted just now.
Train fact. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Next time.
The fact that it exists.
That's
is
insane.
A crazy fact in and of itself.
Maybe next.
What do we need to buy, Joey? We need to buy like a fake garage or something. So we can just permanently be renovating and never. I mean, you guys are gonna succeed. Yeah, but I mean, like we could just be like, yeah, we're just You
just hang out there holding wrenches. That's what you do. You never actually do much. You just tighten things and loosen them, and then occasionally you come by and be like, nice ride.
Well, look, if we have like a garage like Han has in Tokyo Drift, a movie that we will watch eventually. Ooh. We could just like play video games or play like Mahjong or whatever they're playing upstairs. You know what I mean? Like we don't have to hold a wrench. I can just like hang out, do
party,
other garage stuff.
It's a clubhouse.
I want to go to the Mahjong game in the garage. That sounds great.
Mm-hmm. Is that your like small business of choice? Like if you were to open a storefront of some kind, would you pick garage over
/ clubhouse?
It's gotta be clubhouse. Gotta be clubhouse.
Like, there's an ongoing Magic the Gathering tournament upstairs.
Exactly. That's fine. Yeah, exactly. I'm down with that.
I think in terms of that kind, I would rather run like a Toretto's Marketing Cafe kind of thing where you could still hang out like that. You know what I mean? Like in the back room at the counter, nobody's shopping there.
Mine's always the shittiest dive bar, like the most unwelcoming dive bar, because then you're just like at a bar by yourself, and that's my dream.
Not bad. That's a good time.
Just be left alone. Yeah.
All right. What we have to do now is this ain't no 10-second race, a.k.a. boy, do we have a podcast for you.
Boy, do we have a podcast for you. Come and check out our show. Yeah.
This is where we go on twitter.com, a.k.a. X, a.k.a. the Everything app, and we find any tweet about these movies, about the franchise, about the actors, and we respond to them as our account. Let's review last episode. I found Steve Rydell at Hood Internet. Kids today don't want Tickle Me Elmo or Beyblades or Juju Pets. They want the Toretto house from Fast and Furious, with a picture of the thing from the little toy, the diecast. And we said, no toy box is complete without the Toretto house. Boy, do we have a podcast for you. It got 2 likes, but from Randy and Aaron, so no points for me, unfortunately. Joe, you found Hector J. Tabora at What the Hector, who was quote tweeting Justin Lin being eyed to direct Spider-Man 4. And Hector said, this is why I hate Marvel movie fans. Comments shitting on Justin Lin when Fast and Furious 3 to 6 show stronger technical merit from him than Watts has in 3 films. Not to mention Star Trek Beyond was fun, and this dude can really film action sequences. We said, as giant Justin Lin fans, we couldn't agree more. Hector, boy, do we have a podcast for you. It got a like from Aaron, so no points. Now, Walt, you found famous birthdays. At Famous Birthdays. Fast and Furious premiered on this day 15 years ago, and we said, damn straight it did. Guess who's still talking about it episode after episode? Birthday, do we have a podcast for you? Got 3 likes from Randy, Aaron, and Jason, but they all are members of our Patreon, of our family. No points. And then, Kim, you found David at Demuma20, who was quote tweeting Dragon Ball Z's heroes learn to drive. And David said, she's fast, she's furious, she's Dom Toretto's newest ally. In the ongoing crisis that only drag racing and family can resolve this fall, it's Fast and the Furious Z. And we said, can't wait for Z Fast, Z Furious. Boy, do we have a podcast for you. Got 1 like from Aaron. Nothing. Now, Kim, you sent me one for tonight. Can you please hit us with your tweet for this evening?
Yeah, shooting high today. It's Shea Serrano, and he tweeted, calling a challenge and it resulting in you losing the ball is the Dominic Toretto, I live my life a quarter mile at a time thing that has ever happened. Laughy face, 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 laughy face.
Mm-hmm. And how do you want to respond to Mr. Shea Serrano?
Let's tell Shay we all live a quarter mile at a time. Boy.
Do we have a podcast for you?
Mm-hmm.
Joe, Walt, you have one?
Yes, I have one. Mine is from Jenny Omega at Go G0 Away Heat. It's a quote tweet to a question from somebody else that says, "Can a movie be good without a good screenplay?" Jenny Omega quote tweets that and goes, "I can point to 5 or 6 Fast and Furious movies." I want to reply, we kind of like the screenplays too, Jenny. Girl, do we have a podcast for you? Right? I kind of like the screenplays too. I don't think the screenplays are bad. They're just silly. Yeah.
Jenny also links to her Letterboxd in her bio, and 2 of her top 4 we've covered. We covered Paris, Texas, and Heat. Also Twin Peaks, Fire Walk with Me, and Breathless. So Jenny gets
nice. Okay.
Walt, can you please hit us with yours?
Yes. This is from Video Drew. Godzilla Kong is Fast 5 to the point where I'm pretty sure the stand-up lizard and King Kong were contractually obligated to share an equal number of punches without either one winning, and in the process fuck up Rio de Janeiro so bad that the laws of physics cease to exist.
Walt, that was my tweet.
Oh, God, dude.
Oh, he got you. We've never gotten swiped before, I don't think.
Wow.
That was a first for that, too.
Because I searched Fast 5, and I'm like, this is a really good tweet. Walt, how do you want to respond to Drew Grant?
How do you want to respond to I think the way to do it is we could not agree more. Boy, have we got a podcast for you.
I was thinking, we could not agree more, but also like I want a Godzilla crossover now, like Family X Godzilla, Godzilla X Family.
I would say.
Well, that's just confusing if you say X because of Fast X in the titles and all that fuckery.
Godzilla 2 Furious.
I think 2 King, 2 Kong. I think we could not agree more. The only possible rival to Dom Toretto in the next film has to be
Godzilla. Tokyo Drift.
Damn it, that's good. I will share.
If they name the final movie Fast and Furious presents Godzilla: Tokyo Drift.
How they combined the Nightmare on Elm Street and the Freddy franchise eventually?
Yes.
That's just what this is gonna be. They're gonna start rolling them up.
We always think that. We're Transformers is right there. It's so close.
I've been waiting so long for any movie, anywhere, anything to have some Tokyo Drift branding.
Yeah?
Anything. Imagine if anything was called Tokyo Drift. You would lose your mind.
And probably buy it or see it or whatever. Yeah, I agree.
Doesn't matter what it is.
You guys should come to Sherwood News, Tokyo Drift.
Okay, here's the backup one I found. It's from Grace Seegers at Grace_Seegers. Fast 5 is still the pinnacle of Fast and Furious movies. There have been other good ones, but Fast 5 is easily the best one. This tweet brought to you by watching cable TV in a hotel room.
That's a good one.
And I want to say something, think of the wording about you found this on TV. Something about how rare of an occurrence that is. Boy, do a podcast for you. Work on that a little bit. But while I think about that, once again, gentlemen, thank you so very much for joining us this evening.
Yes, thank you, boys.
Thank you. I was going to say we've reached the halfway point of our journey together, but we haven't because we haven't done Tokyo.
We've seen 4 of 11 movies.
Oh my God.
We barely have reached the 3rd way mark.
That's great. Okay, well, hey, by the way, this is going great. Thank you so much for having us.
I'm glad you're still enjoying it and don't regret this immediately.
Nope, not at all.
So now, Walt, please hit us again with a plug for Sherwood News and whatever else you got going on. Book, maybe.
Yes.
You mentioned a book earlier. I don't know if you know the author. I don't know what's going on, but...
Yeah, that guy's kind of a dick. I'm not going to promote the book. You Are What You Watch, available wherever books are sold and at your public library, which I recently learned pays more money for books than people do. So you should check it out at a library too. So I got that. Numlock is my newsletter. And then Sherwood is the site that I'm the executive editor of. And you should check out Sherwood News.
Is it just Sherwood or SherwoodNews.com? What's the address?
It's Sherwood.news. And
okay.
Yeah, check it out. It's a good time. Really proud of some of the stuff that we're putting out there. It's a very fun opportunity to put some really cool and exciting features out into the world about some really fascinating things going on, and I'm having a blast. So check it out.
Kim?
I recently flew out to Paris to do a story about Nike, the sneaker company, and they had one of their most high stakes product launches in years. And they're resetting a bunch of their business lines right now with new products. So if you want to check that out, go to Bloomberg.com and read up.
This is the coolest life I've ever heard of. Just every time Kim talks, he just is like, "Oh yeah, I was just doing the dopest thing ever." It's
really annoying, especially when he announces what his plans are. He's like, "Yeah, I'm going to go to Dubai and probably just do a quick story on playing cards or something."
That was Italy.
God damn it, that makes it worse.
It's insane. I love it. It makes me so happy every time I hear this. I'm like, I know someone that has the coolest job in the world.
It's not me. It's not me.
It's not me, but I know of that person and that job.
Yeah. Well, thank you both once again. Joe, our next episode on the main feed is The Never Ending Story, which I've never actually seen before.
I can't remember how long ago I've seen it, as a small child.
I've seen Stranger Things talk about it, but I've not seen this movie. But before then, our patrons will get a bonus episode of Repo Man. Justin Kliman's pick of Repo Man coming out on Monday, April 29th. Good movie. Good episode. Fun episode.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
And then, of course, Walt and Kim will be back in 3 weeks to talk about Fast and Furious 6, which will be very exciting. But for all things Too Fast, Too Forever, go to cageclub.me, facebook.com/TooFast, or at Too Fast, Too Forever on every platform. Email us, family@cageclub.me. We'll read it in 2 weeks on Life in the Fast Lane. Check out our Patreon page at toofast2forever.com and our store at cageclub.me/shop, and come back next week, as I said, for The Never Ending Story. I'm Joey Lewandowski.
I'm Joe too.
And that was Walt, Hickey, and Kim Bhasin, and we will tell you all about it
when we see you again.
Hello and welcome to Too Fast, Too Forever. As welcome as a family, we chose this one. This is episode 355, Fast and Furious 6, lap 14. I'm Joey Lewandowski.
I'm Joe too. In this episode, I might need help with Kim from this one. This episode is brought to you by Cult Gaia. Check out their From the Runway line at cultgaia.com.
Well, shout out to cultgaia.com.
I don't know. Is that how you say that? Is that how you say that, Kim?
Probably. When's the last time you were on a runway? You gotta get on that runway, boy.
I had no idea.
Gotta hit that runway, Joe.
Exactly.
World longest. It works on so many levels. Yeah. Did you search Cult Runway? We'll find out. With us tonight, once again, all lap long, Walt, Hickey, and Kim Bhasin. Hello, guys.
How's it going?
How you doing?
But for the first time, all lap long, not in the same location. They are recording separately tonight, and they are looking great. We are 4 boxes on Zoom, and we are here for the world's longest Cult Gaia runway. Hello, gentlemen.
How's it going? It is great to be here. But this is, I believe, the middle point in our adventure together. Is that right?
True?
Or
is
actually,
that right?
Well, I think this might end the first half. Is perhaps
you're the mathematician here. You need to tell us whether this is halfway.
We have 11 movies, and this is number 5. So technically, the next one will be the midpoint, but this is the end of the first half.
This is the end of the first half. How do you think it's going? I'm having a great time. I think
good.
I'm
if
very
you guys
curious.
are still having a good time, then then it's good.
I will also say, though, in terms of time, we have not gotten halfway yet because we've done most of the short ones and we got most of the long ones still to go.
Okay.
Movie watching time, yeah.
Movie watching time. Well, I mean, that's half the fun, ain't it?
Yeah, true.
They get much more sprawling from here forward, I think.
I kind of want to save it, but I also kind of want to lead. Can we please have one train fact about this train car you are restoring? I want to start the episode with a train fact.
Okay.
But just remember. Okay, so here's the backstory. Out of nowhere, unrelated to anything, Walt and Kim last episode were just like, yeah, we're
that train car that we have in
woods.
New York. And we're like, what the fuck are you talking about?
And so we're going to get one fact about this trainless endeavor every episode, but I only want one.
Yeah. Do you recall what the previous fact was? Because I don't want to be doubling up.
The fact was it exists. We are doing this.
Yeah, I believe we only dropped that we own a train. That's we're starting at train.
Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty much as far as I know. Although I've told many people that this exists because I was so confused by it.
Sure.
Not that it was you guys, just like and then our two friends were just like, we have a train car, and I was like, what the fuck does that mean?
Yep.
And I stopped there.
Would you like to take the fact, Kim, or shall I?
I could. It's on you. What do you want to do?
I think I have a fact. You can pay the government to shut down the Rip Van Winkle Bridge for a couple hours. Anyway, on to the film.
What?
Yes,
Okay, perfect. That was an excellent train fact. And I just have so many more questions, and you guys are doing a great job. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. That's great. I'm glad. Just a little. Yeah. Next week's. Oh, we got a good one for next week.
Okay, good. Because next week also, the next episode is going to be Tokyo Drift. We're going back in time, going forward in time.
Lots of trains in that movie.
Different kind of train, but still a train.
Yeah.
We have, okay. So the most 80s moment, I'm going to cut the line here, because all lap long, even on the next week's episode, which you will all hear, Labyrinth, we asked, because we had to record that early, we asked Jordan if she could think of like the most 80s moment in any Fast and Furious movie she was having a hard time. I cannot believe, I did not remember, which also fits in here, the most 80s moment in any of these movies is amnesia as a plot. That is the most 80s thing in the world.
Yeah.
That's so
a big
80s.
one.
That's good. That's definitely good. Yes.
That is, I needed to cut the line because I'm just like, this is the most 80s thing I think in any of these movies at all. But Walt, Kim, most 80s moment?
I had a NATO general getting intimidated by a subordinate officer in order to do a thing.
Good one.
Very good.
Yes.
Very, very good.
Very, very good.
Mine is that 1 versus 2 fight scene in the London Tube where Han and Roman get beat up by the martial arts guy.
Yeah.
It's very like 1980s martial arts film, but just in a different venue, you know? Like that could totally happen in traditional martial arts, like Asia kind of settings. But no, this time it's in a subway and they get beat up and it's hilarious.
And Joe, your pick?
My obvious off-the-rip one is them needing cars without computer chips. That's a very 80s thing, but I think for me, the most 80s part of this is Dom threatening Brian to beat him up if he's not a good father to his sister. Just like threatening your in-laws / sister's boyfriend feels very, very 80s to me. I don't think we really do that as much anymore.
No,
it's a good one.
It's a bit passe, you know.
I mean, not a good one in terms of like what they're doing, but a good pick. I want to be clear. I am not in favor of.
Do you just like threaten random dudes that might be dating your sister? No.
I feel like it was passe, like when Friends was on the air and was played as being passe. So that's definitely an 80s thing.
Yes.
Okay, my one other one, and I'm not sure if this is really, I think this is kind of close to Amnesia, but I feel like Doppelgangers is kind of like a throwback, just like the idea of like, you're me, but evil me, right? Like that kind of thing is maybe kind of 80s. Like the whole fact that there's like a mirror crew, a Bizarro crew, Dom's crew also feels pretty 80s, but yeah. I jumped the gun because I was just so excited about the Amnesia thing, but Kim, Walt, what do you guys think? This is a big one. I feel like 5 and 6 for a lot of people represent the height of the franchise. You know, we'll get your rankings at the end here, but what did you guys think of this watch this time through for this, all lap long project we're doing?
I thought it was very transitional in a way that I think that they knew that they bottled a little bit of lightning last time, and I think that this time they were like, well, how do we go on from here? And so I think that this is the moment, obviously, where they become spies rather than merely thieves. And I don't know, I think that does change the dynamic quite a bit. Like I mentioned, I think when we were talking about 4, that the difference between like 4 and like 1 and 2 is that they go from being like criminals to being fugitives. And I thought that was a really fun transition because fugitive is inherently a more high stakes thing. And then they go from being fugitives to being, heist people. And then they go from heist people to being spies. And like that is a couple leaps in a couple films. And it is interesting to see what does and doesn't work.
I think that's a good point.
It's a really great transition. Like that they definitely have full arcs as all of those things already, and we are
100%
in the 6th film.
There's a very just blunt line in the middle of that Brian utters, and that is, "We're not dealing with cops. We're not dealing with drug dealers. This is a whole different level." And you're like, yeah, it is. You're spies now, so things are different now. So like on this watch for me, like I actually thought it, like the first half, maybe the first act, maybe not the whole first half, but the first act of this movie was like kind of boring. And then you get into 2, and it gets a little better, and then there's a fucking tank, and it's iconic. So. Like, it really ramped up for me more this time than in previous watches, and I'm not really I haven't pinned down exactly why, but yeah, once the tank bursts out of the front of that, I'm like, okay, yeah, all right, I'm here, I'm paying attention, I'm in it, let's do this shit.
Do you think it's like the remove of the family and focusing on a group that isn't, that there's like there's a new group in town?
I think it's something like, so there's also way more Dwayne Johnson in this film than I remember. It feels like he's like the literal main character throughout the entire first act of this movie. And maybe throughout, who's that? Who's the main character of this film, right? Is it him or Dominic Toretto? Because it's just so much rock, and you're not used to it because this hasn't happened yet until now. And I feel like this is the one where he's the most prominent, right? So in 7 he has less of a role, in 8 and then he disappears. But like this is the one where it's easily the most Dwayne Johnson, which makes it more like cop centric than before, where they're halfway through this, they're like trying to solve a mystery, right? They're detectives out in the world trying to find Letty, and they're doing all these detective things and shaking down these bad people for information, and it's just rock centric.
They do take a side quest of detective in the middle of their quest to become superheroes. They do.
There's something different about like the Brian being a cop because he's always just been a criminal, but like Hobbs is like cop first, criminal sort of second, right? Like he's
not criminal at all.
Cop, yeah.
He's always mostly cop.
Yeah, he never goes out and buys all this stuff with his, $11 million take from the previous job they did, right? That's not.
There was, so when we watched Icons Unearthed, they made a point about this movie. There was a guy on there who was credited as author and fast expert. I'm like, well, we were available. But he said that this is the only movie where the core 8 family are all there. Dom and Letty, Brian and Mia, Roman and Tej, Han and Giselle. So Letty's not really Letty. Letty's Amnesia Letty on the other side. But, like, that's something notable. Like, this franchise that is all about family. You think of it, these faces, this core group. And this is the only one with all 8. And even all 8 aren't really together. Like, but that's sort of noteworthy. Then there's Hobbs and Riley beyond that. But it's strange to think, I guess the Letty thing kind of throws it. But, like, this is kind of an important casting movie in terms of like where they were going and where they're going to wind up.
It's definitely if you think about what the core cast of this thing is, it is this. I feel like, I texted you guys some things that I had heard that I found very interesting about the current perception of the state of the franchise. And like one of the manifestations of that was that reveal that Universal had basically done some investigation into, why did Fast 10 not hit as much as we kind of hoped it would. And then there was that report, I think it was in the Hollywood Reporter, that they were like, yeah, people don't know who John Cena is. And there's a moment that that starts in like the next movie where they do start adding a lot to the crew. And that's like, it's a very Dungeons and Dragons thing, but it's also it's a moment where like they do start to go from being like the crew to being like essentially like a decently sized corporation that can call upon various elements at any given time. Like this is the last movie that actually feels like it's manageable, after which it does start like bloated is the mean way to say it, like expansive is the polite way to say it. It's probably somewhere in between, but this is like probably the tightest group that they got,
Bloated is also probably correct.
We've been saying forever that they needed to kill people off. There's no stakes, and instead of killing people off, they just bring people back instead.
Hey, this movie kills some people off.
Mm-hmm. Well, and then, later movies kind of, bring them back. I also, in terms of killing people off, like, jumping to the end here, is shooting Riley in the chest with a harpoon the most visceral and brutal death in this entire franchise? Like, it feels grisly in a way that, like, a slasher film would be. It doesn't feel like a Fast and Furious thing.
Without the blood.
It feels like they had a great time with Gina Carano on set.
Yeah, it's between that and Phoenix from 4.
Yeah.
Getting essentially
car impaled.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I do wonder if they're like breathing a sigh of relief that like killing her off in this one and not having to like do the Disney thing and like write her out.
They have to be. Yeah. Like I don't need a nuanced statement made by Vin Diesel about anything, to be clear. So I think that is probably for the best.
Wouldn't you want to watch that inevitably 8-minute long Instagram video where like he kind of gets to a point around 6 minutes in and then kind of abates the point or whatever and just like, what she's I like working with her. It's just like, what are you saying?
Yeah. Vin has a way with words, but yeah, I mean, I did think like they do like obviously bring a bunch of folks back after this, but they do kill like 2 key party members at the end of the film, which they never do before or again. I will say,
and they have since undone one of those,
and undone one of those. But to their point, in this one, I was paying attention because we've seen 10 now. We know Gal comes back at the end, and she does kind of like disappear.
I was going to get to it when it happens, but like there's an interesting moment in this film where they're contrasting the way that these 2 doppelganger teams run themselves, right? The way that Shaw runs his team is after a key member gets killed in the line of duty, he says a very, very small thing and then he's like, all right, he messed up. Everybody get on with it. And it just shows how callous and shitty he is, that he only has maybe one line of commemoration for his fallen comrade. And then Giselle dies at the end of this film, and nobody says anything. Nobody breathes a single word. And like, if you compare it to like, oh, the bad guy was held up as being the height of callousness and the height of lack of caring because he merely said one moment of commemoration. And then, Dom does not acknowledge that. Nobody says anything about it. There's a vague allusion to it within Grace, but beyond that, like nothing is made of it. And I was just like, wait a minute, like if you're gonna make them the good guys, you do have to have a little acknowledgement that they have completely lost Giselle.
We've talked before about how like it takes a long time for anyone to realize, and then me it's just like, wait a minute, somebody's missing.
And then that's it. Nobody talks about it. They just all just like kind of just And then...
As Han is like silently sitting there sobbing, and no one's asking him what's going on.
You okay, bud? No.
But she does disappear. So like in the scheme of the rewriting things I think this one's actually easier for me to come to grips with than Han exploding in a car and getting like dragged out by Mr. Nobody. As I was watching that and thinking about this, I was like, I'm really hoping that we've been talking like nobody dies unless Dom sees them die. Like that's like their eyes. And I really hope that it doesn't happen that like Dom's like, whoa, crazy dream, right? And we have like one of those things at the end of this movie because it feels like we're almost getting there. and I hope that that's not what happens.
Well, that's the thing that we've, going into 10, we were like, we got to make it smaller. We got to make it smaller. Then, like, they just only added people. And it's like, well, you can't just keep... It's going to be very interesting. Like, that's the most interesting thing. Like, what do they actually do? And do they do it in a satisfying way? Do they make the actors happy? Do they make the audience happy? Do they make Universal happy and keep it cheap? I don't know. We'll get there when we get there. I do think, though, in terms of the core family, and this is, again, sort of going to the Hobbs and Shaw, where Hobbs is talking to Hattie in that movie and talking about, like, flexing this and flexing this. And, like, there's something, like, we know that they're good at, like, driving, and we know that they're good at thieving. But there is something really satisfying in this movie to me about watching them all, like, plan and talk to one another in that room, where, like, Hobbs and Riley are watching them, and they're like, watch, like, there's a thing that Mr. Nobody will do in a later movie, too. But, like, there's something cool about, like, they are well-rounded, they are able to do that. And I just thought about the, like, flexing the, like, the Nietzsche from Hobbs and Shaw, but there's something cool that they are capable in many ways.
Yeah, it is kind of fun to watch them work together. It is fun to also watch them grow. Like, my theme throughout this time has been the Dungeons and Dragons of it all. And we were talking about how they all level up. And, like, they do all level up. Like, even the chases level up. Like, they even remark on it of just being like, oh, this is James Bond shit now. And, like, the way that they shot that street race felt very, like, post The Dark Knight. In a way that none of the other, like, everything before this has kind of been like a street race. You do have that big pile up in 2. You do have some really interesting maneuvers with the safe in 5. But in this one, this is the first time that, like, cars are doing flips and, like, really being used as like, like objects of kinetic weaponry rather than kind of simply vehicles,
There's my big level up for this particular film is that Tej speaks fluent Spanish now.
And not just his broken ass whatever from the previous movie.
Right, yeah. And then the other thing is I just looked up the chart. Time in places where cars are worked on, right? Oh. It's split between garage time and hideout time. 6 is the number 2 movie by that metric behind 5. They spend 20 minutes time? And 41 seconds in a hideout, which is them planning in that particular hideout.
I wonder how much of that is just, like, practical. Like, it is hard to shoot an action scene with this many moving parts, but if we have them all standing around a table, we can have all the core members in the thing, and it can still look pretty good.
Yeah.
There'll be cars in the background, and you're like, oh, good, cool. Yeah.
Dom wearing his Toretto garage shirt at home, I thought felt very 80s as well. I was like, nobody wears their work shirt, like, at their barbecue on the weekend either. So that was almost
maybe
one of my
he
picks.
Just came from work, man.
But you would change the shirt. He's at his house. He was at his own house.
You think he wears that in his own garage? Yeah, he totally does.
Yeah, he definitely does. That's why he had it on. But it's like, bro, like, everybody came to your barbecue at your house. Like, you just didn't want to put a regular T-shirt on? No.
Maybe he had no shirt on, and me was just like, Dom, can you put on a shirt, please? Company's coming over.
That works, yeah. That makes sense.
He'll come back one more time. But I love that, like, Shea Wiggum will just pop back in these movies.
Yeah.
And, like, never looks good. Like, in 10, he looks, he's helpful. But, like, here, just, like, he's here to get dunked on by Brian again and have his nose broken again. And that's the joke. He's just like, yeah, I'll show up.
I'll do it. I'll take the hit. It's very, it's very wrestling, isn't it, Kim?
Oh.
Is this the most wrestling moment?
It is. No, the most wrestling moment. It's obvious. What's the most wrestling moment, Walter?
I know what it is. Kim.
What is it?
The Gina Carano heel turn.
It's the Gina Carano heel turn. Of course, it's the
it
Gina
has
Carano
to be that
heel turn. It's done really well. I like how the camera zooms in on Letty when he says, "Babe, let's go," and then it switches to Gina Carano, and oh no, what has she done? She's betrayed everybody. It is not like it is not. So the prototypical heel turn in wrestling is the. Shawn Michaels turns on Marty Jannetty and kicks his best friend through a window, right? It's very direct. It's very, no. How could he? But like, there's also the Festival of Friendship. Where
what's that, Kim? What's the Festival of Friendship?
That is when Kevin Owens turns on his also best friend, Chris Jericho,
Oh.
and then beats him up, and that felt more, the Rock and Gina Carano seemed like they were, they were friends, of course, like they were close. They've been partners for a long time. They were, one could call them tag team partners, and suddenly it all goes awry. What a heel turn! The part of the storytelling that I thought could have been better in that is that Letty ends up fighting Gina Carano.
Oh, you think Hobbs should have?
Yes, I think Hobbs should have done that, because like that's the direct storyline is the two of them. She betrayed him. Like, yeah, sure, she betrayed everyone else, but she mostly betrayed her partner and best friend Hobbs. So he should have been the one.
Yeah, they didn't know her. This is a great point.
Yeah,
this is a great point that we've never ever thought about before. But yeah, like Gina Carano means nothing to like the family. She's kind of useless to them. She's Hobbs's like. It's
really
partner.
just a let the girls fight moment.
Would you say that that's also wrestling?
It is also wrestling.
So how is the Shea Wiggum thing wrestling? Just popping back in for a surprise return to the ring?
Or what about the local heel whose job it is just to get beat up every week by the babyface kid?
A jobber?
Yeah, a jobber.
That's a local jobber. Yeah.
Shea Wiggum.
You bring in someone from the outside where the good guy can just stomp on him for a while and everyone feels good about it. They're like, oh, look, yeah, it's that guy. He was a dick last time. Haha, he got his face caved in. We love that. And then we move on. That's it. Classic wrestling.
Walt, do you have your most, I mean...
We need the other half of this now,
yeah. used the phrase leveling up before, but do you have your most D&D moment in this movie?
I do, because, and I will make a bold declaration here, I think that this is by far the most D&D movie that we have had so far.
Okay.
And I think that the trend's going to continue. And I have a theory as to why. Because I think that, Fast 4 is when they just started getting everybody back in the franchise, and part of the proviso of that was giving Diesel a little bit more autonomy. 5 was, a heist movie, worked very, very well. And now, you think, where do we go next? And then this is the moment when Diesel starts relying on his instincts, the instincts that we see in the Riddick franchise, the instincts that we see in many of his other, creative activities, which is to just advance the plot in a Gygaxian manner rather than a manner that you would see in a typical hero's journey. And so this movie is, I think, lousy with D&D stuff to the point that I think it is potentially like a D&D movie.
Okay.
Last week, you'll recall that my most D&D thing was the concept of the DMPC, where you have the Dungeon Master's player character, which in that film is Dwayne Johnson. He comes in and basically steers people along with the plot to do what they have to do, offer the reward, all that, what have you, right? And him sticking around in such a significant role is absolutely classic D&D. I will say a couple things before I get to the most D&D thing. One of them is that, how do they keep the adventuring hook going? There's this big problem in D&D, which is after your character achieves what they want to achieve or gets all the money in the world, you still want to keep playing week after week because you're more powerful than ever, but you need to come up with some bullshit excuse in game that they should keep on doing so. And so they have a 5-minute conversation in this being like, well, we've already done the last job ever. What could possibly bring us back? And then they think about it really hard and they're like, pardons. We'll get some pardons, everybody. And then that's what brings them back. And they're going to have a similar conversation next time. Because it's like, well, why do we do the next one? And why do we do the next one? And that's a classic D&D hook, which is just like, how do you get these people who should just want to shut up, buy a farm, run an inn, chill out, and live on their massive gold stash? How do you justify them staying week after week? Another D&D thing is the classic enemies become friends, friends become enemies situation, right? Mm-hmm. The mind control amnesia stuff, classic D&D, right? The idea that at some point the DM will run out of ideas and just put you up against a doppelganger team of people with equal talents to you. That is classic D&D. That happens all the time. That definitely happens in the 6th session of a D&D game when you've blown through all the other ideas. The fact that the entrance of the tank is akin to how I would introduce a dragon in basically any D&D fight. It just emerges out of nowhere and they're like, oh shit, how do we do this? We're under-leveled for this particular situation. The second most D&D thing in this film. So let's say that you have a D&D game that for the first, 2 sessions, somebody plays a character and then they get bored and they fall away for a little while. They come back, and it's like, number 4 or 5 or whatever, and they're like, actually, I want to make a new character. I was previously playing a barbarian. I actually want to try paladin. I'm going to spool up a new character, see how it feels. And then they play that character for another 2 sessions, and they're like, actually, I don't want to play the paladin anymore. I'm going to dump that one. I'm going to actually bring back my previous character if that's okay. That's what happens with Letty and Elena Neves. It's basically the role that was previously filled by Letty had been filled by the paladin, Elena Neves, and then they decided that was boring, and so they went back to playing their original character, and they had to figure out a way to make that happen. That is the second most D&D thing. The most D&D thing, and thank you for indulging me in this extremely D&D thing, is in this movie, for the first time, magic exists. All this microchip shit is an excuse for them to be like, yeah, they could shut down a country for an entire day. Like, just things that are not technologically possible for the first time in this franchise are introduced in this film. And so at that moment, that is how you are able to escalate the stakes beyond simply having a like sword and board fight. You are able to make it into, yes, these microchips that they're stealing are capable of doing anything that we could ever want. And it's just a classic magic spell shit.
Walter, who's the wizard on the in the family?
Who's the wizard in the family? Tej, right? It's Tej.
Yeah, it's got it. Yeah. So if Walter's describing magic as technology, it's got to be the technology guy. Yeah. Right now, that's Tej, right? Yeah. He's got to be the one who can cast magic, which is apparently,
he like gets on a laptop, and he's like, I've jammed all their communications.
And then they eventually pick up a cleric. Right, in Fast 7, right, which is played by Nathalie Emmanuel, and she's another form of magic, a different kind of magic, mind you, but one that can specifically counteract their adversary's kind of magic. We'll get to that when we cross that bridge. But in this film franchise, technology and just like chips, quote unquote, and satellites, quote unquote,
you're right,
fucking magic spells.
It is. It's 100% magic. Yeah. They're like, yeah, we could see everything. Oh, look, we can peek into what they're doing. Or like, oh, we can make sure that they can't talk to each other. It's just all magic.
Now they can't counterspell. Yeah.
They can't talk to each other. That's a conjuration spell, right? We can see what they're doing. That's a divination spell, right? We can make things explode. That's an evocation spell, right? It's just fucking Dungeons and Dragons, boys.
Vin would agree.
When you lay it out like that, like we knew that they were like Riddick is really his D&D thing, but also like the way that you are able to just so clearly like the plot things, the elements within the story, like all of it, just like, no, this is just a campaign.
Yeah, my thesis has always been is that almost every single franchise is doing Joseph Campbell, the hero's journey, and like you can do that over the course of the trilogy. That's the classic stuff. Most franchises are in that format. Hero goes to an unfamiliar place, levels up, gets to a good place, saves the day, comes back home, is changed for the purpose. And like that's one way of doing a story structure. Gygaxian of like level by level, increasing issue by issue, episode by episode is not Joseph Campbell because it's a new thing. You get better every time. And if you played Dungeons and Dragons growing up rather than just engaging with Dune, that is going to be your conception of how things should scale and level up. And that's how Vin Diesel became socialized. So yeah.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. You just like I like you pulling the threads apart, pulling back the curtain, and being like, "This is precisely where he's doing it."
And like, I admire it. I genuinely do. I think that's why this is one of the most fresh franchises out there. Like, and even it's got its ups, it's got its downs, like most D&D games do. But like, genuinely, I think that it's interesting to watch because it is so counter. It is so counter to what is the typical way of doing a franchise.
Is there a thing, and I don't know, I don't know that it necessarily aligns with your metaphor because it would be a character played by a player, but is there like a D&D equivalent or a wrestling equivalent? Kim, this is also for you. We're at the end here, like Elena has served her purpose.
Yeah.
Letty is back. There can only be one woman who fills Dom's heart, and she's like, you know what? I'm not being a cop, and she just leaves again. Like, is there a D&D or is there a wrestling thing where just like, you've plugged in, you've served your thing, not going to remove because the main character is back.
Yeah, in a D&D game, you can like pick up a new character and then put it down after a few if you don't like it, and just say, yeah, she went to go work in the woods because she wants to be a wizard now. And like you can hand wave that stuff all the time. It's a game built for that, genuinely.
What happens in wrestling is that those characters who have like served they were part of a long-term storyline, right? They're there for a year and a half of shows every single week, and they're like a henchman for one of the big bad guys or one of the helpers or one of the good guys. One day that story of the main character like finishes. Well, whatever the feud is, it ends, and then those side characters, there's nowhere to put them. So what happens is they disappear for a second, and then they have to reinvent themselves because their whole character was dependent on the more primary people in the storyline. So they have to go away. They come back as something new. Like in wrestling, they literally have to think, like the writers and the wrestlers have to figure out what this person's role is, what their new persona is, and it all has to build off of what they were previously. You can't just be totally disconnected. They can't just arrive again as some brand new person. They do it sometimes. It's not the best, but like you build upon that, and you're like, what could this person possibly turn into next? And I mean, that's what they did with her.
No, that was perfect. That made a lot of sense. I loved it.
Joe, what you notice this time around?
I fucking love Braga, and I'm glad that he's not dead.
Braga rules.
I think he's just a great character, and like we need him back more. That's what I was watching this time. I was like, dude, I love that they did bring Braga back. Him being stuck in a prison is kind of helpful in a weird way. I like everything about it, and I think that the actor is just great for this type of character. So all I wanted was like, we keep adding people and bringing people back. Bring back Braga. Justice for Braga.
I wrote down Etienne : Braga.
Oh, that's Etienne guesses time? Okay, cool. I like that Brian stabs Braga. Like, he's in prison, he kind of shanks him, like, to show that he's serious. He's like, yeah! Just
to
like,
assert his dominance?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's like, you're not going to do it, and then he stabs him, just like, oh.
His dominance.
No, but I did like Braga. That was my favorite part of watching the movie this time. Oh, also, I as I was watching the movie, I was like, 1327 needs some fucking Ring cameras. There's constantly people just breaking into this house for no reason. And, like, you don't think that it should be this insecure, right? Like, for everything that Dom has done, invented, and built, like, he doesn't have any booby traps like Home Alone in this house or anything like that. Like, none of this existed in his brain. People just, like, walk into their fucking house whenever they want. Like, I get that it's, like, a friendly, open...
Yeah, I don't think he locks his door, let alone, like, a Ring camera. I think he just, like, leaves it open.
The Ring video doorbell was introduced in 2014.
Oh, so it's not even here yet.
We predate it. Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean now, because later Jacob's sitting there, they just break in. Like, every time we go back to 1327, it's just like fucking troops just rolling through this house for no reason.
When Mia is babysitting baby B, like, they literally come through the window. Like, a Ring camera's not going to stop that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Jack leaves a bomb.
Motion alerts?
Nails a bomb.
If it's like
motion alerts,
if it's like a booby trap situation, then like that's a great way to put a crossbow bolt through Roman's neck. Like, that's just, he's not going to remember. Like,
and he did it to himself. That would be pretty good. That's a good way to get rid of Roman, make it funny, and it like nobody feels shame for it. They're just like, oh, Roman died, he killed himself. Okay.
Yeesh.
I really want like a Fast and Furious horror movie. Like, I want, like, especially in 1327, like you do like a Year Next with like that house where everybody's like trapped in that house. Like, that could be cool.
You want like the Winnie the Pooh horror movie once the IP?
No, I still haven't seen that. Blood and Honey, the Pooh cinematic universe, which is a real thing.
All right, I don't want to talk too much about physics on this podcast because I feel like that's not going to be.
You should.
So there's a moment in which two cars are speeding at opposite directions at one another at 60 miles per hour. Maybe more, maybe 100 miles per hour. And one of the people is thrown off of that car, and the other one jumps off that car. So their combined momentums at a given time is probably 120 miles per hour towards one another, right? And so what you would expect to happen is you would expect that, one of these people is going to hit into the other person in the worst case scenario. And then they're basically going to become like, what happens if you put a firecracker in some burger meat? And that's what's going to look like at the end of the day. But instead, like, they roll a nat 20, and then all of a sudden, they catch one another and hug each other and gently fall to the ground, rather than exploding in a burst of meat. And, like, if you want a horror movie, I would say, like, turn off the physics god mode in Fast and Furious for, like, a minute. And then you will have a horror movie whenever you want it.
Well, some things you just have to take on faith.
You gotta. It only gets worse from here.
I know.
But you're so right. If you could just turn off the physics, then it would just be like, oh my god, all these people are dead immediately. And you'd be like, turn it back on, turn it back on. And he's like, oh, okay.
It's like, have you guys ever played BeamNG.Drive?
No,
it's the physics simulator of cars. It's very, very good.
Oh, I've only seen videos of it, of them like making them go like 300 miles an hour into like a brick or something, like a wall. Yeah,
100%. You can. It's like an open world game, and like the physics
that
on that
thing on TikTok with the cars crashing.
Yeah, exactly.
It's that thing. Yes.
Yeah.
Is that the thing? Oh, that was the thing that Griffin did.
Carboys.
Right?
Yes.
That's Carboys.
Yes.
Yeah.
Carboys is very good.
That rules.
And yes, so it is that, but it's basically like we are hitting the point in the franchise where it's actively like turning the physics down in a way that is genuinely kind of funny.
Yeah. We talked about it before about Riley's heel turn, but I wonder, and I don't know if this is actual foreshadowing, because as I don't want to take away from the people who have written Hollywood movies that have made billions of dollars cumulatively, but like the scripts don't necessarily seem good, and I'm wondering if this is foreshadowing or just happy coincidence where Hobbs says, "Badass and brains, woman, you keep that up, I'm going to be out of a job." And I wonder if you could read that as, if you keep outsmarting me and not letting me onto the fact that you are a mole working in my organization, I'm going to get fired for not properly background checking you.
Ooh.
Like, I don't think that's what it means.
No.
But it could.
Not at all. Not in the close.
You're giving them so much credit.
You were the first person to ever think of that.
Like, they were in the writer's room, and they did not think of that, Joey. Not one person sitting there.
Like, well, I need you to know, like, this. We've seen this movie now 14 times in the last 6.5 years. Like, I'm going to start thinking about stuff that nobody's ever thought of.
That's
and
fair.
It's not a good thing.
I think
it's a great thing. For us, it is. That was
It's
an interesting
great. Is it
thought.
healthy? But
No.
for this, it's wonderful.
the script has a few bangers, like "To Catch Wolves, We Need Wolves," that kind of thing. There is a moment that I was like, I don't know what they were going for there. Which is clearly they had the, like, this is Rio moment in 5, and they wanted something similar for London. And so they were like, out here, we're used to getting what we want. This is London, baby. And I was wondering, Kim, do you think that that is related to the centuries of oppression that London executed on the natural world?
I mean, devastating.
Is that about the British Museum, Kim?
Colonialism?
Yeah, the British don't. Nobody go to the British Museum.
We're used to getting what we want here in London. Like,
or is that just Rita Ora being Rita Ora?
My favorite British thing in this film is it's right before that subway fight where they get out of the tube, and the British cop, in the least intimidating way possible during the chase scene, says, "Hey, you stop right there," and then that's all they do. This poor cop.
But they don't have
totally
guns, right?
powerless. I don't think those cops. Some of their cops have guns, but I don't think that.
Okay.
Not a tank,
I've never tried to fuck with the British police, but you've given me a newfound confidence, Kim.
When they strip that British guy for parts, and like Dwayne steals his suit and Roman steals his watch, is that a good watch, Kim? I feel like your eye would be caught by that.
I didn't pick up on it.
Damn.
I'm guessing so. If he did several $1 million in sales right there, and he's making, like, I don't know, give him 5% off of that, he'll be good regardless of.
Yeah. Did you feel particularly at home in the luxury sale in this movie? In
that sale on the boat with the car?
Yeah. You're like, these are my people.
Oh, those are absolutely. I don't have a driver's license, so no.
That's so amazing.
Not quite.
You've said it before, and then you just dropped it in again. I was like, oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Why would he need a driver's license? He has a train already.
He has a train. I was just thinking that.
He also has a transportation allowance from his employer. Like, why does he need a car?
Exactly. There are some, like, long-term, because we were talking about things that, they say now that might happen later, foreshadowing and things like that. There's a moment where Dom says, "That couldn't have been me. I don't do cold weather." And it just irritates me so much that they did not, like, call that back when they're in the coldest
they
place
don't call
ever.
anything back.
We complain about this so much. They miss giant alley-oops, like, so often that we're like, oh, this is because of, and they just, nope, they never watched these movies before. Whoever wrote this movie has never watched any of the previous movies, and they just like Men in Black blank their brains before they walk into the writer's room, and they're just like, nothing that happened before matters.
Did you guys catch that good bit of foreshadowing at the end?
What?
It's where Vin Diesel's standing on that apple box, standing next to Dwayne Johnson, and they're not looking at each other, and they make it look like they're the same height, and it foreshadows incredible problems to come with productions.
Well, so they were apparently even all the way back in this movie, they already hated each other.
Guaranteed.
Like there's more stuff that they were hating each other.
Because that scene, like I can't unsee it. Walt's talking about it every time I watch that scene. They're very clearly on different planes to be separate heights. They're very clearly not looking at each other at all. They're just like staring vaguely, like behind and in front of each. It's like the weirdest thing if you know that there was tension between them.
Also, very wrestling, by the way. That heights are super important. So, like, if you're a like backstage interviewer and you happen to be really tall, you have to separate your legs pretty widely to make yourself shorter while interviewing the wrestling talent, so you don't make the wrestlers look small. Wrestlers have to be as big as possible. So Dwayne's he's a big boy, but like he's got to be the biggest boy.
That's what they tell you if you're ever traveling in like the Connecticut area. If you ever see a wrestler, just like make loud noises, make yourself appear bigger than you are, hold up a shirt and wave it around. If you have a bell, ring it.
Clang whatever you can.
Clang whatever you can, and then the wrestler will usually retreat. Okay, it's not always, but you have to be safe whenever you're in the Stamford, Connecticut area.
That I was gonna give you extra credit and explain that joke hit even better because WWE is based out of Stamford, Connecticut. So your lead-in was good.
Gotcha, baby.
I applaud all of it. You even tied it up at the end yourself. Good job.
One other thing that we learned recently about this movie is that we had always heard, like from the beginning, we had heard that this was two movies that they kind of jammed into one. That it's just like there was the runway scene, there was the bridge scene with the tank. They're like, this is not enough. We want to put these two together or whatever.
Oh, interesting.
But what we heard recently was that them taking down the plane was supposed to be in Fast 5. They're like, there's already too much in this movie. We're going to remove that from this movie and put it in the next one. So I'm wondering what you guys think. Would the plane, I mean, I think all of us love Fast 5, if not our favorite, like one of the top.
Yeah.
Could that at all have worked in 5? Are you glad that it's in this? Are two big set pieces here at the end too much? Is it overstuff? Would you rather just have one be the end? Like, what do you guys think of two both in this movie or in a previous movie?
Fast 5 doesn't need anything more. I think the safe scene makes the most sense.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think they should have put both the tank and the plane in this one. There were pacing bits in the middle of this movie that could have replaced the big tank moment, but the big tank it's such a big moment, and it's not even like the thing this film hangs its. You could have saved it for. There's spots in the following several movies that miss, right? And if one of those spots was the tank, those movies would have helped. Yeah.
It's too sequential. Like it's two separate set pieces where it should be cutting back and forth between two set pieces, and then you split the party up. Because the problem, like the joke, and like Kim, you guys freaking calculated exactly how long the stupid runway is. But like it's too beefy. The plane scene. It takes too long. There's too many bits that have to get into it. Yeah. And as a result, it becomes a bit of a farce of itself because obviously this plane is taking off for 15 minutes. And so like it would have been better if you had split the party and then had them each contend with one of the two big finales of either the tank or the plane, but instead they are stuck on this plane thing, which I think kind of is one of the first times that you really feel the constraints of this being a car movie, where where all the set pieces have to be car related in some way or another. Like that plane thing, for as long as it takes, is the one that just feels like it doesn't roll as well because you have to have the dynamics of a chase take place within it, where inherently if a plane's taking off, the plane should probably be that's a 20-second experience for the plane, otherwise you have some severe aviation problems. Whereas it does feel like that's where they're starting to feel the limits of what can we do in cars.
There's a full 30 minutes, that's a half hour of chasing time in this movie. Chasing time defined as not racing time when they're racing each other, but some kind of chase, like with the train in the previous film, and so on, like where cars are chasing each other for some reason, people dangling off of cars, that kind of stuff. A full half hour. The previous movie had 20 minutes. 4 had 17. Tokyo Drift has 6. Like these are this This one really took it to a different level.
Do you guys think this movie is too long?
I think I could shed a little bit, honestly.
I mean, you can ask us that for the next several weeks.
Well, so this is like within a minute of Fast Five. Do you think Fast Five is too long?
No. Fast Five,
absolutely not.
Fast Five is exactly as long as it needs to be. This movie is potentially a little bit longer than it needs to be. You know,
what would you cut? Would you just cut chasing?
I'd cut some of the chasing. I think I'd cut some of the chasing. I'd cut some of the.
If you made the plane scene a little bit smaller, I think that a lot of the complaints that we just heard would be semi-alleviated.
Yeah, I think that you have to like make those big set pieces happen concurrently, because if they happen one after another, I mean, listen, you know that I like my dessert first, but I do think that it needs to be a little bit tighter.
I don't mind having the two set pieces in this. I don't know if it would be too chaotic to run them concurrently. I don't think that you could put the plane chase at the end of 5 at all.
No, God,
that
no.
just feels wildly bad.
Ow.
But I think that more so for me, it's kind of like a spacing thing, where I think that the tank scene just needed to happen like 20 or 30 minutes earlier to give you the breath until the plane scene. And I do like how zany it is having two big set pieces in this. That doesn't bother me as much. But I think that it's more of the like them being back to back so quickly one after each other is what really makes it feel weird.
There's only one scene between them, right? It's the heel turn scene.
Pretty much. I
mean,
like,
there's a couple other little, but like they're in the hideout again, and then there's a few big plot things happen, and then you're immediately confronted.
It feels pretty much immediately. Yeah.
I also think that one thing that makes this movie drag on a little bit, and I think it's a big contrast to 5 and 7, is that I think that the music, and more specifically the score in this, is terrible. I think it's just it is like replacement level. It is really like it doesn't really go more intense when it needs you to feel more intense. It doesn't really like it doesn't have the emotional lifts of a lot of the other stuff. In 5, you have like a really well set score to that big finale chase, and then obviously you have Danza Kuduro and some of the other big elements that kind of come in. In 7, obviously 7 completely lives and dies based on See You Again, and like that movie is able to ride a lot of emotional moments with that song, whereas like the score in this is completely forgettable. If I asked you to hum the theme to the movie that we all just watched, nobody would get close at all. And like Marvel had this problem for a few years, where like every Marvel movie was kind of scored by committee, very, very phoned in. There was no unifying sound to the Marvel soundtrack. Like Iron Man was almost just like a classic rock playlist, if you'll remember in the very beginning. And then eventually they were like, oh shit, we need a unanimous combined sonic aesthetic to these films, and that was like the best decision that they made. Whereas in these films they have like a couple of like needle drops that they'll always play, but there isn't really that musical aesthetic that carries through at any point. And it feels like by movie 6 you should kind of have that, right? You should kind of have like, you know, how to make people feel things during car chases, right? And like the sound design is excellent, like the car stuff, all that, like that is obviously something that's very important to the execution of this film. But I just felt like the score is just a complete nothing burger, and that the movie actually really suffers for it.
Do you think we'd be talking about that if the scores of some of the other ones weren't so iconic and memorable? Like, is it a victim of its own success previously?
I think the soundtracks to the other ones, which are the diegetic sound and the songs that they licensed to put in it, are iconic, and that's good. And like, this movie doesn't have anything like that to speak of, really. But like, I think that like a score, like, you know, what they do inside the orchestra and like what plays during the chase scenes, this franchise has never really nailed that down. They've never really nailed down what the sound is. And like, maybe I'll listen more closely as we go through the next couple films to see if I'm actually not giving it enough credit for that. But they never like brought in someone to just fix it for them, right? To be like, okay, no, here's Dom's motif, here's Letty's leitmotif, here's the sounds that we play when we want people to feel like, oh, the Force is happening, or oh, Nos is happening, right? Like in other franchises, not that everything has to be Wagner, but like things have leitmotifs, right? There are like sounds that happen when, you know, Thor does something or Captain America does something or any.
And then you're cued in. The audience is already cued in. They have the response.
And even if they aren't consciously, they are subconsciously, and that escalates the moment, right? Like there's no family leitmotif in this movie, right? Where in any other franchise, after this many films, they would have okay, here's the song that we play when family is on, right? And they kind of have that because they have again the recurring song that kind of always gets played in these films, but they never kind of drop it the way that they should.
Just hit that concerning hobbits, every time they hug.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the Lord of the Rings is obviously Howard Shore completely raided Wagner's pockets when it came to how you score a film when it comes to that, because obviously the previous famous musical work about finding a magic ring had already been kind of done for him, right? And so any kind of musical cue that you could anchor to any of these kind of events going on in the Lord of the Rings is just so Gandalf has a theme, Daylight has a theme, the Hobbits have a theme, Aragorn has a theme, the Rohirrim have a theme, and so you have these moments where as you get bigger and bigger and bigger with this franchise, they really would have benefited from just having a little bit of deliberateness, particularly around this film where they do have all the kind of cooks in the kitchen that they could possibly want moving forward, to kind of have a Star Wars has a Han's love scene, let's get a Han's love scene for this one. It's there's a lot of, I think, missed opportunity when it comes to the score that I only started really noticing in this movie.
So this score was composed by Lucas Vidal.
Yes.
Who he's done 3 movies that I've seen. He did this one. He did the pretty dreadful Paradise Hills, and he also did the quiet ones.
I looked him up and just very plug and play style.
It seems a lot of straight to DVD kind of stuff. It's not a guy we had another lap. We had Nico and Kevo on, and Nico's a composer, and he loves the scores. He loves BT, and BT's in multiple of these movies.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to think, as you were saying that, I was trying to think, Joe, does Nico talk, did Nico talk about the music in any later movies? I don't think so. I think it's all the earlier stuff.
I think so, too,
and then at a certain point, it's just no. Because I think also, to the point about casting that we were saying earlier, not only are they, adding more people, but it seems what other music could we play? If we have to appeal to Brazil, we have to appeal to Colombia, we have to, whatever, can we put an actor in there? Can we also put a song by another performer from that country? And they're leaning heavily on the licensed music as opposed to the original creative music for the movie.
And that's okay, because Kim, don't wrestlers have songs?
Of course they do. Every intro, you gotta hit that score, break that glass, and then suddenly Stone Cold Steve Austin's there ready to
the glass break is
open
so fucking iconic.
A whole can of whoop ass. Now you have me down this rabbit hole with who scored these movies. Because the guy who did the first one, which, it's a lot of Matrix era techno for virtually everything, is Brian Tyler, who did 7 installments of the Fast and Furious franchise. And a bunch of other incredible stuff, right? Like Ultron and Crazy Rich Asians and Iron Man 3.
Okay, Ultron is, to be clear, Ultron is in the part of the Marvel history where they really were just phoning it in with scores. I would argue that is not a particularly well scored film, because can you hum the theme to Ultron for me? No.
Rambo.
Which one?
The first one.
And is okay, well, I don't know the Rambo theme off the dome, but that's also not my I would not know that. I am not in the demographic that would know that, to be clear.
Walt, do you have any other notes, any other thoughts, anything else about Fast and Furious 6 before we play a game?
I thought it was very funny when Samoan Thor was the name for The Rock in someone's phone. I thought that was fun.
He's called Samoan Thor. He's called Captain America, and I think he also the Hulk is on in Furious 7. Yeah, so there's a lot of.
And he also right before he walks in, Tyrese is right before he walks in, Tyrese is like, "What's the Hulk gonna show up?" And it's Hobbs is right there. They're very cognizant of the MCU in these movies.
I got one more wrestling moment. Dom does a flying headbutt on the plane.
Yeah.
Yes.
A legit wrestling flying headbutt. Like Jimmy Superfly Snuka off the top of that cage in Madison Square Garden.
Do you think that he insisted in his contract that he had to have a wrestling move, at least as many, if not more, wrestling moves as Dwayne Johnson?
The Rock is not allowed to perform the rock bottom, and I need to perform a flying headbutt.
Joe, other thoughts?
No, I gave you all of mine. I already did.
The only other one that I have is at the end, there is the Brian shouting, "First bite, he's got Grace, he's got Grace," like when Roman takes a bite. There's something so perfect to me about Roman just going, whatever, man. Like, just like knowing how to like respond to Brian, but also like he's just like, I'm hungry. Like, I'm not gonna wait to eat. Like, I'm gonna eat when I'm hungry. Hungry.
We hungry.
All right, let us play this Ain't No 10-Second Race, aka Boy Do We Have a Podcast for You.
Boy, do we have a podcast for you. Come and check out our show. Yeah.
So this is where we go on twitter.com, aka the Bird app, and we find any tweet from anyone talking about these movies, these franchises, actor, whatever, and we respond to them. We're going to look at last episode's picks. I found Grace Seegers at Grace_Seegers. Fast 5 is still the pinnacle of Fast and Furious movies. There have been other good ones, but Fast 5 is easily the best one. This tweet brought to you by watching cable TV in a hotel room. And we said these movies play on cable. We had no idea. Girl, do we have a podcast for you? Got a repost from Nick Nip and likes from Nick Nip and Aaron Willozin, so no points for me, unfortunately. Joe, you found Jenny Omega quote tweeting Van Sievert, who said, "Can a movie be good without a good screenplay?" And Jenny said, "I can point to 5 or 6 Fast and Furious movies." And we said, we kind of like those screenplays too, though. Girl, do we have a podcast for you? Got 1 like from Aaron, no points. Walt, you found Drew Grant at Video Drew, hashtag Godzilla X Kong, which I think is now on VOD if you want to go watch it at home. The way to watch it at home, probably on your Apple Watch if you can, is Fast 5 to the point where I'm pretty sure the stand-up lizard and King Kong were contractually obligated to share an equal number of punches without either one winning, and in the process, fuck up Rio de Janeiro so bad, the laws of physics, which Walt will not talk about,
nope, never,
cease to exist. And we said we could not agree more. The only possible rival to Dom Toretto in the next film was Godzilla: Tokyo Drift. Boy, do we have a podcast for you. Liked by Aaron and Drew Grant. Walt, you get a point.
Woo! Put it on
the board.
Put it on the board.
There you go.
Put it on the scoreboard.
Walt's up 1-0. Now, can Kim come back? Kim, you found Shea Serrano at Shea Serrano, who since this has announced his Ryan Gosling book. Oh, by the way, we also have a whole Ryan Gosling podcast. Our friend Mark Hoffmeyer did a lot of research for that book, which is very exciting.
Yes, Shea, we're just floating around Shea as close as we can get orbit for such a long time.
Shea wrote, "Calling a challenge and it resulting in you losing the ball is the Dominic Toretto I live my life a quarter mile at a time thing that has ever happened." We said we all live a quarter mile at a time. Boy, do we have a podcast for you. Got 1 like from Aaron. So Kim, unfortunately, you trail Walt 1-0. Weird, but still, this is like in the 7-game series. This is only game 3. Somehow Walt's up 1-0 after 3 games, but we'll see what happens. Kim, you emailed me yours. Please read your tweet and how you would like to respond.
All right, here's a tweet from Alexander at Vitalist List. "Do you ever sit here and think about random fictional characters? Because I do. The fact that I have the same birthday as Dom Toretto, or the fact that Fast and Furious is an amazing franchise, but one of the best lovers to enemies to lovers trope. Because Dom and Letty." I would like to respond. Let's do we do too, Alexander, with a K. Because Dom and Letty.
I hope you left that typing in there. We do too, Alexander, with a K.
With a K.
Is that in the tweet? Is that in the tweet, Joey? Did you put that? You have to type it in.
With a K. Because Dom and Letty. Boy, do we have a podcast.
I put that on there. Alexander also wrote 2 hours ago, "Just got home. We'll reply to DMs." So
let's go. Come on, Alexander.
We do too, Alexander, parentheses with a K, because Dom and Letty, boy, do we have a podcast for you. Feels a little bit like we're making fun of his name, but also, Joe, you sent me yours. Please hit us.
It's a quote tweet of someone quote tweeting Scott Mance. This is from Chris at just Chris Salvin, Salvin. It's a quote tweet of Scott Mance saying, "Breaking even after heavy production or promotion, earning rave reviews since its South by Southwest premiere, and Ryan Gosling stealing the Oscars. The Fall Guy is off to a slow start. It cost $130 million to make, but it's projected to only make $28 million for the weekend. It's a really fun movie. What happened?" And the quote tweet is Chris saying, "This movie looks like it was marketed towards Fast and the Furious fans circa 2015.
And how do you want to respond to Chris?
Chris, we feel personally attacked, and maybe you might want to listen to this podcast, then in parentheses, or the other one we did about Ryan Gosling. That was just like too much of a tandem 1-2 that I couldn't pass up. Chris shitting on Fast and the Furious and Fall Guy at the same time, knowing us.
Alex Ellenin DM'd me on Instagram. He's just like, "Are you guys considering Fall Guy in the Fast and Furious universe?" And I'm just like, "No," but like we covered it for the other show.
Yeah,
solid flick, right?
Yeah.
Walter loves Fall Guy.
I thought it was pretty good. Interesting third.
We had a blast. It's a really fun blockbuster. Yeah,
I thought it was dope. I think it'll.
Yep.
I'm annoyed because I think it's just going to be another the other guys or no
the nice guys.
The nice guys, yeah. Where it's just like it'll run for years on TNT or whatever the streaming equivalent is.
And people will eventually find it and be like, "That was a really fun movie. Ryan Gosling, this actor's pretty good."
It'll be at the top of a lot of Reddit threads of like, "What's an underwhelming movie?" or some shit like that. But
yeah,
circle of life.
Walt, did you find a tweet?
I did find a tweet. I'm sending it to you now. The tweet is the most iconic prayer of all time isn't the Lord's Prayer. It's Roman's Prayer at the end of Fast and Furious 6.
Walt,
it's so
this 2 episodes in a row?
2 episodes in a row? I have another one that I can fall back on.
Nice.
I have another one that I can do if you
get him.
I feel bad.
No.
I think if he allows Joey to have it, then Walt gets at least 60% of all points.
Joey's got to go first next time, so that this doesn't happen again.
I don't remember how we did it last time. I think cause I let Walt have the tweet. I think I get it. I was maybe saying I get a half point or something.
You
but
get it at this point, you get it this time.
Sure.
No, I want you to have it because this is look.
He's just trying to get that half a point to add to the totals.
Walt,
what he's trying to do.
Do you want to wet your beak on my tweet because I got a good one? It's amen to that. Have we got a podcast for you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that is good.
Mm-hmm. You want to wet your beak? We can make the call now. Like we can go splitsies on that. We can go Dutch.
No, this is
we're
all
still
you.
We're gonna cream these other two, but like.
If you want to read your other one, we can play that one for charity. But I'm gonna let you have
for
this
charity.
One.
Great.
Yeah, we can throw one at the community chest.
A community chest, yeah. I mean, it's for a good cause. Tim Ellis at Tim Ellis AU tweeted Fast and Furious 6 post-credit scene when Jason Statham hope out of car that Hills Han after what was your greatest experience in a movie theater? And most of those typos were articulated properly.
And how do you want to respond to this one?
Yeah, that was pretty weird, and only the kind of thing that you can get in a cinema.
To the movies. Don't forget
the movies
we use movies here from when Vin was doing Welcome Back to the Movies. So you said cinema, but you have to like acknowledge the parlance of the podcast.
Yes, of course. The movies.
The movies. He dragged it out for way too long too. I don't know why he pronounced that word like that. Sure.
Where he was like standing like this, just like
movies.
The movies.
Yeah, he was doing it in Dom Toretto character, which I thought was an interesting choice. But sure,
he doesn't drop character until they make the DVD.
How
commentary.
often does he accidentally revert to Dom Toretto? Like he must.
Joey and I had this like long breakdown discussion before, and I don't think you guys were on for it. We think that there's 3 iterations of this human. There's Mark Sinclair,
sure,
who loves Dungeons and Dragons.
Yes.
There's Vin Diesel, who is an actor and likes movies, and then also Dom Toretto is part of his personality.
Okay.
And at any given time, he's one of these 3 people, but now it's just mostly all Dominic Toretto at all times.
Yeah, but when 4 comes up, because 4 is definitely Riddick, oh, you don't want to be around Riddick.
Oh, okay. No, I think Riddick is just is like the alter ego of Mark Sinclair, not an actual.
That is Mark Sinclair.
Character.
That is Mark Sinclair playing Dungeons and Dragons. That is his like half elf, like quite literally.
Yeah, that's what's happening. So like, I don't consider that its own character because like he exists as Dom.
After this, can we do a little Riddick talk?
Sure.
What do you guys think is like the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde juice for each of those people? Like, obviously, it's like a little bit of Axel grease gets him into Dom, right? And then how does he get back to Mark Sinclair? Like, what does he have to do to get to
I think
to
Mark
un-Hulk?
Sinclair is, like, long gone. I think, like, probably, like Christmas morning with his children might be as close as he ever's gotten back to Mark Sinclair. I think Vin... he's lost it. It's just, you know what I mean? He's like, oh, I don't remember that. I don't remember this person existing. I think that, like, he normally now exists as Vin.
Yeah.
a lot of when he's just like doing any type of like promos or interviews, he's Dom.
Wow.
Anytime
Mark
he's
Sinclair's...
literally outside, he's Vin. No, like literally outside of his house. Like,
okay, yeah.
Vin immediately, and then the more people that surround him, the more Dom he gets.
And especially if he's running like promo for any movie or anything like that, he's instantly like into Dom.
This kind of just sounds like how an introvert is able to get into public sometimes. Like this is a
maybe,
bit of a coping strategy.
Just playing a character, yeah.
But yeah, I think that maybe only like at his house with his children, he is sometimes Mark Sinclair.
So are you saying that? So Mark Sinclair is increasingly having trouble distinguishing between kayfabe Dominic Toretto and like his real life, and like a wrestler who's always in character to the point where you can't escape the character. Which used to happen back in the day. Walking through an airport, they would like have to keep playing their character the whole time, like they're carrying their belt, just trying to go home. And the kids come up and they have to be like, I don't like you, child, and because they're the bad guy.
I think that makes perfect sense. I think that's really what we're starting to see a lot of here.
Okay, I found one. I'm also very excited to hear that conversation when I edit this episode because I missed most of it while I was looking for tweets because there's so many garbage tweets out there, but I found one.
Okay.
Oh, no, I can't reply to it, though. Whatever. I'm too tired to find another one. This is a stupid screen name at Crazy Kurt Philly. Says, my future Fast and Furious predictions. Ava Mendez shows up in Fast 11. Luke Evans shows up in Fast 11. Vanessa Kirby shows up in Fast 11. What I'm going to do is I'm going to quote tweet this, and I'm going to say, I can't reply, but just know your family. Boy, to the podcast for you.
That's great.
Excellent.
We love that.
Well played.
Good stuff.
Nailed it.
Got it in one. Slightly more, but either way. Got it nonetheless.
Several more.
All right, you want to talk Riddick? Let's talk Riddick. Furia.
Do you think it happens?
Shooting this summer.
Do you think it shoots this summer?
Well, so in the last episode we just put out, I said,
question.
Joe, set Vegas odds.
Yeah.
Number of Fast and Furious movies, core movies, like with this cast, we will get. I was like expecting him to set the bar at 1.5, like over, like because there's been
with
2
the
or
hook,
3 or 4.
one and a hook.
I worked for Nate Silver for
said,
many years. I know how to gamble. We're good.
We thought there was going to be 2, like whatever, and then Joe said, there might be a chance that we get 0, which we've thrown around here. But now you're saying, do you think we're not even going to get Furia?
Well, Furia is going to cut into Fast and Furious time, and we know that he needs to make Fast and Furious. But also with Universal being like kind of wishy-washy, it feels like about it, with all the other news of them like we should cut it back, we shouldn't spend as much money and shit. I don't know, man. I still think that there's a possibility, like a world where they just are like, nope, we never made that last one, and like Vin just like storms out and throws a tantrum on Instagram.
It seems like the necessary momentum for the franchise to keep happening has been decreasing to a point that it is getting to an inflection point if they really wanted to yank the plug. That being said, I think that him filming Riddick Furia is the biggest evidence for that argument that we have, because if he's trying to reignite another franchise as this one dims a bit, like that seems like what I would do if I had a sense that I only have another movie or two, you know?
But also Universal's in control of that, so like would they give him that ability if Fast 10 was... like Fast 11 was tanking? Like, would they want to reinvest in Vin and just be like, oh no, maybe just Fast and Furious ran its course? Because that's his baby.
Riddick did $100 million box on
it does
38,
all right.
Which is all right.
Yeah.
So he's got the Guardians franchise, right? And beyond that, he hasn't really done much, like, since. Like, you know, like, and that's all right, but it does for a star, if you're not like in other franchises at the same time, it does take a bit of bite out of your box. And so I think that maybe this could just be an attempt to like get another thing going, you know?
I mean, it's never been a secret. I think like his heart and soul is in Riddick. Like he only came back to this because they gave him the rights to Riddick, right? Like I think that's what he cares about more than anything else. I also do wonder if like he was in The Last Witch Hunter, which I don't know if he had like stake in that, but like felt like it could have been a franchise and that people were just like, no.
Yeah.
And like the he has, like you're saying, he has Groot in the Guardians thing, but like,
but that's not his.
That's also the easiest thing to replace.
He was in the last time he was in like a capital F film that was not as Groot and was not in the Fast and Furious franchise.
Billy Lynn's Long
Exactly,
Halftime Walk,
yeah, which is
which I don't even remember him in.
He's an interesting, he's like supporting character in it. He's actually pretty good. Again, like I contend that he's a good actor when he wants to be, but that's like basically kind of like a cameo. Not even cameo. It's like I would just say a supporting part. But like Last Witch Hunter, yeah. But I mean that was 10 years ago. He hasn't.
And
really...
then before that, I think the one before that wasn't Riddick or Fast and Furious was Babylon A.D. in 2008, a notoriously painful set for Cassavetes, right? So like,
yeah,
it's been like when we did like our last lap show or 2 laps ago, we did the Vin Diesel lap, and like we basically watched all of his movies.
Yeah,
and it's very sort of front heavy loaded because it does feel like he is doing what Tom Cruise is trying to do, which is like Tom Cruise is like, okay, I got the Mission Impossible thing, like I want a second franchise, and like things are not clicking.
Yeah, I mean he's always kind of wanted that. Like he had the XXX movies, right, and they came and went.
Yeah,
but even they were very much they almost were reactions to like the popularity of the X Games at the time, right? Because it was like, hey, an extreme sports stuntman doing extreme sports to save the world, and then Riddick obviously happens. He does the pacifier, which is kind of that's what you do when you need $8 million and then like but it's really just been Guardians, Fast, and Riddick's hasn't happened in like a decade, and so I don't blame him for trying to get some more irons in the fire, particularly if this one's winding down a bit, because I think his Guardians work is kind of winding down a bit, because that franchise is kind of, even though Groot can appear in whatever the hell Disney wants Groot to appear in, they don't really need that.
No, they need his voice.
They don't need that many hours in the booth at a Vin,
No,
we're underrating the quality of the third Riddick film. Okay, real simple. It's incredible. Here's why. It's because like I have never seen a film paced the way that this one is. It is nuts. It is a solid 1 hour of training montage, and like that's. The first hour, he gets dropped off on a planet and then has to learn how to be himself again. And there's no dialogue with any other fucking people. It's just Riddick.
That's Vin's dream. I think that's the realest script writing we've ever seen come out of Vin. Like the most covered, like nobody polished that script. He was like, if it could just be me for an hour, just looking cool and not talking to anyone, that's what we're gonna do. Like 100%. That's what it is.
I'm sure he was like, look, if Riddick is gonna become Riddick again after his whole ordeal as king of the necromongers, he's gonna have to take some time to himself and find the real Riddick inside his soul. And so we're gonna have to devote 1 hour and 15 minutes to him figuring that out.
Is Riddick the quest for him to find Mark Sinclair?
God. If I could self-actualize through one science fiction movie, holy crap, would life be better?
He did it. But that movie, like, they attracted some talent to it, right? So, like, Dave Bautista's in it.
Yeah.
Katie Sackhoff from now from The Mandalorian is in it. Like, it's good. I think her character survives, if I recall correctly.
Karl Urban will probably be back, right? He'll show up.
Karl Urban will always be back. He is. Look, Commander Siberius Vaco is a crucial member of the Riddick cinematic universe.
We covered all those movies for this podcast. I've seen all of them twice, and I remember almost nothing about any of them.
They do feel like a fever dream to me as well. I agree, Joey. I can't tell you anything that happened in any of those movies until Kim was pointing out that it was an hour-long training montage. I was like, that actually, I do remember that part. Other than that, nothing.
God.
What can you do?
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Anyway, this was fun. I enjoyed this.
Thank you
I
both.
enjoyed this film,
Thank
I enjoyed
you
this
both.
episode. It's always good to come on. Thanks for having us.
So like I said before, our next episode in 3 weeks with you guys is going to be Tokyo Drift. We're going, because it's chronologically forward, even though we are going calendar-wise back. So get excited for the only short movie we have left. Everything else is over 2 hours. This one is
I can't wait till you guys get to
1:40.
watch it in this order, because we think that it makes for a very fascinating marathon.
Yeah.
This way. It feels because you just drop in like a really silly, goofy movie at the beginning and you're like, whoa, geez. After you come off 5 and 6, you're like, we're back in high school. And this kid's old as shit.
Why is he
It'll be
old?
way fun.
How the fuck did Bow Wow get here? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can't wait for next time.
And then you go ahead a movie and you see Sean supposedly just a couple months later looking 15 years older somehow. You know what I mean? Like
But he looked 15 years older than he should have been in the high school. So yeah.
We'll get there in 3 weeks. Kim, what would you like to plug? Anything new that you have published or written or composed or produced or anything since we last spoke?
I'm going to have Walter do it first.
Walter.
I am the executive editor of Sherwood News, and you should check out Sherwood News because it is a very fun place.
It's really cool. The graphics are super cool that you can just like interact with all the graphs and stuff. I meant to tell you that. Awesome.
Thanks. It's really fun. The site's gorgeous. We have a ton of fun there. It's business news. So you should check it out. I'm also Numlock News is my daily morning newsletter. You can check it out at numlock.com, like the key on the keyboard. And my book remains You Are What You Watch. And I will have something fun potentially this summer related to that book. But the rights exchanges are happening and things are cool. So check it out if you haven't already. It's a lot of fun. People dig it.
Soon to be a major motion picture starring Mr. Vin Diesel.
I wish. Oh my God.
Walt Hickey is, or I guess Vin Diesel is Walt Hickey in You Are What You Watch.
I write a little bit about the Fast and Furious movies in it. I wonder how he would take that if he was like doing my audiobook. But anyway, that's a problem for later.
Well, the good thing, this lap runs through October, so
That's
whatever
right.
you're doing this summer, if it comes to fruition, we will hear about it here, so stay tuned
Heck
here.
yeah.
Our next episode on the main feed is Labyrinth, as mentioned, already recorded. That's coming up very soon for you all, 1 week. And Walt and Kim will be back in 3 weeks. But for all things Too Fast, Too Forever, go to cageclub.me, facebook.com/TooFastTooForever, or at TooFastTooForever on all the socials. Email us, family@cageclub.me, and check out our Patreon page at TooFastTooForever.com, store at cageclub.me/shop, and come back next week for Labyrinth. I'm Joey Lewandowski.
I'm Joe too.
And those were the restorers of the trains, Walter and Kim, and we will tell you all about it
when we see you again.
Hello and welcome to Too Fast, Too Forever. There's all kinds of family. We chose this one. This is episode 359, The Fast and the Furious Tokyo Drift, Lap 14. I'm Joey Lewandowski.
I'm Joe too. And shout out to Tuner Cult and Speed We Trust. Check them out for all their shirts and giveaways of cars and cash, apparently. TunerCult.com.
We're just shouting out sponsors. Not this episode sponsored by, but shout out to Tuner Cult.
Oh, yeah. This episode brought to you by Tuner Cult.
They pay lots. They pay top
in
dollar.
Speed they trust. So that's why they contacted us.
The FTC gets really mad if you don't alert people that they are paying for that.
We got fined Kim Kardashian levels for not explicitly saying that this entire podcast is just a crypto pump and dump.
FTX, baby.
Before we introduce our guests, I want to remind everybody that voting is still open for very, very few more days. Patrons have a couple more days than the main feed, but main feed voting for the Too Fast, Too Forever Hall of Fame closes tomorrow on the 19th, because Joe and I are recording our episode tomorrow, which is for us in a week. But we are recording our episode tomorrow. So if you have not gone to cageclub.me/vote and cast your ballot for the Too Fast, Too Forever Hall of Fame, you have one more day to do it if you are listening on time. If you're listening late, there's always next year. Just do it next year. But patrons, cageclub.me/vote, you have about 4 or 5 days. Do that, please, and thank you. But with us tonight, once again, all lap long, our ride or die fast compatriots, Walter Hickey and Kim Bhasin. Hello, gentlemen.
Hello. How's it going?
What's up?
How are you two doing this evening?
I'm really good. I'm feeling pretty good right now.
Wonderful. Feeling good?
How did this movie hit for you both after having watched a couple longer ones and now have a shorter one, a breezier one, maybe a fan favorite one? What was watching Tokyo Drift this time like for both of you?
It was like, have you ever done like a wine tasting or like a beer flight? And like you start off and then it gets a little bit weirder and kind of funkier and they start throwing some IPAs in there or some Rieslings or something. And they're like, actually, you know what we're going to do? We're going to get a nice dry wine, or we're going to get a nice like a Pilsner perhaps to cleanse the palate a bit and bring it back down to basics. It felt refreshing. It felt a little funky, but not in a bad way. And I thought it was a good little refresh after a thing that was clearly gaining a bit of momentum. Yeah.
So I don't often relate with like coming of age movies, and the way
because you were born a full grown man,
right, of course.
Who owns a train
has never come of age.
Yeah. We got another train fact coming today. Get hyped for that.
I've been excited. I've been hyping it for like 2 weeks on the show.
But this one is so like absurdist that you can't relate with it at all, which made me relate with it more.
Oh, okay.
Because it's more of like a fantasy thing than anything to end up moving across the world to Tokyo and then suddenly becoming a successful street racer.
We have another podcast on this network, High School Slumber Party, which I think, Walter, you've been on, where they talk about coming-of-age movies. And one time we did this, we covered on this show and that show, and also Third Time's a Charm, which is the third movie in the franchise. And when we were on Brian's show, just like, this is a real weird high school movie. Like, it is, but it's not. And, like, he's, like, 40 years old, so, like, it's a
He's
strange...
17. He's not even 18 in this movie, Joey.
Oh, my God.
Before his 18th birthday, they say it.
I mean, the very funny thing is we're going to get in the next movie in Furious 7, that one scene where Dom goes to Tokyo, and 7 years have passed in real time between shooting those scenes, and he's supposed to be the same age as he is in this movie.
Yeah.
Just sunscreen and water.
Oh, boy.
No, but shout out to High School Slumber Party podcast, because that podcast, I made one of the biggest like guest mistakes I've ever made.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you know about this, but they booked me to come on for the Christine episode, and so I had it in my head of like, okay, I gotta watch Christine. You know, it's Stephen King, it's the movie from the 80s. You know, starts with the C, and then obviously like I spend a lot of time researching, watching Carrie, and come onto that podcast, and I don't realize until 5 minutes in that I've watched the wrong film, and I was like, I'm so sorry, I need to put a stop to this, I fucked up so bad.
I remembered Azo was saying, I think you've been on there, like that's like burned into my brain as like, it's so funny. It's so funny. It's so funny.
It's hysterical.
Yeah,
That's
I tried
amazing.
really hard to like do prep for these things, but like I just completely whiffed it, and
it happens.
Yeah, good show. Hey, great show. Really, really, really fun time though. I will say, like, really dig it.
So we have things to talk about in this episode that we have debated. But before we get there, can you please, we've been waiting now 4 weeks because we flip-flopped for scheduling. We've been waiting 4 weeks for another train fact. Can you
do
please
we do it at the beginning
or
the end? We usually do it at the end.
Well, no, we did it at the beginning last time.
Okay,
I mean, it's up to you, Joe. When do you want it now, or are you going to wait?
I want it immediately because I've been waiting for it for 4 weeks, obviously.
Can we please have a train fact? Please,
yeah.
Please.
Yeah. The previous owner of the train used it to hold political fundraisers for New Jersey Congressman Frank Pallone.
What?
Okay.
Was it functional?
Hey,
I'm not allowed to add follow-ups. Okay,
you got
sorry,
your fact. You got your fact.
We found a flyer. This is.
We found a flyer.
True.
We found evidence. We didn't find. This was not written down anywhere. We just found detritus from fundraisers, and this is great.
I think so. What? At the end of the lap, when we have our tune-up, we're going to have you guys both on to just sort of like talk about. We're going to get your rankings. We're going to talk about like how things went.
Yes.
I think Joe and I each get one question. Like you get one fact, and then we each get one question about the train.
Sure.
I will forfeit my question for just a picture of you two inside the train. But I must see the inside. Show me what the poop sees. I want to see it. The whole thing.
Oh man, I love it. I love it so much. But here we are talking about Tokyo Drift. I will say that the only person from this entire franchise that we have interviewed on this podcast is Sean's mom, who says, "Is it illegal to smoke here?" in front of a no smoking sign. She was a delight. She was lovely to talk to.
She was awesome. She was so cool.
But the most important thing that I want to talk about before we talk about, specific highlights, lowlights, whatever, there's been a debate on the show since the very beginning. Who is right, Sean's dad or Sean's mom? When Sean shows up to Tokyo, and
give him a rundown. We get
Sean's dad says, "Sean, I thought you were supposed to be here on the 7th." And he goes, "Today is the 7th." And he goes, "Hold on." And he lets the woman of the night out of his apartment, and then Sean comes in. So we have tried to figure out if military dad is wrong, if on her multiple marriages, whatever, smoking in a police station, no smoking zone, mom is wrong, if Sean's an unreliable narrator. Do you have any sense? Because this is both a incredibly simple debate and one that we cannot get to the bottom of. In this, today is the 7th. I thought you were getting here on the 7th.
But today is the 7th. I thought you were getting here on the 7th. That would mean that the dad is surprised that Sean is like a day late and is caught with a woman of the night in his apartment the next day.
Yeah, I think that clearly what's happened here is the international date line. And 20 hours of travel has caused a bit of an incident. The question, though, is the man's thought process is very clearly, I guess my son didn't show up today. Time to go to the brothel. And
that's the thing, yes.
Yeah. So that's what you think. So you think that means that, yes, it is the next day he bailed. But he said, I was going to show up at the airport. So he admits that he didn't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would have been
at the airport yesterday.
Right? He should have been there yesterday. It's just back. The dad's wrong.
But the dad is a naval man his entire life. He's a lifetime sailor. You're saying that he could fuck up dates and times that much, as opposed to the mom who smokes in the police station.
Here's the thing about the Navy. Only one guy is in charge of being on time to stuff. The boat's going to take everyone else there. And they don't really factor in to when the boat shows. Like, there's one guy who's like, all right, we got to make our port time, right? Everyone else, time irrelevant entirely. They're just literally along for the ride.
So basically, his whole life, he's never had to worry about time.
He's never had to worry about showing up to the airport because the boat's a fucking airport. It's the USS Eisenhower.
So we do. So you guys believe that the dad is in the wrong and fucked up the time, and then said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna go get a sex worker tonight. Sean's not here. Woohoo!"
Probably like 2 days off. Then he thought it was he thought Sean was gonna go back in time, right?
Yeah,
by crossing the international date line.
But wouldn't the next most logical thing be if he didn't show up on the day that you thought he was going to show up and Sean is a day late, you'd be like, oh, his mom fucked it up. I have to be back at the airport tomorrow. He's probably going to show up tomorrow. But he's like, nope, sex worker.
Yeah, right? No, he thinks Sean's arriving the following day.
2 days later?
Oh, yeah. That's it.
So he already factored in that maybe Kim's onto something. Maybe he already had a fudge number of Sean's mom in there and was like, oh, she said the 7th. She's going to mean the 8th. Yeah. So that's going to mean the 9th.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay. So he's 2 days off, the opposite direction. Yeah.
Okay.
Honestly, we've had this conversation with probably 15 different people. That's a new idea. That's
and almost makes sense.
Although, here's another angle, right? So we assume that he's flying from California to Tokyo, right? Right across the Pacific.
Arizona.
Yeah. Same difference, right?
Same
rounding
difference.
error away. So what if instead he's flying from Arizona to Doha, right? And then transferring to a flight to fly to Tokyo. So he's going backwards instead of forwards. And then therefore he's assuming the flight went the other way because he wasn't going to cross the international date line and he went back in time, right?
That's an awful flight to take.
Yes, well, so is launching a car into space, Kim, but that hasn't stopped the franchise before, and it won't stop it again.
And that's also Sean.
You want to know a bad flight? There. How about chasing a plane during an entire runway? Sounds like a crummy flight, Kim. Never stopped this franchise. Never stopped. Taxiing for 20 minutes.
I'm not sure if Doha had a intact international airport hub when this movie came out, so maybe could have been Could be Frankfurt.
Well, I guys, we know that Dubai canonically exists in Fast and Furious because it's eventually teased in Fast and Furious.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. And it does exist. Yeah, that's true.
I want to see Sean, like, I want to see the turbocharged prelude of Sean in Dubai, where it's 6 minutes of no dialogue of him just, like, falling in love with one girl over there who, like,
and not knowing what food is.
Mm-hmm.
Not knowing what food is again, just being like, what is this? You got ketchup?
Mm-hmm. Kim, do you have a pick for the most 80s moment in this? This feels... Like, there's stuff that I was just like, that feels pretty 80s, but also kind of felt like everything in here that I was like, this feels right, also to me felt like a stretch, and I'm not sure if any of my answers I love, but Kim, do you have a pick for the most 80s moment in our 80s cult movie lap?
I do. So there's a scene where Sean goes to Kamada's place, and on the way in, he's got the money, and he gets into this alleyway, and there's all these thugs in the alleyway, and they have like a baseball bat. They're all smoking cigarettes. They got like a chain. They're like threatening with their chain. I got a chain, guys. I'm gonna miss it. They like three of them have pompadours. The outfits with the shirt collar going over the lapel is very 80s. Like they got that going. So the weird cyberpunk thugs in the in the alleyway.
That's a good one.
I just have the villain being a bully. That's like
okay.
Starting out as a bully, and then that's just kind of the bad guy for the film, like a high school bully being an adversary for the entire course of it.
Now, you're talking about DK? You're talking about Zachary Ty Bryan from Home Improvement?
See, that's the best part. Yes, I'm talking about both.
Both of them.
Both. This movie was like, you know what's going to happen? He's going to leave. He's going to be so relieved that he doesn't have to deal with this bully anymore. Another bully.
Yeah, my bully, and also like the specific type of like machismo bully that he is.
Yeah.
Especially Zachary Ty Bryan felt very bully-ish to me, very 80s-ish to me. Joe, did you have another pick?
I have two that are very adjacent to both what Walt and Kim just said.
Okay.
One, piggybacking off of Walt, the bullying of the kid in the shop class in the intro.
Yeah.
Again, that's like spray painting his belly. Four guys holding him back is very traditional bullying that feels like doesn't happen very often anymore. To piggyback off of Kim's, specifically Sonny Chiba's suit is very 80s. Yeah. Like the shape and the bigness of it. But I think that the most 80s moment is smoking in a police station.
Hell yeah.
I remembered, I think my pick for the first movie was Brian wanting a cigarette. So I wrote down here, Mrs. Boswell smoking is very 80s. Just like cigarettes at all is just like that's
smoking in a police station, I think, is like very 80s. But go ahead, what do you have?
I think Sean's dad, like being a military dad, having a difficult relationship with a military, like a strict father, feels very 80s.
Okay.
And also, this is throughout, and maybe really throughout all the movies, but I feel like more so specifically here for some reason, maybe because the stakes are lower and it just feels more like driving than like movie driving. Just road rage kind of feels 80s in a way. Yeah. Just like abstract anger that you're mad at the world, but you're going to take it out on other cars around you.
I had one last one too.
Mm-hmm.
It's that they duel over a woman. Like you get to keep the woman after a fight. Like that, I don't think that happens anymore. Like I get that it's a race, but it's essentially just like a stand-in for a fist fight, and you just get to keep the girl. Yeah, those were my 80s picks for this time.
Cool.
I have a philosophical question for you guys.
Oh my god!
When I was watching it this time, we're at the beginning again. I see Sean Boswell walk out to his car after he's in shop class, wrenching away, and this man has a messenger bag. Does Sean Boswell look like a messenger bag high school kid to you? Because he does not. Like, personality-wise, that does not fit, right? I could see, like, a one-strap shoulders one, like, that we later get in, like, when they're in Japan, but, like, a crossbody, low-slung messenger bag, it just doesn't feel like that fits for Sean Boswell, right?
Is it leather or canvas?
It's canvas.
Oh, then I agree with you. I don't think it fits. I think if he had a very like artisan leather bag that has been put together by the strength of an American tanner, like that, that might fit. But no, canvas doesn't make sense.
This is like Walmart messenger bag.
I think that it's just the wrong time. I think that he would be messenger bag in the early 90s. But not in this era. This is just it's got a different connotation at this point.
Yeah, see, it felt so weird. I never noticed it till I was watching it this time, and I was like, that just doesn't feel, because like Zachary Ty Bryan has like the 2-shoulder, tosses it in the car, and I'm like, that's what I'm imagining. LL Bean, Jan Sport, classic backpack, but nope, he just has a messenger bag.
Is Tanner? I mean, Kim, you use that word. I haven't thought about that word. Is Tanner still a job? Can you still be a Tanner? Are there still Tanners in America?
Yeah, there's tanneries. Plenty of tanneries.
My other question, this is based on something Walt said. You said it's the wrong time. It feels more 90s. Like, this movie comes out in 2006, but then with the retrofitting of Han not actually dying, actually takes place more like 2013 to 2015.
So it feels even weirder.
Can't be right.
Look, if we want Han back, we have to pretend that this movie came out 8 years later.
I mean,
or this movie was set 8 years later.
I feel like it's kind of like this movie is always, and again we can talk about it later if we want, but like this movie very much feels like the Walk Hard sketch of like the wrong kid died, where like you can tell if they could redo this, they would not kill Han, they would probably kill Mr. Sean Boswell.
Yes,
they would probably kill Twinkie. They would keep Han, the magnetic screen personality, on the screen for later installments perhaps, but like I think that they picked the wrong guy.
Well, like, it's just so wild to be like, in this third movie in a franchise that's really not that much of a franchise, because from first one to second one there's only one character crossover. From 2 to 3 there's no crossover until the cameo at the end, which is only done as Payola exchange a favor to get Riddick. It's like, it's a franchise, but it's not really a franchise. Justin Lin's like, I'm going to give this movie stakes and I'm going to kill somebody that people love. Whereas, to your point, down the road, all of a sudden it's a franchise. Just like, well, we're not going to kill the only character that like everyone loves.
Universally loved character, yeah.
We will kill literally anyone else. But no, Han's got to go.
Han's got to go.
Bring them back anyways, so.
Walt, do you have a favorite moment, favorite part, favorite scene, favorite character from Tokyo Drift?
I really dug... Like, I think that they did an interesting thing with, like, adding the drift element to it. And, like, when they were referring to, like, oh, yeah, like, you know, Japanese people figured out how to drift. And I was like, that can't be, like, they have to be making that up, right? And it was like, no, it was genuinely a thing that they did on, like, a mountain. And, like, it had, you know, precedent in other racing styles. But, like, the fact that they were able to, like, add, like, a very interesting, genuinely, like, regional flavor to racing is, like, it is kind of fun when, like, you know, racing in the United States is very NASCAR infused. In Europe, it's very F1 infused. It's very nice when you can kind of get kind of a local character to stuff.
Sure.
That I felt like they were kind of like, you know, they had spent the first two, honestly, all the movies except this one spend a lot of time in some very like sweaty places, like, you know, very Miami, very California, very Brazil, right? Very like Southwest. And like this one just kind of felt like it almost like the change of climate was a refreshing element for it in a way that I know that sequentially it happens third, but like it really does feel like it's the first movie to actually change its milieu, aesthetic, and even just kind of like even just like temperature, I guess, in that kind of way. So I really kind of dug, like, Tokyo is just a gorgeous city, and also like I felt like the fact that they were able to make it like so like find a justification, perfect, imperfect, or otherwise, to kind of make the character of the city's racing really kind of shine through. I dug that.
And that's something like, even though they try to like highlight different cities in every other movie, like they don't really do other kinds of racing unless I'm forgetting things. And also they don't really mess with temperature either, other than
it's always hot.
The submarine in Fate, and then the end scene in Fast 10 where Giselle's on a submarine, right? So just like there's snow in like 1.5 scenes, and then everything else is just like, we're sweaty.
Yeah.
Well,
they're sweaty in fucking London.
Can't let the biceps out in the.
I know.
You know?
Yeah, you have to be showing off the guns. I like that. I like your point that the timing of the drifting came out very, very appropriately, because it also coincided with like the general American public didn't know what this was yet either. Like, it was a sensation somewhere else. It hadn't been ported over, and the movie's like the perfect bridge of that, and just like the culmination of that is why I think you get so much cult following for something that should just be a straight to DVD $5 movie, and that's awesome.
It's also like, and like we've talked about this a bunch, but like the story of like, you know, Racer X getting adapted into the Fast and the Furious, but then having
all of it, like genuinely, all of it's like Asian American, like immigrant context boiled out of it totally. Yep. And like the tragedy of that, and obviously Lin being instrumental in kind of restoring that back into this franchise, it did kind of feel like it was another chance for this thing to rediscover and kind of bring what made the Racer X article just so sensational, of like revealing this undercurrent and this like this scene to an audience that hadn't seen it before. I just kind of thought that this was kind of the first and genuinely so far the only movie that really does feel like that, you know?
Yeah. And I think that's why it feels like this is a special one. I think it's polarizing. Some people, like a lot of people love this, some people really hate this movie, but it does feel different. And I do like, you know, selfishly or whatever, like, you know, self-congratulatorily, like I like putting it where we have it, because like it's different enough, like we're enough into the lap where it feels different that there's like a change. Like coming after 2, it's like
I wanted to ask both of like you, Walt and Kim, how did you like it in this format? Because once we changed this, we were like, this is the way we will always watch these movies now. Like it feels like the right breathing space in between 6 and 7, knowing that 7's coming. Did you like this? Do you not like this? Would you rather have watched it third, or is it good where we have it?
I like it. I like it here, and here's why. I think the type of like storytelling throughout these, like 5 is a heist film, 4 is a crime film, and then you got from there on out, 6 through whatever we're at, it's and forever is gonna be like they're action films, right? Yep. They're built like classic action films. This is a Western that's based in Tokyo, right? It has all this kid going from one town to the other, causing problems. You see that standoff with the dad and DK near the end. There's a moment where Twink gets a cache of money outside off the back of it, the trunk of his car. It's just so Western, and obviously the loser leaves town race
forever.
Forever is the most classic thing.
But also Fast and Furious, because it's a race. It's not a duel.
It's a race and not a it's not a duel in the middle of town. But that's also the wrestling moment of
what?
The film.
What?
Oh no.
The loser leaves town.
Oh.
Forever.
Ding ding ding. It's the wrestling moment of the film from Kim Bhasin.
So like okay. This is from the territory days of wrestling, where the loser would literally leave town. So the territories, I mean, like, you know, Texas would have its own wrestling promotion, and someone would come in, a bad guy would come in and beat everyone up, and then they'll have a loser leaves town match to explain why that guy's leaving now and going to the next
stop
promotion.
Next
stop. He's going to Oklahoma or Florida or whatever to do the next thing. So they would have a loser leaves town match, just like in 1986 when Abdullah the Butcher and Bruiser Brody
God damn it.
had to go at it, right? The people loved Bruiser because he was in Texas. He was a heel, but they still loved him. Abdullah came in. He was blowing up all the good guys in town, and then someone had to go at the end of it. So, you know, Christmas Star Wars 1986, loser leaves town match.
So now this movie ends with the loser crashing his car upside down, everyone cheering that he might be dead.
Yeah.
That the other racer has won.
His like own like father figure is like, I'm not gonna check. I'm just gonna congratulate you, man of honor. Like,
yes.
Do either of you think there is any chance we see DK again in a future movie, or is he too small potatoes for where this franchise is gonna go? Or Kim,
God, you know
is
that
he
he runs
Eteon? Is he Eteon?
There's no other reasonable option. He's got to be the guy. He's got to be the guy. He left town.
What happens
after you leave town? You change your name. You do something else. When
he had an empire of crime.
Mm-hmm.
So it's established. He has the structure for it.
When Bruiser Brody left, he came back later as Red River Jack, a different guy, different name, different thing going on. Maybe, you know, DK naturally. Or Takashi is no longer, you know, he lost his eminent title.
So he goes back to Takashi.
He's Takashi.
Well, I mean, okay, so the question is, like, when you're president, you're no longer president, but people still address you as president, right? Like, are you...
Oh.
Are you always Drift King, or are you not always Drift King?
I don't think you can always be... I think you hold it like the belt.
Yeah.
Like, that's the heavyweight belt. And, like, if you don't have the belt, you are not champion.
So he's like one-time Drift King.
Yes.
Yeah.
Formerly known as
former
DK.
Former Drift King of the world.
Yeah.
Okay.
The 45th Drift King of Tokyo.
There's a list on the garage somewhere that they just like wrote all the names.
The name of the list is called Probable Cause. Like, here's a list of criminals who race cars for like.
Kim, is one of these things that we've talked about is anything we've mentioned so far your favorite part of this movie? Or is there something else about this movie that is your favorite part?
Oh man, it's the Shibuya crossing. Drift scene.
Drift through, in slow motion.
I think that really set things off as far as the culture around this. People saw that, they're like, "Oh my god, it was a moment for this franchise." Despite the movie, of course, is, we don't know. Everyone has different opinions about it, but like that scene is, that is it. Iconic.
It's iconic. It is iconic.
It's a good looking thing.
Walt, we just heard the wrestling moment of the movie. What is the D&D moment of Tokyo Drift?
It's a really good question. Because this movie has some evidence. So it's like, we're back into kind of the early part of it where clearly the intervention of Vin Diesel, who is, I argue, the architect of the D&D-ness of all this.
Okay.
He's only kind of a brief presence. And so there's a couple things that I think kind of stand out. One of them relates to the Lucas Black performance as Sean. And it is sometimes you try out a new character voice, doesn't really work too well. Sometimes, you're a guy from Arizona who weirdly speaks like he's, from Texas or Alabama, and the character voice doesn't work, and like a later session they'll change it. I don't care. He's an actor. Acting, my boy. Have you tried it?
How come I never see you drift?
Yeah. Sometimes, you make a
Joey,
character that
we need that really on a shirt. I just had the idea. Sorry.
Super Yaki made that shirt. I have that shirt already.
Okay, then never mind. That's
speaking of which, I have the Super Yaki.
Oh, I have that too.
Honk if you're horny for Han.
Yep.
From the critically acclaimed film Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift. It's so good. Super Yaki, big fans. So that's like one thing that you could do. Sometimes it's also like, you fuck up a character build and you don't really see that character ever again after one session. It happens too. For this film, the thing is languages. So sometimes when you play D&D, you're like, okay, I go talk to the elf over there. And then halfway through the conversation, the DM's like, actually, wait, do you speak Elvish? And you're like, no, I actually don't. And so, but you just kind of have to move on. And in this movie, never really grasps who speaks what. And there's always just kind of assumption that eventually, if you talk in English long enough, they'll revert to speaking common, and you can just carry on the scene without subtitles. And I think that is an incredible perspective on this film, which, again, he just kind of doesn't ever really seem to really learn Japanese, despite living in Japan, and just kind of assumes that everyone else will just eventually speak common.
Well, he doesn't go to fucking school. He's always at this.
He clearly doesn't go to school.
He does not go to school at all in this. He's just at the docks, drifting in circles.
So that's my biggest D&D thing for this movie. But I did want to, with your indulgence, dive in on a little something I've had up my sleeve now that we've done the first 5 about my argument that not only is the Fast and Furious franchise Dungeons and Dragons, that it literally is Dungeons and Dragons. So you might know that there are 5 editions basically of D&D, and they've evolved over time. And we've talked about a couple of films. The first 5 movies I want you to keep in mind as I kind of describe some of the various issues that these editions have had. So like first edition comes out, it's like very bound to basics. It's very combat oriented. It's part of like very rules based, but it's a little open ended. It definitely kind of comes down to a lot of dice and stats and things like that. By the second edition, it starts emphasizing like story a little bit more, new places, new things. You get new locations. You get like Ravenloft in that. You get Miami, perhaps in a different franchise. It almost destroyed the entire company because it ended up separating the fan base all across different things. It was no longer just like the basic mechanics of mazes and dungeons, but actually worlds that you can kind of inhabit. The third edition, which maybe this movie has something to do with, right? It's kind of the first like actual modern version of the game. Like it's recognizable, right? You look back on it, you're like, oh, this really feels like this is in this universe. It feels like I'm in the world again now. Like you start having like skill lists. You start like having the leveling style that you end up having. You start having different classes of people who professionalize. Like it's kind of considered to be very complete. It really lasted for a while on that.
You have a director who's directed 5 of the movies in the franchise.
Yeah, you know, maybe it had a lot of influence on everything that came after, eventually perhaps spawning, you know, spinoffs and things like that. 4th edition kind of hits everyone by surprise because things are starting to change, right? Like the rules get really streamlined. Combat starts getting pretty dynamic, right? You're starting to have a little bit more fun when you're fighting, right? In Dungeons & Dragons 4th edition and also Fast and Furious. It's a little bit of a reboot of a franchise kind of thing. You can have fun modifications for characters, right? The knock on it, right, is that it's too cartoony. That it's a little bit too much in the World of Warcraft kind of vein. We're trying to compete with that. So people start getting a little bit like, okay, we're losing a little bit of the verisimilitude here. We're losing a little bit of the, like, I'm in these boxes fighting these kind of things. A little bit, maybe fewer car chases and more sensationalism, right? And then 5th edition, in Brazil perhaps, or just Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, right? It's basically combining a ton of input from the fans, right? It aggregates everything that's worked before, but it makes it so much more for the story people and the character people, where it's no longer just grinding out fights and it's no longer just grinding out combat. It's the complexity is there that you can kind of use it as a world to inhabit, and you start really liking characters within it. Like, it's a fast game, it gets pretty quick, and then it's also, I would argue, a pretty good starting place for people. You can kind of skip the first 4 editions and just intro them to 5, and then all of a sudden you have a good time. So that's kind of my argument, that literally Fast and Furious, the evolution of this, the strange evolution of this franchise in the first 5 films, to be clear, which it's an extremely weird way to build a franchise because they did it accidentally with fits and starts, is basically exactly what happened with Dungeons & Dragons anyway.
Amazing.
That's insane.
Yeah.
That needs to be a very awesome article about how it matches like that.
Yeah,
because it's incredible. That was
because everything that comes out, you know, they'll talk about, like, then it starts getting a little bit more commercialized. If we're being honest, whatever 6th edition comes out, I don't know. It's gonna be very toyetic, you know. But we'll see. But it's just like, you know, these are things that like started as just people trying to make movies and people trying to make games that were fun, and then improving and iterating and, you know, making gigantic mistakes and huge colossal problems for themselves in the process. But like, it's just kind of interesting to see that, like, you know, sometimes life imitates art, which imitates a different kind of art.
Yes.
I have a D&D thing.
Sure.
What is it?
You know, when they're in the he meets Twinkie for the first time, and Twinkie sits down next to him and tries to sell him stuff, and he goes, "You selling that Sparko steering wheel?" It's when the characters go to a vendor and try to buy something that they absolutely do not. They just think it's cool. The fuck is he going to use that steering wheel for?
He doesn't have a car. He's not allowed near cars. He doesn't have a license in Japan.
Yeah. You get to a vendor that has cool shit? Oh, yeah. We're buying something.
Love it.
I do like that there's a character named Twink in this. This does feel like
do you know the origin of Twinkie?
No, I'd really like to hear it. Happy Pride Month, everyone.
Get ready for racism.
Oh no!
Yes, literally.
Originally, Twinkie was an Asian character who was, yellow on the outside but white on the inside.
Oh no!
And then they cast Bow Wow, and so instead of changing his name to like an equally racist like Oreo, they just kept it Twinkie.
Oh, no.
But yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was implied that he was live.
Yeah.
Oh no!
You got milkshake ducked right there. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I was gonna say this felt like one of the first movies, like action films, where an Asian villain didn't really feel deliberately racist. But I am actually gonna no longer make that argument anymore.
Justin Lin made this movie.
Yeah.
That's
I
the
know.
whole point. Like,
I
he's
know.
there. Like,
oh no. Well, nobody's nerfed. Anyway.
I will say one thing this movie does well, maybe accidentally, is we talk a lot about how a lot of these movies have pop culture references that instantly dated, that instantly feel, you know, it's just like, why are you referencing Game of Thrones 3 times?
yes.
That show has an end date. It has an expiration date. It's ending when this movie comes out. Nobody's going to talk about it anymore. This movie saying, I don't care if you're sick or in bed with Beyonce.
Timeless, right?
Still
yeah.
a good thing to say 18 years later. Good job,
I set my watch at that exact moment. It was great. Yeah, just holds up.
Just like, yes. Beyonce's still beautiful.
Yeah.
18 years later.
And still popular. It's like they nailed it.
Yep.
It's like Cher.
Speaking of beauty.
With Cher.
Do you guys know Chrissy Teigen's in this movie?
No.
I saw the tweet.
Yeah.
She tweeted.
Her face is not in it.
No, her face is not in it. Her boobs are in this. She tweeted like several years ago, I just remembered that I spent a day shooting in a warehouse in LA, and I think I'm in Tokyo Drift somewhere. I was wearing a black dress and a pink bra. And like within like 3 minutes, a dude replied with screenshots.
This?
And she just like, I appreciate the help, but it's also a little concerning how quickly you found this. At the end,
oh my!
At the end of the movie, in the final warehouse party, they cut to a beautiful girl getting out of a car. Other side of the car, a girl sort of like gets out, and you don't see her face. We see her neck down and like deep, deep cleavage. That's Chrissy Teigen.
Good God. Internet.
Take
a shower, please.
Calm down, internet.
Go to church.
But the more important thing in that scene, though, is we get the Vin Diesel cameo. What do you guys think of this? I mean, we know that he's here so that he can get the rights to the Riddick franchise. Universal does a swap for it. So you come back to this franchise, we will give you Riddick. But knowing that it's coming, does it still hit you with a little bit of excitement, a little bit of surprise? Do you think, was this right? Was this a good move? Was this exciting? Like, what do you guys think of this return of Mr. Dominic Toretto?
I think it's amazing. Curious what theaters were like at that moment. Like when they hit the song and you see the back of the car and you're like, that's definitely Vin Diesel. Like, was there a reaction in theaters like on Thursday previews? Okay, I'm not talking people who saw it later, but Thursday previews. Was there like a, yeah, it's Vin, he's back, baby?
I know that when Jason Statham showed up as Deckard Shaw in the closing credits of 6, I stood up in the theater and cheered. So I'm sure if I was watching these movies back in 2006, I would have stood up and cheered when Vin Diesel popped up in here.
I don't think that like Screen Rant or like Collider existed for like stay for the post movie screen. Like the fact that this actually doesn't even take place as like a mid or post credit scene, it's just like right before it, shows like how in the primordial goo of the era we were. Like we hadn't yet like even like this was like kind of like a proto. Like it's like a tetrapod like coming up on a beach of like, hey, we have an idea. Let's put a weird little stinger where we call back to a character that Kevin Feige has then, beaten into dust for the past decade.
Yes.
But I will remind you, the first movie has a post-credit scene.
Fair,
Dom doing voiceover in Mexico. And then just 2 movies later, we'll have the mid-credit scene where Letty is back as a ghost, right? So like, or she, whatever, with amnesia, some kind of other Letty. But yeah, this is a weird, it's a setup for the next movie. Yeah.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I was going to say, if you get no Vin cameo at the end of this movie, the franchise dies. I would make that argument.
Yeah.
Without
100%.
Vin showing up at the end to sell them that, like, he might... If there's another one, we're bringing him back into it. I think that you lose the fan base. This is the end of the franchise, and it's just 3 movies that are just kind of loosely connected.
Did you enjoy it more or less than Darth Vader showing up at the end of Rogue One?
More? The Darth Vader thing is like, yeah, we know this is a prequel to A New Hope. We don't need to see him going like, whop, 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 but it's still cool. Like, it's badass to see him, like, powerful, but...
I'm glad that Kim brought this up, because you guys asked earlier, like, do you like this ordering, right?
Yeah.
And it reminds me, are you familiar with, like, Machete Order?
No.
Cool.
What is it?
Oh, man, this is great.
Is this Robert Rodriguez's Machete, or is this a different Machete?
No, different thing entirely. So the idea is, like... So if you had watched Star Wars like everyone else basically did, of our generation perhaps, you watched the first films in the first original trilogy, and then a few years later, maybe when we were like young, they came out with the prequels, and then you watched those after you watched the first 3.
Yes. Yep.
And you might notice that George Lucas has made a decision to number them 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, and stands by the idea that you should watch them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so the idea being that he's willing to sacrifice the incredible twist in Empire Strikes Back that that Darth Vader is the father of Luke, in exchange for a twist that he then adds in of, Palpatine's the Emperor, right? And so that's the trade, and it doesn't work. And so the Machete Order is like, how would you show Star Wars to a kid now? And the Machete Order argues the way that you should do it is you should show them, Star Wars, A New Hope, and then you should show Empire Strikes Back. And you have that incredible reveal of Darth Vader as Luke's father. And then you go back and do Phantom Menace, Clone Wars,
Revenge of the Sith, so that you can kind of like back in time go like, how the hell did that happen? And then and only then do you watch Return of the Jedi, which brings to a full close the franchise. So you basically build in a flashback sequence into the trilogy so that you maintain both of the twists while at the same time honoring the wishes of George Lucas as well as the original presentation to maintain the best viewing experience. And this way of viewing things feels like it does the same thing, because you do kind of feel like, you know, Han's got a sword dangling over his head every time that, like, even every movie ends with like, guess we'll go to Tokyo, but maybe not now. And so as a result, this is a way of kind of subverting that in a way and kind of taking away some of the, like, you know, the franchise-itis of it, while also maintaining the integrity of the films as a whole, you know?
Because we've had guests on here who have not only not seen these movies, but also like knew nothing about the movies. And
interesting.
It's never been as pure as they really know nothing, and they all kind of like they've seen, like, because once you start watching the movies, like you just sort of see the stuff everywhere, and like there's trailers or whatever. But we've also been like, okay, so watch 6, but don't watch the credits. So like even that you don't know, like you know that Han dies, you know what I mean? It's that kind of thing, but it's like you don't know what's coming until Deckard, blah blah blah, whatever. And so, or no, you don't know that Han dies. You know that Han goes away, and then you see Han die here, and then you watch the credits, you'd be like, oh my god, then it sets up 7. Like there is our own kind of machete order.
But either way, I did appreciate it, because I think that it preserves a lot of the tensions that they probably, the filmmakers, would have wanted to be in it had they had the foresight to not kill off this beloved character, you know?
I think so too. Yep.
I kind of wish that there was more like that. You know what I mean? Like it feels like, but the only thing that this franchise keeps doing is Han. It's just like, no, this isn't really how Han's not actually dead. Han actually was yoinked out by Mr. Nobody. It's like, what? Why? What?
Don't explain it. Doesn't matter.
It's also like, it's very comic booky in that way, which I know that we had talked a little bit at the very beginning of, like, obviously we come into this with the conceit of like D&D and wrestling, but like this very much does draw from comic books too, which kind of have that same like you know, tabletop role playing, wrestling, and comics all have the idea of like, these stories have been running for 50 years. Or as long as you want them to run, and you can dive in whenever you want, and you can leave whenever you want, but they have to kind of feel resonant and relevant whenever you're in the midst of it, and you have to have recurring rises and falls with it. And like these movies definitely come from that palette, but it also has that comic book thing where it's like, you know, sometimes a character just gets a bad beat, and like for whatever reason, Kitty Pryde, she's in every goddamn time travel story just because they decided to make her powers vaguely transcend that. And so, you know, Han is just a charmer, right? He's a face. He's a charisma build, right? But for whatever reason, he's just now a fucking biological mutant for some reason. That like it just kind of feels very X-Men-y in a way of like, man, like this character really took some interesting changes, you know?
He is a time traveler.
Yeah.
In a very weird way.
Yeah.
Joe, you have any other notes? Anything else about this movie that you noticed this time around?
Yes, I did. I have one last one that really freaked me out. When they're sitting there and they're on their little date in the cute little vending machine shop, they're drinking Rockstar.
Wow.
Which is like, I mean, I get that they're maybe children, right? But they wouldn't be drinking Coronas. But we had NOS energy drink that comes back in 4, right? I think NOS is like firmly featured in 4. But they went with Rockstar this time. And it also feels like that would kind of be a Red Bull situation as well. So I don't know how Rockstar got product placement in this one.
I'm trying to remember, and I can't find anything in my email, but I remember, so like there is MC Hammer stuff all over this movie, because MC Hammer like helped finance the movie. Like they needed money, and Justin Lin was friends with him, and he's just like, here's some money. It was
Justin Lin. Like Justin Lin like pitched him the movie or something, and MC Hammer was like, yo, let's do that. And then, like, that's why there's MC Hammer billboards everywhere in this movie.
In my head, there's something like that for Rockstar, but I don't remember what it is, and I can't find it. So it might not be true, but, like, it might just be something like that, right? Where it's just like, well,
it's just like they gave us some money. Yeah.
There's a whole car, like, wrapped in Rockstar in this movie. Like,
there's a car wrapped in Rockstar.
Yeah.
Okay, so they definitely paid for this.
They definitely, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. But they, like, skip NOS. Like, NOS is right there. Like, that's... And in 4, they get NOS.
Joe, you gotta remember, this franchise is not good at things.
That is so true. Sorry. They miss the most obvious layups to us every time. It's like, it's right there. How does The Rock not drop a Candy Asses in this entire franchise?
Candy Ass is a wholly owned trademark of the World Wrestling Entertainment.
Well, now he has his trademarks.
Didn't I read that in Numlock.news at Numlock.com?
Yeah, hey, we got a lot of good stuff on Numlock.com. Yeah, he bought them all back. So maybe now. But I mean, listen, do you think that he's going to let Vin get a single finger on the concept of Candy Asses?
Man, can you imagine?
I'm trademark searching right now. Give me one moment.
In a new movie that they're watching, like the USFL or something, like they're just like, what's an alternative that's not the XFL? Like,
hey,
what
can you pass the Terramana?
Oh, there's a lot of. There's 6 Candy Ass trademarks. I don't think any of them are The Rock's, so feel free, get in on that. You can't have a Candy Ass barbecue sauce, hot sauce, or salsa because that's owned by Jeffrey Jacobs in Arizona, and perfume also from a California perfume company.
I wanted to. Is Candy Ass just love spell? Right, it has to be. It has to just be Bath and Body Works love spell, right? Like that's all I can imagine it is.
I'm sure I've said it on here before, but like my handle on basically the entire internet is Soul Pop from the TV show Dead Like Me, and there is now a Houston-based popcorn company called Soul Popped Popcorn, and I'm just like, you didn't think to like look for that name? Like you can't have it on any platform. Like
yeah, I have all of them.
Like I didn't trademark it, but it's just like I own on every platform. So now they're like Soul Popcorn. Whatever. I don't know. Walt, do you have any notes? Any other thoughts about this movie?
I have one. I thought it was really funny where like there's like it's one of the romantic scenes in it where there's like a monologue being like, I remember back when I was, just learning how to drift, we would come up this mountain and drift all the way down it, and like there's a cute little like guitar playing in the background, but like in like an inoffensive way like you'd hear on The Bachelor, that is like It's not an actual song, it's just some notes being played to get some ambiance. And it's just like they're like, nobody bothered with us at all. And like then you just like hear the whole scene. Like clearly the sound guy had some fun with it, of just the most annoying screeching in the world as they drift back and forth. And it's just like she's like it's just like a moment of serenity with her. It's just like, I remember screech when we were coming screech, and you just like listen to it. It's just like she was like, and nobody ever bothered us. It was like, yeah, I mean, like the neighbors must be kind of mad. Like.
Everybody heard you. You scared every animal. Every animal on the mountain ran.
But this movie also posits that every neighbor is just a nice old lady eating noodles, watching game shows, right? Like, they don't care. Just drift outside.
Is Noodle Grandma the best character in this whole franchise? Because she's like one of our favorites. I mean, I love Noodle Grandma.
I have to say, I think that the Fast and Furious franchise needs to bring back Noodle Grandma.
What?
She's dead.
Kim?
She's so dead.
Yeah.
What if she comes...
Etion?
No, she would never. He would never.
She could never.
No, of course not.
And the only other note that I had is that like when they call him Gaijin a lot, it was just like, and they have to explain, oh no, that's a derogatory name for a foreigner. It's just like clearly in 2006, America had not watched enough anime to know exactly what that means. We're like now, like I think that's actually a pretty common understood word among, at least among weebs. And like in 2006, there just simply wasn't enough. We had not had enough years of Toonami playing for people to understand what gaijin mean. And they had to explain it on multiple occasions.
Look, this might have been a gateway drug into weebdom for a lot of people. Like, ooh, Tokyo does seem pretty cool.
I think that's kind of true. I think
turning car boys into anime boys.
Hey, that's actually the plot of a couple anime. That's an isekai, right? Turning carboys into... That's literally, you're just describing Akira, right?
Initial D. Yeah.
And then there's also Tetsuo in Akira, and then there's Tetsuo, the Iron Man from like 1989, which is also where he's kind of a car himself. Like, there's a lot of crossover here already.
Transformers, right? Just guy-looking things. I don't know. I think... This is a gateway drug to a lot of stuff.
There's news that there is a Transformer... We'll talk about this next week too, Joe. There's a Transformers G.I. Joe crossover movie happening. Like, why can't we get Universal to do anything with Fast and Furious crossover? Like, if you're willing to play ball Transformers and G.I. Joe, like, get this with anything.
You have a preference? What would you like
Jurassic Park.
With?
Jurassic Park. Transformers is great, but it makes too much sense. It's like it's too on the nose. Like, give me dinos and Dom Toretto.
I was joking before we saw F9 that like it was going to open in Jurassic Days, and then when we saw F9
did you guys see it in theaters?
There was a 6-minute IMAX preview for the new Jurassic World, so it opens with dinosaurs, and I'm just like, Joe, I cannot believe I got this right.
We're sitting right next to each other.
And then I'm like, oh, it's just a preview for another movie. But I was like, can you imagine if I'm just like, yeah, it's going to be dinosaurs. And then like they do dinosaurs.
So I'm just going to go through some of the films that Universal's got on the hopper and think about ways that we can combine these with Fast and Furious. The most obvious one to me, coming right up, Twisters, right? I mean, Twisters is about trucks, right? We do have to acknowledge that that's a truck-based franchise.
Okay.
But like, what if they need someone who can outrun a tornado to get
Dom Toretto?
Dorothy
It's Dom Toretto.
Ford?
I mean, you probably need at least two. You need two precision
drivers.
Also, if this franchise weren't on like running on fumes right now, Glenn Powell would be in this franchise in the next movie or two.
Oh yeah, he'd be great. He's amazing. I love that man. Other films that Universal has coming, Wicked. I think that speaks for itself. I think that
Fast and Furious the musical
Dom
is always on
Alphabet.
my.
I think Vin would be up for it. I think he would absolutely be up for it. Alien, they have the Alien Romulus film. So I think like they've gone to space once. What if something came back with them?
Oh no.
And then Gladiator 2. I also do think that would be really fun.
So is that they get time traveled back?
They have the chariot race in order to, steal
But how did they get? Are they in ancient Rome or doing gladiator things in modern day?
Joe, the bomb that detonated in Rome in Fast 10 was actually a time
ripped a
compression
hole in the
bomb.
space-time continuum.
And there's only one team with 2 precision drivers
who could also fight gladiator battles.
Yep.
Okay.
We need this.
And wait. When we go back, is like the Emperor? Is he like the greatest grandfather relative of The Rock, just played by The Rock?
Yeah, I think 100%. I also think it's because The Rock has already played Sword and Sandal a couple times. He's great in Hercules, right? And I think that he's got the mojo for it. Scorpion King, 100%. He's done Hellenic. Now it's his time to do Hellenistic, And I do think that literally just doing a Ben-Hur, I'd love to. Actually, shit, we just described Hannibal. Vin Diesel has been trying to make this movie for years. He's trying to make the Hannibal biopic, the Hannibal Barca, the fellow who invaded Rome from Carthage. That's been his entire long-term thing of like he was originally going to play Hannibal and now he's going to play Hamilcar. It's probably not going to happen. But like he's been trying to make a Hannibal biopic for like decades now.
That makes sense. I was really hoping you were talking about Silence of the Lambs.
No, that's what the Hannibal is named after.
I don't think that he's got the gravitas.
I do appreciate that you named like one of the greatest generals in history, that fella from Carthage, thousands of years later.
That fella from Carthage. I mean, I would watch any of those crossover movies.
Yeah,
I do want Fast and Furious the musical though. I think that's ultimately what we need.
Coming
to do.
from Joe, who hates musicals,
this would be incredible.
Saying a lot.
But Vin has to sing, and they can't ADR over him. He has to it can only be his voice. They can't use a stand-in.
Like Russell Crowe in Les Mis.
We need the Tonys are when we record this. The Tonys are this weekend. When this comes out, I believe the Tonys were last weekend. Congratulations to Merrily, Stereophonic, all that kind of stuff. There's a lot. The Back to the Future has a Broadway show. They're doing all right. Like they're trying to mine this stuff. I think that's a car-based musical, right? And I think that
it is.
We could pull this off, fella. I don't know. Like I think that.
If there was a Fast and Furious musical, would you just adapt the first movie, or would you adapt the entire franchise?
At least the first couple, because you need the songs from Tokyo Drift.
Here's the thing.
I want a chorus of "Wonder How They Go Down it on the side."
Have y'all realized this? I didn't until this time. I heard "She Wants to Move" by NERD in this film, and I forgot that it was in there. NERD that was Pharrell's band back then.
Yep.
Teriyaki Boys had Nigo in it. Nigo and Pharrell run design for 2 Louis Vuitton fashion houses. LVMH.
Was it you who was telling us this?
Pharrell's at Louis Vuitton, and Nigo is at Kenzo. It's the largest luxury conglomerate in the world, and the music.
2 of
Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift.
Drifts.
Guys, This works. So here's the thing. You listen to me. All right. Act 1 is basically the first like chunk of it is basically just adapting like the Fast and the Furious film. And then you have like a musical montage, right, of the other, you have then 2 where where they're separate, and then 4 which are all kind of skippable, but it's a big get the band together thing. And then the movie like Act 1 ends with 5. And so the big final number before you send everybody out to concessions is Danza Kuduro, right? They come back, they've just got their wine, they're all they just got their Coronas because that's all that we sell at concessions at the Fast and the Furious musical.
Okay.
So they're all getting ready, they're all hanging out, and then you immediately pop over to 6. You kind of get some of that plot done. You introduce the big bads. You kind of reaffirm all this kind of stuff. You get Hobbs back. You get everybody back. And then you do 3 because that's a good number to get everybody picked up and going again. The Tokyo Drift music is amazing. And then the big ballad that kind of like the
See
big
You Again.
See You Again. And that's like the big like heart-stirring song in that act. And then you kind of close it out with, a successful conclusion to it. But like, that's how you do it. Like that you have your act breaks already done in this fucking franchise.
And you do Machete style.
You do Machete style. Absolutely. You have to, because how would you kill Han in the first act and then bring him back in the third? That would be stupid.
Writing. Why are you still talking to us?
Okay, great. Hey, this is great. I'm Walt Hickey. Read Numlock News.
If we nail this entire podcast to ourselves, does this count as copyright?
I think we can do this. I think we can grind this one out over the weekend and beat everyone, and then get this in Donna Langley's lap on Monday, folks. We just got to write this one.
It's beautiful. Kim, other thoughts, other notes, anything else to say about Tokyo Drift?
One last thing. I think this film has the most Fast and Furious party sequence in the whole franchise.
Really?
And it's very close. It is when Han takes Sean to the hideout for the first time, and they go in, they dap up the bouncer, they go inside. There's a cool little dance club in there, and then they go to the back door, and there's a hallway there, and there's the 2 women making out in the hallway, and they go into a second club, and it's that hip hop club, and it's all models and everything, and Bow Wow's there, and then there's another door that finally into the garage.
Han's house.
Rides, yeah. Like that is they just hit you with it 7 times in a row, and like this is the vibe. This is the Fast and Furious vibe right up here in your face. It's not one long shot, but it is shot like it was.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And just brilliant.
We choreograph it like Starlight Express.
All on roller skates.
Just like the train musical from Andrew Lloyd Webber. It's been running in Germany and Stuttgart for years. It's a roller. God damn it. This is actually pretty good.
It's really good.
It's really good. It's really, really good. But I do think that killing Han and then immediately bringing him back adds some of the Fast and the Furiousness to it.
Yeah.
So I like that 3 is the interlude, but I also don't mind killing Han multiple times throughout the musical. Like if you just kept killing him.
Every act break is just killing Han.
Yes, is Han dies and then he's back immediately.
It's just like a real sad. They do it like full Angels in America style, wherever the whole crowd's weeping, he's immediately right back in the next.
Yes, yeah. Refill your Corona, take a pee, and Han's coming back.
Oh God.
My last question, is there any official jurisdiction for cops to just crush a car they impound from a race?
I don't believe so. You might have to like declare it garbage?
Totaled?
Well, yeah.
That can't be right. Those words don't sound legal.
What if it's
I don't think it's legal though. Yeah, I always say this, and we've talked about it before, but like that cop is so excited to like fuck the little guy. You know what I mean? Like he's like, look at those rich kids. I'm not gonna be able to do anything to them, but you're poor, so I'm gonna take you through the ringer.
Yeah,
and it's like, what is that?
It's called realism in film. I don't know what you're talking about.
But he's a white kid. Like, come on. He's going to let him go.
Hey, man, this is a class war. We got to talk about this part of it, right?
Okay, fair enough.
All right, before we play This Ain't No 10-Second Race, I have one question for you, Walt, from a listener who, in your book, We Are What We Watch, on page 65, you have a figure wherein you note that the crew size for the Fast Five heist is 12. And he's wondering how you got the 12, because we have Dom Bryan, Mia Roman, Tej Han, Giselle, Leon Santos, maybe Vince, but Vince is also dead. But then beyond that, who knows? How do you get to 12?
I believe I count Vince, and I believe I count
Hobbs and Elena.
Oh, yeah, I think that they count because they help in the end because they swap teams basically. Because the heist itself is we're gonna go raid the police, right? And so they are on the heist team for that. They are dealt in. Here's what we're going to steal. Here's what we're going to do. So I do count those as being Confederates within it. Yes.
Cool. Okay. Yeah,
that's what's up. Again, great point. And you can make an argument that they don't have to split the money with the cops. But I would feel neglected if I did not include co-conspirators,
Asked and answered. Thank you so very much. Did you tease that is there going to be like an update to that or no? Or did I make that up?
I think you made that. I think I was talking about that they had recently sold the audiobook rights. And so I think that there might be that coming out. I don't know when. Cool. I don't know how. I think I have to send in a sample at some point. I believe I'm allowed to talk about it. If not, it's all good. But I do believe there will be potentially an MP3 file of it coming out soon. So either way,
exciting.
It's a good looking book. People should buy the physical hardcover copy.
It's beautiful. It absolutely is beautiful.
Great for dads and grads.
Ooh,
I know. A lot of our listeners actually have bought the book.
Hell yeah, I appreciate that. It's very, very kind of y'all to do. Thank you.
So we have one more thing to do. This ain't no 10-second race, aka boy, do we have a podcast for you.
Boy, do we have a podcast for you. Come and check out our show. Yeah.
This is where we go on X.com, the everything app. And we find a tweet from anybody talking about these movies, this franchise, these actors, respond to them, get shut out. I found last time, this is a stupid screen name, at Crazy Kurt Philly, who says, my future Fast and Furious predictions. Ava Mendes shows up in Fast 11. Luke Evans shows up in Fast 11. Vanessa Kirby shows up in Fast 11. And I said, you won't let us reply, but you're still... #family. Boy, do we have a podcast for you. It got 3 likes. Likes are not private, even though you can still type /likes in the bar and still see the likes. But likes
likes are private, but he just removed the link, but they still exist and you can still find them. Huh? Oh, okay, cool. I figured he fixed it, but I didn't know how well he fixed it. He fixed it real good. He has a long history of doing good fixins, so thanks for reminding me this one was also fixed. Cool. Glad I haven't been liking booty shots randomly anymore.
But the likes are from Randy, Michelle, and Aaron, so no points there, unfortunately. Joe, you found Chris at Just Chris Salvin, who was quote tweeting about The Fall Guy and said, this movie looks like it was marketed toward Fast and Furious fans circa 2015. We said, Chris, we feel personally attacked. And maybe we do have a podcast for you or our other one about Ryan Gosling. Joe, it got 2 likes from Randy and Aaron, so no points there, unfortunately. Damn. Now, Walt, you found 2 because you found one that I found, and you played that one for charity.
Yeah.
Or one of those. But the first one you played was from Building a Miss Tory at Mighty Minx. The most iconic prayer of all time isn't the Lord's Prayer. It's a Roman's Prayer at the end of Fast and Furious 6. We said amen to that. Boy, do we have a podcast for you. We got 1 like, but the like is hidden. Can't see it. No points. Yeah. For charity, though, you played for Tim Ellis at Tim Ellis AU. What was your greatest experience in movie theater? Fast and Furious 6 post-credit scene when Jason Statham hops out of a car that kills Han. We said, yeah, that was pretty good. The only kind of thing you can get at the movies. Yeah. Boy, do we have a podcast for you. It got 2 likes, both hidden. Can't see them. Yeah. Kim, you have to salvage us. You found Val at Vitalist LST. Do you ever sit here and think about how random fictional characters? Because I do. The fact that I have the same birthday as Dom Toretto. Or the fact that the Fast and Furious is an amazing franchise, but one of the best lovers to enemies to lovers trope. Because Dom and Letty, and we said we do too. Alexander with a K. They changed their name, so who knows? Because Dom and Letty, boy, do we have a podcast for you. Got 1 like from Aaron. No points. So tough. But now, I have tweets from all of you, so Walt, you sent me yours first. Please hit us with yours.
I have a new strategy. This mentions it's this is not necessarily about the movie. There are 3 photographs attached to this that show carnage on the side of a street, and it says, I just watched a guy Tokyo drift around the corner, demolish a light pole, say he was fine, and then drive off. He did not get far because his car was leaking a ton of fluid.
Beautiful.
And I would like to reply to this man being, hey man, I hope that everything's cool. Also, we like that movie as well.
Okay.
And I'd like to see if that works because I want to think outside the box this time. I will say that this is the first time that I want to present, maybe the untoward behavior of ex-users, the Everything app. But I felt like the mentions of Tokyo Drift on the app X are a little bit spicier at times than any other Fast and Furious mentions.
They are.
Well,
they are.
There was a right-wing initiative several years ago called Fast and Furious. Where if you Google, if you search for Fast and Furious, it was all like alt-right stuff. And we're just like, oh no. But that went away.
Like lizard peoples and things like that.
It seems like it is like referring to, car crimes against normies. But nevertheless, this one seemed kind of fine. So I'm going with this. Never want to judge somebody by the emojis in their avatar, but with this one, seems like this is not an alt-right individual. So yes.
I also went to Marcus's account, and the most recent tweet is, "I have never seen the movie Cars, and I don't plan on ever changing that." And I really want to just reply to say,
like Marcus. I think Marcus is cool.
He's a voiceover artist. We'll see. Who knows?
Yeah, why not?
Kim, please hit us the yours from BL Star 969.
Oh yeah, they just tweeted. Tokyo Drift was just peak, with a 17-second edit of Tokyo Drift being absolutely peak. Look at that. Oh,
so peak. It's so peak.
So peak.
I can't wait to watch it.
So I would like to respond to this person with it is, and so are you.
Oh, very. So you're pandering.
Pandering.
We're going
pandering is a good move.
I was just seeing if they were okay. All right, and you're just like
full pander. We're at the pander.
We need points.
At this point.
I get you.
All right, Joe, hit us with yours, which is okay.
I'm going with G. That's sus at KS Matrix Slides.
I saw
the tweet is.
Oh
the tweet is just. I like Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift. And I think we go real clean and we just go same.
Yeah.
And no, boy, do we have a podcast for you, just link to the podcast.
Yep, I agree. I think that's great. I respect that.
It was so direct, I couldn't pass that one up. It's just right there. Also, it has kind of traction for being 8 hours ago, 22 likes, 4 replies. I'm trying to get on that hype train.
Yeah. No, I've also been looking for tweets with a little bit of momentum behind them, which
it doesn't work. I've tried it. It does not work.
Mine has no momentum whatsoever because mine's from last September. Got no engagement back then. This is the first time though in 3 episodes that Walt and I did not pick the same tweet. So I was just glad that when he sent me his, it was not the same one.
Okay.
But I found from Austin at Fucktin. I searcred for Sean Boswell.
Fucktin or Fuckton?
Fucktin.
T-I-N.
T-I-N.
Okay, sorry.
I searched Sean Boswell on X, and I read every single tweet because there's only 20 of them. One of them was from fan favorite Garrett Smith, 1 or 2 from us.
Okay.
Austin was the only one that I thought was anywhere even remotely engaging. Does Sean Boswell ever get to see the blonde from the beginning of the movie? If Bro did all that, got sent to Tokyo, and never got to hit, I feel bad for Big Dog. But also, Neela's a huge upgrade. Baby girl right there for real.
I like this. What was his name?
Austin, or you might know him as Fucktin.
Fucktin.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Fucktin got a point. He got a point. She's kind of sitting with the other. She's sitting with Zachary Ty Bryan at the end. She didn't even fulfill her promises.
I'm just saying, for real, boy, do we have a podcast for you.
For real. That's nice. Perfect.
Look, we're all trying new things today.
We're experimenting a little bit.
None of them's going to work.
Hey, innovation never stops.
I'm glad we all took a different. It was it was firmly a different wave.
Hey,
I don't know what happened.
I would love it.
If, gotta mix it up today.
If next week next time we talk is if the score is 0, 0, 4, 873.
We picked up 10,000 weekly listeners. Because Fucktin was just boys, we must mobilize.
Yeah.
Well, we will be back in 2 weeks with you guys to talk about Furious 7. But before then, Kim, what would you like to plug? Is there anything new you have published, printed, reported upon, shared to the world that you want people to find online?
We had Carmelo Anthony in the office the other day to talk about the NBA's Secret Weapons Society. So
Secret what?
What? Yeah, they like wine now. And
I know
Melo,
LeBron was big into wine, right?
Yeah,
Like, that was his
Melo
thing. Yeah.
said back in the when he was like a rookie and then his first few years in the league, I guess he was too young, but when he was 21-ish, that's when he started drinking wine, like around his teammates and everything, and they all made fun of him. And over time, he converted a bunch of his bros to drinking wine. And now these days, there's a big Steph Curry likes wine, Jimmy Butler, Kevin Durant. These are all wine geeks.
Are they trading bottles and shit? Like, what's happening in this secret wine society? Yeah. Are they just recommendations or what?
They just hang out.
And just drink wine.
They love wine.
Expensive bottles, I'm sure, right?
One could only assume.
At a certain point, when you have NBA money, like what else?
That's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah. Melo's new wine label, by the way, costs $2.75 a bottle.
Oh, he bottles his own wine.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't think personally, but he does have his own.
It would be really cool if he did. I would pay if he bottled his own wine personally. I would buy one bottle.
If he did the Coppola, oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah, we're in.
Oh, I want Carmelo Anthony's Megalopolis.
We all do.
It's set in Syracuse.
That's on Bloomberg.com and Bloomberg TV. If you want to go check out Melo and his wine.
That's very fucking cool.
What would you like to plug?
Sherwood.news, still trucking along. We recently had a successful story about Teslas that we took satellite photos of that are sequestered in parking lots all over the country.
That was you?
Yeah,
that
it was
did
us.
this
Yeah, we
first?
got that. Yeah, oh yeah, we got that. Sherwood News.
Okay, I saw it show up
in
my
Ronnie
insane.
Mola, phenomenal reporter, Sky-Fi, dope stuff. So check us out. We're cooking right now. We've been launched for about 2 months now, and it's been a lot of fun. I'm the executive editor there. And check out Numlock, numlock.com. That's my newsletter. It's a lot of fun. If you haven't had the book yet, check it out. But if you have, thanks for buying it.
You guys do insane shit all the time. It's so awesome. I just I look forward to that and train facts every time I talk to you.
We will have more and more every time. It's great.
I've seen 3 Cybertrucks in the last week and a half, and I'd seen 0 before then. So I don't know what's going on, but they're out there sort of.
They're in the mix. Yeah.
Yeah.
Joe, our next episode is Life in the Fast Lane, another deleted scene, and then after that, we've got, or actually before that, the main feed will get the Festivus special this weekend. Then we'll get the Life in the Fast Lane. Happy Festivus. On this day, this weekend, 23 years ago, the first movie came out. So we celebrate Festivus on June 22nd.
Congrats.
To honor, to commemorate that release. Maybe in 2 years, the final movie will also come out on the date. Who knows? Who knows? And then after that, we've got Furious 7. The boys are back in town to talk about Furious 7, and we will see them again then. But for all things Too Fast, Too Forever, go to cageclub.me, facebook.com/TooFast2Forever, or at TooFast2Forever on all the socials. Email us, family@cageclub.me. Check out our Patreon page at TooFast2Forever.com, and come back next week for Life in the Fast Lane. I'm Joey Lewandowski.
I'm Joe, too.
And that was Kim Bhasin and Walt Hickey, proud owners of a train somewhere. We will tell you all about it
when we see you again.